What's up, everybody, and welcome to the final day of our Golden Ticket Series for Clash Royale League 2025, where we will give away the last Golden Ticket for CRL Worlds that are coming up very, very soon. And we'll get some very important seeding sorted out as these players vie for points, for cash, and for a chance to get one step closer to becoming the next world champion for Clash Royale League. Hello, welcome. I'm Rich Slayton. That's my buddy Andrew Guy. And Andrew, I kind of said it right there, but these guys are playing for so much more, but everyone watching at home has something coming their way as well.
Yeah, I mean, we just got some great information about the seeding at World Finals, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, which means there's so much more on the line today for the guys that have already qualified.
What's
People
up?
like Mo Light are still making sure that they want to get that
Clash
first
Royale
round
CRL.
bye, right? We've seen how effective it is
Let's
here at
go.
monthly finals. So the fact that we're here at the last monthly final, we still have the LCQ. There's still points to be given away. There's just a lot up in the air, man. It's really, really exciting. And honestly, yesterday was such a great day of matches. I know you checked in here and there, but the meta's kind of all over the place. But I'll tell you one thing before we hop in. Vines, and, well, Baby Dragon Evolution.
Well, we're certainly excited to see all of that. And I did check in a little bit. Excited to see what some of these players have cooking up, especially one mad scientist who's still in the mix.
Yes.
But Andrew, I know we have a lot to get to today, but first, I do also know that those people watching at home have some extra stuff going on for them in this broadcast.
I mean, you guys always talk about it in the chat. How do we get rewards for watching? Why aren't there any rewards? Blah, 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 yada, yada. Well, we got them today, guys. Don't worry. And you know what? I was telling Juicy yesterday, I got a book
Stay tuned
of books
for
the
more
other day out of a
stuff.
2-star turned 5-star. A book of books, which is absolutely massive. I haven't seen one of those in a very, very long time. So, guys, we're going to be giving rewards 90 minutes, 150 minutes, 210 minutes, and then you got to stay all the way till the end after the grand final to make sure you get that cool new Furnace banner. So there's rewards for us, and there's points for these players, which is exactly what you were talking about at the top of the show and right before the broadcast. The points are very interesting.
Yeah, this is critical, folks. We've been talking about this behind the scenes for a while, and it's happening. The top 4 players on the points leaderboard will end up being the top 4 seeds. And why does that matter? Well, 12 players make it to World Finals total. So just like our shows here for the monthly finals, those top 4 players get a first round bye. So when you look at that section on the left-hand side where you have Sub and Lucas and Mo and Adriel and Moogie and Ian and Igor and Viper and Pedro and Sam, all these players vying for those spots, it doesn't matter if you have a golden ticket secured yet. You want to secure that first round bye.
It's going to be a long stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Have that one step closer to being world champion and the biggest prize. This is very exciting. And Andrew, throughout the day, we'll be seeing these players moving and potentially getting that first round bye or finding themselves in that difficult first round matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we've been at World Finals every single year that they've been in CRL. And
can everybody hear me and the casters?
Really, on day one is an absolutely insane advantage. Not only do you get to kind of settle into the venue, you get to watch and see how your competitors are doing there, and also you get to kind of see the competitive meta develop. So while we're very excited about that, let's talk about how we got here today with the format, guys. This is how you get into every single monthly final, although this is the last monthly final. So moving on to the LCQ, this is not going to be the exact same. There's no top 1,000 qualifiers. There's no event qualifiers, Swiss stage or group stage. But for 2026, this is something for you guys to keep in mind. How do you get here? Well, you got to get to the top 1,000 and ladder, and then you got to do well in the Swiss stage. You got to do well in the group stage to get to our event finals, where you see our 12 players will face off in the double elimination bracket. Winner gets the golden ticket. Runner-up gets the silver ticket. If Mo Light wins again, or if someone else wins that already has a golden ticket, it'll kind of move down to second and third place, respectively. Also, best of 3 duel mode. If you guys don't know what duel mode is, well, where have you been for the last couple of years? But duel mode is where you cannot repeat any card once it has been played in a duel set. And now in 2025, we've added best of 5 duels for our lower bracket finals, upper bracket finals, and of course the grand championship. And best of 5 is really, really fascinating with how you been, Fenhel? Long time. And just decks that work have been brought into Clash Royale.
And, honestly, Andrew, when we look at the distance we've traveled so far in CRL from 2018 to now, in the solo format, this really does feel like we finally settled into the best version of it. We have points mattering for your seeding. We have BO5s. We have everything. And speaking of points, let's take a look at how those might distribute today. Because, of course, as we mentioned, that's super critical for these players vying for that top spot First place gets you a golden ticket, but again, more importantly, it gets you that 100 points. So does Mohamed Light want to get 100 more points and lock in that top 4? Or does someone else who already has a golden ticket or has their points secured for Worlds want to get those ones? So now it's not
he's
just
still
the
making
cash,
content,
folks.
though.
It's that first round buy, which also does mean
funny
more
enough,
prize
I
pool
follow
money when you
him
potentially get
on
further
his
along in
YouTube
World
channel
Finals,
and
but also,
on
as you already
X.
pointed out, that big
And
step
I
forward.
saw that YouTube banned
Andrew,
his
talk about
YouTube
the
channel.
prize pool, though, money
So
on the
it
line
took
today,
it
as
down.
always.
Yeah, I mean, wow,
Really
there's
weird.
so much
You
going
can
on
search
these
for it on
competitors
X,
today. They have to
but
keep track
that's
of
what I
things that
saw.
matter. And obviously
Actually,
the money,
this week, funny you
$50,000
ask.
every single month has been given away here at the tournaments. $15,000 to first place. Not a bad way to start your Sunday.
15K, bro, for a couple of games.
$9,000 for second
Well,
place.
couple of games.
$7,000 for
Hard
third
work.
place. Wow,
Yeah.
I can read. $5,000 for fourth place, and it goes down from there. And
Let me see
obviously,
if I can find it,
our
man.
9th through 12th place players got $1,000 each and some points, but unfortunately for a handful of them, that was the end of their CRL 2025 run.
Well, their run might be over, but some other players are moving forward today. Let's take a look at the bracket and a little bit of the action that happened yesterday. A couple players getting knocked out in that lower bracket, round 1. Mugi taking a couple of, maybe one surprising loss and then a close one with OP Sam, who did OP Sam things. Mugi out, a soft limited on day 1, sweep as well, and then Viper, who has made multiple appearances at monthly finals this year. And now we have our final 8, making that last push. We're kicking things off today with Sam and Riley. What a banger. Then Ian and Newsy, followed by that, man, I mean, Mo and Pedro, and then Igor and Sandbox. What a fun day all the way around. And Andrew, I'm so glad that you and I get to call these matches together and see who comes out on top in our Stats Royale Golden Edition.
Yeah, it's super great to be back here with you. I know it's so funny. You and I, we cast together just you and I for year after year after year. And then we brought in some new people. I mean, I miss Eric Benemu, and here we are back at the last monthly final in 2025.
Here, 3 days ago,
again.
I
And
may
it's a
never
really
get my
interesting
channel
one. You know,
back.
we talk about the meta,
YouTube
we
support
talk about Vines, we
gave
talk
no
about Evo Baby
timeline.
Dragon, how
Wait
it's
until
everywhere,
the
but it
system
really is
trusts
a
my
beat
device.
down heavy meta.
That's the end
We
of
saw
support.
yesterday
There's
that beat down
with
really
the
was very successful. It's not beat
new
down only. We saw that
device.
cycle and control still worked. But in
Google
general, when you
support
see players
solution. Wait
like
a week
Sweep,
for my device to
you know,
be
like
trusted.
Sam come into the mix, you imagine
So we'll be
that
at
maybe
least
it's
one
because
more
the meta
week.
does favor their playstyle just a little bit more. And also, it's a really, really diverse meta right now. There's so many different things that
So
come
you
out
said
and that
also
actually
here, yeah,
work. We
I
saw
don't have
E-Giant, we
access
saw
to my
Goblin
YouTube.
Giant,
I
we saw,
told them
you know,
this
minor
6
Wall
times
Breakers
now,
Control. We
but
saw
they
Mortar.
ignored
We saw
me
so
and
many
activated
different things. We didn't see any Expo,
my
thank
account.
God. We saw so many things out there that work.
Give me a
It's
year,
really
I'll get
interesting.
it
But
back.
one thing I will say, and I, you know, we do this so often. It does feel like a mode tournament.
Wow.
He's in the upper bracket. Yesterday, he was
Check what
absolutely
is X.
untouchable. It was the fastest best of 3 of the day. But there's other guys out there that are really going to be vying for that top spot and that golden ticket. Igor is one of them. I know Riley has so much on the line today. Same with Sam. You know, Riley and Sam aren't in that leaderboard conversation.
And
Lorenzo, there are rewards.
And when you talked about that meta a little bit, and we're jumping into our first matchup, you know, you talk about some players, Sam and Sandbox, 2 guys who might benefit from a beatdown meta. But we'll get to those guys later. Right now, our kickoff match, Newsy, as we're going to go with, and Ian, who's already got
you got to
his
stick
trip
around,
secure, but as we said,
Lorenzo,
points are on the line
for a
today.
couple of hours.
Yeah, 2 very different
Welcome to the watch party.
in terms of like where these guys are at in the 2025 CRL conversation. Obviously, Newsy
they just
is
showed
someone
it.
that is a newcomer on the scene, but he surprised us.
I have
yesterday
this
with some
shit,
great
man.
gameplay
I got
against
it
Mugi.
somewhere.
And then Ian, who is really here for exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Rich. He needs
In the
more
meantime,
points.
we've
And
started.
of course, who doesn't want a little bit more money and a little bit more
Newsy against Ian.
And so opening them up nice
Let
and
me
slow.
let me
Dark
see if I can
Prince
find that stuff, man.
into the Witch, and now getting aggressive right at the bridge with the Monk and Lightning to just clear the board.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm curious to see which way Ian's going to go here. We didn't see a lot of things in the sky yesterday in general. I mean, honestly, we saw some minions. We saw a little bit of minion horde. We saw a ton of Baby Dragon, as I said. Saw Balloon maybe once or twice. Absolutely 0 Lava Hound yesterday. And then on the other side of it, you know, we saw a ton of Evo Witch. We saw a lot of Royal Giant. And Spirit Empress showed up just once, I believe.
Yeah, Ian did not play Spirit Empress yesterday, so
I'm
a
searching
little
for you,
shift
Lorenzo.
in tactics for one of our golden ticket winners.
They showed it somewhere.
And one of the more fascinating things about the Spirit Empress is even though she did get nerfed, it's just the ability to get on top of her and get the damage in. She's got that great range. She's still got a good amount of HP, high DPS. That's a really nice sequence there, making sure to pull the monk aside, get the Dark Prince with the Evo cage.
So,
Evo Witch hanging out. And just buying some time, but now, there you go. Yeah, even Ian Lava's up. An immediate Ram Rider opposite direction, right to the guards.
And that's a great play there. You got to soak a little bit of damage there with the guards. Obviously, high DPS, going to take out that Ram Rider with just the charge. And now you're able to kind of pile up behind this Lava Hound. And, you know, when we saw the cage and the minions in the Valve, you really do think Lava. And I really like that Ian's coming out with it because we didn't see it at all yesterday. And this dual lane pressure is really nice as well.
These are the rewards.
On the opposite side.
Oh, boy.
Here.
Yeah, forcing the fireball out. Not going to have that for this lava pop. The Evo Baby Dragon doing okay, but those pups can get a lot of damage. And honestly, the guards really, I think, force the hand of Newsy a little
lucky
bit.
drops
They shut down
and a banner set.
And as you mentioned, the dual lane pressure. Now Ian has options as in a great spot as we get into sudden death overtime.
I'm curious to see how he wants to
they
defend
start
here.
giving,
Again,
so at least for the first prize, 90 minutes. You need to stay for 90 minutes.
He takes the damage and sets up another lava.
And he's way ahead on Elixir, too. Full Lava Hound on the board, plus pretty much even in the Elixir bank, and now opposite lane pressure from Newsy.
Interesting. The Dark Prince is not going to get pulled, so he has to play something else. There you go. Valkyrie has to come down. Great use of the monk ability
Work to do for school.
That's a decent amount.
Dude,
going to have to deal with
what kind of a sad story is that shit?
Ram Rider connects. That's going to get way down, and suddenly we have a race on our hands, folks. 850 to 848.
No.
Still working down a little bit as that Lava Hound is up. Pops on the fireball. Lightning to clear. Ian getting very aggressive here. Tower down to 403 on the right-hand side.
Yeah, you got to pull the trigger on that lightning.
Ian in the lead.
Down pretty low. 403 remaining.
But not much,
now he just needs to play defense like crazy, and Newsy just needs to keep the
I've never heard of Newsy.
Like
First time I saw him was yesterday, and this guy out of nowhere.
Guards trying to hold. Reflection doing a good job. Full connection here. 295.
Oh.
Not quite there. Ian in trouble. Throws the arrows. Full send on the right-hand side.
Tournament standard, but I think he's right there. Good. Yep.
Oh,
my word. Oh, my word. Has the cage. Does not have the cage. Fireball will take care of it. 24 HP. Newsy with the comeback, and Ian just has to smile.
So tough there. You know, there were so many moments where it looked like Ian was just playing the Goblin Cage as a cycle card. And
you got to test
it. You want to control the board. You want to get it out. You want to be able to get back around to it.
Well, my condolences, Lorenzo. I wish you good luck, man, with the test.
So we kept seeing time and time again.
Open up the brain, fill it with information.
You don't have any stun. You don't have any reset.
Get it done, man.
Rider keeps connecting over and over, and there's only so many chances that you can get. And Newsy did a great job. You know, Rich, when you're playing against Lava Hound, you got to keep the pressure up other places so that they can't just support that big tank in the sky.
Well, you think about the big sequence that changed everything, and that was the monk catching the cage so that the cage couldn't pull things together, the extra Valkyrie, and suddenly the advantage that Ian had began to dissipate, and then that turned into a massive connection on the next sequence. GG well played, and a big Game 1 win in this elimination matchup.
Yeah, you know, and the other part of that conversation is, you know, yesterday we saw how dominant the Evo Valkyrie was.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Surprisingly in this matchup, and again, because of how heavy the deck is, we didn't see the effectiveness of that Evo Valkyrie quite the same way that you would like to when you put it in your deck. You know, it's become the greatest defensive card in the game.
This guy Newsy, man. It would have been
really nice for Ian to be able to get that, just to be a little bit more control on
literally, there's a chance for everybody in CRL every single year.
Really well this entire weekend, Rich. He's a great Mega Draft player. And one of the things that we were talking about yesterday on broadcast is when you're a Mega Draft player, not only do you learn the interactions with every card in the game from your opponent, you learn them for yourself. You learn about playing against every win condition, every weird combination of deck. And Newsy has just really shown that he knows the ins and outs of Clash Royale, even if we're not familiar with him at the highest level.
Well, I mean, I've always loved myself some
I'm
Mega
always
Draft,
surprised how Ian
Mega Flex
plays
here
these
in our finals
major
weekend.
tournaments.
And, you know, looking at the decks from game number one, I know there wasn't really a clear target for arrows throughout that game, but you look at the final score and you wonder, man, if you'd gotten arrows involved one time earlier, we'd be singing a different
Previous
tune.
decks.
Either way, that's the past, and we start with a hog directly into a perfectly played mini P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
No
Mini
hits.
P.E.K.K.A. has shown up so much. You know, you think about the cheapness of Mini P.E.K.K.A. The biggest problem with Mini P.E.K.K.A., just like Mama P.E.K.K.A., is how slow she is. But you add the Baby Dragon in the mix, and Mini P.E.K.K.A's just started to show up a little bit more as a little bit of a ground tank killer.
And Furnace sets up in the back.
Here
with
we have the Furnace.
juice from the chef.
Yeah, Pancake Tower has been a little bit more popular just because of what we're seeing at the top of your
Pancake
screen
Tower.
here. You know, that Goblin Machine is
Yeah,
a
Pancake
nuisance
Man.
in the game. It is
I ate a pancake
arguably
yesterday.
one of the most frustrating cards to play against, and of course, you know, support
Well,
with the Goblin Giant,
it's called
all that with the Pancake
crap
Tower, it just becomes really difficult to control
in
throughout
France.
the game, especially as you get deep in double and triple.
It's interesting how underutilized the machine was when it first dropped, and obviously, as we've talked about many times, this game is always changing.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where you start to find the correct combination. You know, similar to Baby Dragon. It felt like when the Baby Dragon Evo was announced and when it first came into the game, people felt like it was a little underwhelming. But then you realize what you can couple it with, and you go, oh my God, this is already a huge problem. And I don't actually think the Baby Dragon needs to really be changed much. I really like where it's at. Whereas Goblin Machine, I don't know exactly what about the mechanics need to change. We were talking about maybe a charge up time or more of like an LOS thing. Maybe the rocket has a shorter range. But as of right now, he's just annoying.
Dual lane pressure now. Goblin Giant in its Evo form to the left-hand side. Gets some pancake help. And Curse trying to give it a little bit extra. Not going to get much out of it. A couple of stabs there, but well handled by Ian as we go into double elixir, and he doubles down on the right-hand lane. Ice Spirit going to get that hog one shot, and it does.
Yeah, I mean, Ian's one of those guys that is known as one of the best hog players in the world. He's not going to let that one Mini P.E.K.K.A. be a problem every single time, because not only is it 4 elixir for 4 elixir, but then you have to deal with the counter push. So I like the slight evolution of his push with the Ice Spirit and the Wizard.
And a little distraction there.
Gonna get
up
one
the middle.
hit.
Gonna get one more shot, and you know, 2 shots out of that. Very nice for
Two
Ian.
hits.
A lot of people, when they're newer thinking about hog, they're hoping for the hog to go and connect so many times, but when you're playing at this level, when you're playing hog the way that we're seeing Ian play it, you're really going for 1, maybe 2 hits every single time. 2 is the bonus, and this is working out pretty well, although this Mini P.E.K.K.A. could be a problem. Oh
Yeah.
my word!
Wow, great play there by Newsy. And you know, I was just thinking about how Ian did a good job of putting the goblins in his deck to kind of substitute for the guards. Guards such a good job at, you know, taking care of any Prince, P.E.K.K.A., Mini P.E.K.K.A., but goblins just not quite as strong, and we see right there Ian taking some damage for it.
Ian whizzes up in response to the Furnace. Lots of elixir spent on the left-hand side. Rage pushing that Goblin Giant in further. Mini P.E.K.K.A. might get a shot there. Yes, it does. So has to control the Mini P.E.K.K.A. one more time. And while it is Newsy in a bit more of a precarious position, he's doing a great job of creating pressure. Let's see if he takes a hog hit here,
So
and
weird.
that one might be the death knell.
Yeah,
Every single platform has
Newsy
no
can just keep
problem
the pressure
with,
up as much as he wants, but Ian is so close to
doing
stuff
watch
like
parties,
there's the
except
first
for
earthquake. You can
TikTok.
Imagine a log's going to come down, get a tower down like a Tesla, excuse me.
I don't
and then
get
you
it.
have to just cycle him out. So, you know, the Hog EQ Wizard does it again.
And as you might expect, yeah, you think, oh, there we go. Oh my word.
1-1.
That gets a little exciting there sometimes with those last second finishes, but Ian able to tough it out.
I
And
asked
get the
for an
win. And,
appeal
you're
on
talking
TikTok.
about Newsy being a
And I
Mega
got
Draft
it.
champion, did win a global tournament for Mega Draft, his only #1 when you're looking
Oh
at
my
all
God,
this
that's the first
participation
time in my life I
although
win
has
an
some
appeal
solid rank
on
finishes,
TikTok.
At least 1 top 10,
Yay.
so certainly a talented player.
Let's
but
go.
in that situation, Ian has had that matchup pretty well sussed out.
Otherwise,
As
it
you
won't
mentioned,
show the
hundreds upon
content
hundreds of
on the
times.
For You page,
Yeah, I mean, I
and
think what's
nobody
the
will
most
see
impressive
this.
about Newsy this weekend is the level of competition he's
Oh
run
my
into.
goodness,
You beat
man.
1 2-time world champion in Mugi. Then you
Live
run into
as a
Muhammad Light,
content
who,
creator
like I said at the top of the broadcast,
is
just looked like a
hard.
force. I mean, there was just something about the way he was playing yesterday. It was that scary, you know, smiley look in the camera Mo that comes out with what he wants to run, dominates with it. But then he goes down and plays against Viper, and that's a really great best of 3. So what we're really seeing in both these guys is kind of, you know, especially in game number 2.
Hey,
and
Victoria.
we love the QR codes on screen, guys.
How
It's
are you
something that we were
today?
talking
It's
about
so
yesterday.
good.
It's
Things
so
are getting
great to be able
better?
to just copy decks straight off
the
the broadcast instead
ear
of having to go
infection
look
finally
online or
gone?
screenshot. But as you guys can see, it's like Ian playing his comfort deck and then Newsy playing the strongest deck in the meta. And both these guys just doing slight little changes as things went on, right? We saw like the Hog the first time go into the mini P.E.K.K.A. Then we saw the Hog plus the Ice Spirit plus the Wizard to make sure some damage came through. And then on the other side of it, Newsy recognized, okay, Goblin Giant plus mini P.E.K.K.A. really works. If we get arrows for those goblins, since they're not guards, we don't have to use more spell power. We don't have to go arrows plus curse or arrows plus rage. And then that extra little bit of elixir, it just made it every single time that Gob Giant plus mini P.E.K.K.A. was a really big problem.
Still
for
not
Ian,
gone.
So you saw Ian have to spend even more on his defenses.
Oh, no.
So I really like the evolution of the attack on both sides, but Ian comes out on top with his comfort deck, and not too surprised about it because of, I mean, he's like maybe top 3 in the world.
So
when you
how long is this taking now, Victoria?
And think about things that Ian does have left.
Going on for a week?
He did have success yesterday against Sweep, running Royal Hogs. The snowball probably means we're not going that direction. Let's see what Ian has cooked up for game number 3. And going drill.
Yeah, whenever you see snowball, it basically feels like it's always going to be drill. We do see a little bit of loon snowball.
No,
but
the Mega Knight.
Here in this competition.
I always have to think about Yarmo and his favorite card.
MK to open up.
The Mega Knight.
And drill himself.
A week now.
And first exchange, won't result in a ton. Go ahead, Andrew.
Just going to say I like what Ian's doing here. A little bit of an overspend on defense, knowing that the counter push is going to come through. The MK is out of cycle, so you're not going to have to worry about it being dropped at the bridge. And just a slightly mistimed marker.
Does he get a little bit out of this one? Drill does cover for... Nope, the Furnace goes down, and a King Tower activation with the NATO.
Really well played, honestly. I mean, that King Tower activation is really going to help. I think Newsy recognized that the Furnace was going to tank for the drill for a second, and then the Fire Spirit is going to come out, jump on tower, decides to take all that damage, get the King Tower activation to help with the drill throughout the rest of the game.
Ian in that bunk bed. This guy.
Poison for some extra value.
E-Drag. Haven't seen a lot of E-Dragon. Starting to show up a little bit more because of the more beatdown, but yeah, I like that. I like that play. I think Ian's going to have some trouble dealing with it.
Bomb tower to hold. Magic Archer gonna help clear a little bit. Berserker to change the Magic Archer direction, and the NATO there to get the lineup. Will it get more shots? I think that's gonna be 2 connections total, and now force Ian to do something else.
Does he get the King Tower activation? He misses it. Gotta hit that King Tower activation.
Gonna roll that Mega Knight way back, but the vines will prevent the
push.
Never mind. The dash gets away, and Ian blows this one wide open.
What?
As he now has to contend with the Evo Mega Knight.
Will they, won't they?
No!
With the dash. We saw a lot of it yesterday.
Yeah, bro!
Great job.
How are you doing?
Holding. Let your opponent overspend.
Oh,
and then
finally!
Last second, get a great connection.
Okay.
And Furnace should do
we might do that
here.
tonight.
The damage not able
if
to
you feel, if you have some time.
By Ian, lots going on there.
This is a long stream though. I'm gonna stream this for, I guess, 4 hours.
Evo Furnace can do is absolutely insane. We saw yesterday Evo Furnace get kind of caught at the
I'll do that, man. Thanks a lot, bro.
Fire spirits around it, and then a Goblin Machine was dropped down, and that Goblin Machine got evaporated, similar to what we just saw with that Mega Knight.
Is he trying to get the lineups with the NATO?
Yo, what happened?
And then Knight to clear didn't happen. Golden Knight gets a 2-part dash, and Poison will come in. That's going to be it. Ian
happened.
Punching his ticket to the next round.
Somebody
and
subscribe, but I
more
couldn't see it.
In those ever-important standings.
Yeah, what a great run for Newsy. I mean, he runs it. There's the flex once again. We love the flexy. And never change. Never change. I mean, what a great run for Newsy.
Somebody
honestly.
subscribed or did something.
None of us knew coming into today, or yesterday, excuse me. And then today, we were like, all right, well, he showed up yesterday. He beat a 2-time world champion. He was able to stand his ground against Viper, and then he runs into Ian. And what's really interesting about Ian, and I said this yesterday as well, is just that he's in a situation where it's kind of like you got to be able to beat who's in front of you, right? And obviously that's something that you want to save for anybody. But Ian already punching a golden ticket super early on, you want to make sure he's still at the height of his game as the season moves on. And he did it yesterday against Sweep when he needed to, and he just did it again here today.
And remember that Ian comes in today 6th on that points leaderboard. So only a couple of spots out of getting that first round bye. Adriel, the one hanging on the back end. Ian with 150 points. Adriel with 185. So Ian is in the hunt right now to take over that last first round bye position.
Yeah, and if you look at the decks here, game number 1, Ian goes to the skies. It doesn't really work out. I like that he tries it out. It's a good place to try it in game number 1. Not a whole lot on the line yet. The biggest thing here was just the Ram Rider not being able to get stopped other than with that lightning, right? And then you're expecting the Cage or maybe the Evo Valk to make up for not having the stun or the building that's still on the board. And unfortunately, the Valkyrie just didn't really show up the way that she wanted to. Pretty heavy cycle to get all the way back around. Musi recognized it and did a good job keeping up the pressure. Then in game number 2, it does get a bit closer, but then you're seeing the Hog EQ Master go up against one of the most popular decks in the meta right now. So you imagine Ian probably knows that interaction and that matchup inside and out. And then game number 3, we see how well the Golden Knight kind of works into the meta right now. Didn't have the same targets that kind of brought the Golden Knight back into the meta, which is really the Furnace was the most important thing or part of that equation. But Ian still did a good job holding on, had some great Golden Knight connections.
With,
he had 2 of them, and you can't really allow that at the highest
Who's number
level.
1 with
And
the tournament?
Taking a look at the bracket as we see the movement continue. As mentioned, Ian taking a step forward on that leaderboard, taking a step forward in our bracket as he will be in our final 6.
Okay.
Sending Newsy out and on to his next journey for a big-time win for Ian. And I just want to make a quick note, Andrew, as we're about to get to our next matchup here with Sam and Riley in a minute, which I'm super pumped about. Yeah. Looking
Ian,
at those decks,
one from Newsy.
It's interesting to see how long
Ian already has a golden ticket, by the way. He got the first one.
Evos that are not in the Evo slot, which I know it's been going on for a little while, but
in Clash Royale,
I haven't visualized it very much.
The
when I think about it.
2024
going on where there's 2 Evos in the Evo
World
slots,
Champion is Mohammed Light.
Down as that the concept
and
spreads throughout the.
I think
the
he also has a golden ticket.
A little fun tidbit I hadn't thought
for
about
the 2025 World Championship.
I mean, you see that
so
like when they
already a couple of players have a golden ticket. Actually, this is the last possibility
it was just, there was only 2
to get a golden
now
ticket.
You'll see 4 or 5 or something like that in one deck.
Still,
and
in my opinion, Mohammed Light is the best Clash Royale player. That guy is crazy, and we're going to see him today as well.
I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen the effectiveness of the Baby Dragon.
He's in the upper bracket.
It felt like it was everywhere yesterday, but I imagine in this set we will, especially with Sam out there.
Crazy player, Mohammed
Light.
Light.
Interesting situation because you have 2 guys
I think
that
he
are
plays with
kind of fighting for their
4
lives in the sense
accounts
of Riley
in
doesn't even have the
on ladder.
points. Sam is in the points conversation for sure for the LCQ, but Riley
Cheers,
being
bro.
number 2 in the world last year at World Finals. It's just been a little bit of a lackluster year for him, but obviously we're all really excited to see him here.
If you have the chance, Dustin,
and he's got to make
to go to
he most certainly does. That's the
CRL. It's in the United States this year.
Earlier,
the finale.
About this meta,
last year it was in Finland, so that was easy for me. It's like an hour and a half flight.
Running Golem, running Royal
going
Hogs
for
recruits,
just
running
2 days
Goblin
of
Giant Rage,
Clash
all in
Royale.
the same match, by the way.
On I don't know,
that same
11-hour flight is a bit too much.
Very typical Sam fashion.
So I'm gonna watch it from home.
Riley, it's not like there's any meta that's that makes him
unless I have something to do there.
But definitely one of those ones where this one I think favors the people, favors a deck pool that doesn't exactly match what he loves to play.
100%.
Of course I do, bro. Of course I do.
Those things where Sam is, we called him the mad scientist.
I think it's Atlanta.
And the meta that we're in, it really, really suits his play style. And wow, Cannon Cart connects. That's absolutely crazy. And you can see Riley kind of shaking his head there. Great vines and a Baby Dragon shot. And Riley's going back to this Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck that is... It's pretty good. It's pretty good, and it hurts my heart to say that about Mortar, but I think we talked about it a good amount. Yesterday was just
World Finals.
Mortar really does the best when you have the ability to get on tower 100% of the time with the miner. Against the best players in the world, you start
already
to
said it somewhere.
That barrel through, or
on this website, they still say
that effective. Obviously,
it's
Riley's
under reps,
one of the most talented players in the game, and he's definitely made it successful for himself.
I think it's
just one of those things where Mortar's not
like
quite as strong as it has been, but I think Riley's been liking to play it because there's not a lot of overlap in the cards that are used in this deck and what else is really strong in the meta. So it's almost like he can feel things out with this deck and then kind of go from there.
I got it, man.
Keeps going.
Working on the left-hand side.
Put it in the chat.
The hold by the Skeleton King.
Tickets are not that
expensive.
Mortar
Mortar down defensively.
So for all the people that are interested.
And Sam just spamming the bridge as one does.
Yeah, and even then, look at that. Wow. Look at that, man. The battle ram just requires so much attention sped up by the baby dragon. Still, the barbs get on tower. Obviously, not a lot of damage, but it's
DreamHack Atlanta.
That interaction is so. You've known an interaction for 9 years, the speed of cards for 9 years, and now it just changes everything up.
Really?
Working over to the right-hand side now.
I love aquariums, man. Everywhere I go on vacation, at least I go to an aquarium. I don't know why.
That spawn
Some people might think it's boring,
really
but
I'm really curious to see how
I like it.
This game keeps going.
Especially sharks.
Mortar and the skeleton barrel having trouble, but there's no building to pull that skeleton barrel in. There's obviously Zappy's finds and the barbell to help.
But tickets are cheap, bro.
Is when you look at this deck, it's just
I don't know.
battle ram.
From
cards,
Albuquerque
to
he has
mortar, he has fireball. There's so many good
to
ways
Atlanta.
to see right there.
Let me see how far that is.
To stop the battle ram, so Sam's gonna have to really innovate as this game goes on.
Here, grab your tickets.
Lots on the left-hand side.
Your 3-day
not
tickets.
Be used here, instead setting up Baby Dragon plus Dark Prince to absorb.
79.
Counter push in the left-hand lane. And Sam going to go ahead and put.
Oh, it's
and I gotta say this: how many times has it? How long has it been since I've seen much of a snowman? My favorite little guy, Ice Golem, in full-on competitive play. Thank you, new meta.
And a 3-day Passepartout.
I don't know what it does, but we need it.
Ticket is $79.
Give me my crunchy feet plushie reference.
3-day family.
There's like a trail of snow behind it that just slows everything that follows it.
Here. 3-day family ticket grants entry to DreamHack for 1
it could be interesting.
or 2 adults and from 1 to 6 children
left.
under
Dark
13
Prince
years
to the
of
right-hand
age.
side. Ice Golem in
Children
front.
under 13 come for free, but still require a ticket.
And
tickets include full 3-day festival access,
fireball to clear,
commemorative festival badge, all-in pricing starting from 79. But
second. I think the Ice
I think the early bird was cheaper.
So there you go, Rich. A little bit of damage in from 1669 down to 1585 with that Ice Golem love.
But those are some big Ice Wizard hits on the left-hand side. That makes this a lot closer. Bar Barrel comes out, no damage that time around.
Yeah, this is tricky, man. 40 seconds left, and Sam can't find a way to break through. And Riley knows Sam's going to have to overspend every single time. Just get as many barrels out as you can is Riley's gameplay right now, while using the mortar for defense.
Fireball going to clear. No, one hit in. There's a barb on the tower. A barb on the tower doesn't quite get enough.
Wow, he made pressure here. He's got the lead in both lanes.
Oh no, Evo skeleton.
And Riley has to fireball for damage, and he does.
That's a
Pop.
huge barrel, man.
Wow. And that should do it in game number 1. Sam had his moments, had some big moments, but didn't quite get enough out of them, and the ability to do direct damage does great work for Riley. GG, well played, game number 1.
It's so much easier said than done for Sam, but once you get that damage lead in both lanes that late in the game, I think you really got to just lean on defense.
I always love the hair shots, the hair camera from Riley. This guy only shows his hair.
I don't know why Sam didn't keep up pressure.
Why would you only show hair?
Offense, but in this situation, it really felt like Sam had the lead in the right-hand side for a lot of the game, and then he takes a good damage lead on the left-hand side with, I think, 40-ish seconds left. I think you got to use the Vines and Zappies defensively a little bit more effectively against those barrels. The mortars aren't connecting on tower because your battle ram a lot of the time is either going to pull that out or you're going to be spending the elixir on fireball. So the mortar just wasn't as effective offensively. So I think Sam could have maybe recognized that and just dealt with the barrel a little bit more.
And that ended up being,
by the way,
Achilles heel, right?
Dustin, that makes me think
was absolutely massive. And of course, the fact that the fireball can get on
I bought a new phone.
A big difference as you start seeing.
And
that,
nowadays, with all those two-factor authentication, there's one thing you cannot skip.
Riley, we were talking
Make sure
top of the match about
you back up all your two-factor authentication things like
we saw Riley show
Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator, everything
into some solid damage. So game number 1.
If you don't make a
Riley,
backup
and now
of that,
the big question: we've seen Sam go a lot.
It's really hard to get access from your new phone. So I always say,
Goblin Giant Raid.
Keep your old phone until everything works. Everything. Otherwise, you can lock yourself out. You're gonna cry
really
like a baby.
It does feel like in a moment like this, it would make sense for
B-Red had his old phone,
Evo Baby Dragon Mighty Miner
he still might have access and could transfer
Giant deck. It does well against
the access to his
but
new
it
phone.
Struggled a little bit against Golem yesterday, and I don't think
nowadays, if you are not really aware of what plays
too much on just one
and what is important on the phone,
and I think Sam kind of recognizes what people think he's going
shit
to run.
can hit the fan, man.
A little bit different, even if that is just Piggy's recruits as opposed to Goblin Giant. I think that would even be a better idea. But as you see the Evo Furnace first card,
man, those tickets are cheap.
It might just be a mirror
same in Finland, man. Only expensive, two expensive things were my hotel room and my.
I was gonna say Riley working with longtime Clash Royale coach.
My air ticket, man, the flight.
So you definitely know there's some deck picking progressions and conversations happening.
So far, I like that Sam's gone completely different.
So all in all, I think
so. That's
3 days Helsinki set me back like €1,000. It's annoying, man.
An aggressive Royal Giant.
Gotta eat.
Single on the left-hand side. Fishboy to pull
hotel
in the middle,
prices.
They are also Fisherman, Bomb
close
Tower,
to
and
150, 200 a night.
Trying to work on this
there
one.
you go, man. And then you need
the 2,000 HP
airline ticket.
After that, RG went to work.
I kind of love this Tombstone pick. It's going to be so annoying.
And of course the aquarium. So
he's going to drop the arrows there. Gets the last second furnace.
The longer you wait for the hotel, man, it's gonna price go up.
Tombstone is going to be just pretty annoying.
But the worst possible prices
the
are in Austin, Texas, man. If you go to the Austin Convention Center and you don't like to walk.
Get one Fire Spirit connection on the right-hand side.
Last year, my hotel was almost next to the convention center.
So far, so good for
holy
OP
shit,
Sam
man!
Riley.
Those prices.
Has that right-hand tower down to 24.58.
Cost me an arm and a leg.
I'll be honest, I don't really love
Even
that ability,
more.
man. I don't know what he's kind of expecting out of it. It's obviously going to slow the push down a little bit, but it's not effective enough.
Let me search for that aquarium, by the way.
I don't think it's 2 elixir wasted, but I think he's going to be in trouble here.
Aquarium?
Lot in deep, and Machine gets on tower. Mama Pekka still completely healthy.
Yo, man.
Goblin Giant in great shape.
The Georgia
Arrows to clear.
Aquarium
Sam has very little elixir to deal with, and that's it.
I don't know what the ability was, man.
Buy tickets.
You know why I know that? Because I have used so many bad Skeleton King abilities in my day. And it was one of those will I, won't I. I could see that Sam was kind of holding.
These are also
play it. And that's just
general admission starting at $44.49. Anytime general admission $67.99. Aqua Pass.
I get it, whatever, but like
blackout dates apply.
Really hurt Sam.
$67.99.
It's kind of a, I don't know if it's a panic play or a distraction play or how you want to describe it, but it's, as you mentioned, you've done a lot of those bad ones, and sure, many people have, but it's just that moment where you feel like,
really,
well,
bro?
I have to get the value out of it, but that's kind of like throwing good money after bad at that point.
The problem with the deck that Riley's running, not the problem with it, it's actually the good thing about it is it's just so strong that if your opponent makes a big elixir mistake in single, you can really overwhelm. And it's similar to like that conversation with Lava Hound when you're like setting up a lava and you just have to eat damage. Sam didn't really create pressure in the opposite lane, but I guess the point is that Riley was just in a spot where there was no pressure. Sam
also saw him in
There was
Helsinki.
no reason for Riley to take his focus anywhere else on the board. He piles it on the left-hand side and just runs him over. GG, well played.
Second last year.
Move Riley on.
He still doesn't have the golden ticket.
Is going to make sure that he cannot crack.
And he was in the finale last year against Muhammad Light.
A good spot points-wise, Sam will finish, but I believe this is going to keep him out of the top 4. We're going to update on points here pretty soon, but with some other players, including Ian, still in the mix, that might end up being you might get to Worlds, but you're not going to get that first round bye.
The thing is, so
at the
all your two-factor authentication applications have the possibility to make backup. So besides the backup on your phone,
Sam looking good early
you also need to back up your two-factor authentication apps specifically because they have their own backup.
Or is it more about,
same goes for
game number 2, the slip-ups on Sam's side?
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, it was a lot of what we talked about. It's just, Riley recognized, I mean, he might have known the whole time, but he was just like, I need to defend and just use these skeleton barrels.
Old school technology, MIDI.
Use that drop damage, and we'll see.
I prefer USB,
skeletons can actually get on tower from the barrel.
I got this external sound card from Focusrite.
Game number 2,
where you can connect two
we love the
mics
mad scientist, but this deck is kind of all over the place.
and
you've got a weak building that doesn't really do a lot of
speakers
damage.
here,
In general, this deck has
which I don't
very
use
little
right
DPS.
now.
You're relying
I
on
only
the
use
Skellies
the
and
headphones.
mainly that Evo Furnace, but if the Evo Furnace gets spelled off
Yo,
the
I
board,
got a
you
subscription from
there on the other
Mateo.
side. Then all of a sudden you have
Mateos.
just no DPS. That's kind
Thanks
of
for
what we
the
saw
sub
you were
on
even saying.
YouTube,
That
bro.
Mama Becca still is completely full HP, and she's tanking for the Goblin Giant. So you got a lot
Thanks.
of damage to do really quickly, and then you get the slight misstep.
No worries, JD. It's a long stream, man.
And Riley does a good job just completely.
It
running
is a
him
long
over
stream.
with this incredibly
Glad you
frustrating
made
to run
it.
into deck. I mean, it's good
How's
in
it
single
going?
when you make Elixir mistakes, which people do a lot in single, and then obviously Elixir is a little bit more forgiving in double and triple. But that deck just
Are
gets
you
stronger
playing
and
Clash
stronger because of
Royale,
how
by
heavy
the
it
way,
is.
JD?
And Sam, I'm going to exit here having earned 50 points from the Stats Royale Golden Edition, which will leave him at 160, just outside of that top 4 mark for a first-round bye, but in a very good position to potentially be a top 6 and qualifier directly to World Finals. Keep your eye on that one as time goes on. Riley taking a step forward here, both in his points and in his search for a golden
prizes.
ticket.
First prize drops after 90 minutes.
Riley and Ian both still alive. And, of course, I know lots of you at home would love to see them continue that lower bracket and get a classic Ian versus Riley
minutes
matchup.
In,
but, of
so
course,
another 45 minutes
up in the upper bracket.
I can show you the prizes real quick.
Face them for those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean it's really
to
exciting see what's going to happen here in the upper bracket. We have kind of the tale of two brackets in the sense of you look at what happened with Pedro and Mo, and they were very dominant. Although Pedro's games were really close, we got 2 HP in one game and 106 HP in the other game. Muhammad Light, on the other hand, was just a complete steamroller when you talk about him running into Newsy. So two guys that were untouchable yesterday.
These are the prizes.
That's a little bit closer. I'd say their opponents were a little bit different in skill level. Just Newsy, not as well known again, as opposed to, I believe it was Ian that Pedro
after 90 minutes.
But I'm excited to see these two play against each other. We're getting a World Finals,
lucky drop
going up against a two-time
second one
champion.
after 150 minutes.
And
third one after 210 minutes. And
so
all the way at the end,
they want to come out against, knowing who they're going.
You get the second piece of the
really I think that,
Furnace banner set.
Pedro kind of starting off his career, as many do, especially many Brazilians did, more in that cycle mode. But we saw him step up.
And thanks for the sub, Mateo. Appreciate it, man.
One of the most beatdowny metas ever for World Finals, make it all the way to the top 2. So certainly a guy who can hit that flexibility, but. Then again, we're talking about Muhammad Light.
Yeah, rewards.
Now, I will say this, that if we work back to, I think it was the 2023 season, Pedro was the guy, right? He was the breakout star of that year. One of the only other people to put in 3 accounts in the top 10 on a ranked season finish. So this is one of those ones where
those random boxes, lucky drops.
The thing about Pedro too at that World Finals was you knew exactly what he was going to run. He was going to run minor control or he was going to run minor mortar, and he just did it over and over and over, and no one could do anything about it. So I really like that he's going back to minor control here against Mo in game number 1.
And unlock.
Let these guys feel each other out, see how their nerves are going, see how
they have you in their golden cage.
They are.
You have to watch.
So far, we've seen that Dark Goblin connect on the right-hand side, and a little bit of minor damage on the right-hand side as well for Pedro.
Did not run it at all yesterday, but back to this very quick cycle for Pedro here in game number 1 against Muhammad Light. And, I think that one of the things that doesn't get talked about enough is the nerves. We've talked about it some, but
indeed,
the nerves that even the top tier players
has
face,
changed.
Right?
Like,
you're trying to work on a tiny screen
only
where one tile and 1 split second changes
the
everything.
basic of the game.
And I think that when you realize that Muhammad Light actually is nervous when he's playing at these high games. Pedro, we've seen as well, has the same situation. The ability to overcome those nerves, I think, is one of the big separators between these two guys and a lot of the rest of the Clash Royale world.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be able to be emotionless in Clash Royale. It's
so much changed.
For the point of not getting, too excited and making mistakes, but also for the
But
point
currently,
of when you lose a game or you lose a set,
Clash Royale is on a tremendous comeback.
So final minute of regulation, double elixir. Miner goes to the back, and Pedro recognizing there's no King Tower activation against that Miner. Let's start getting the mind games going as early as possible.
Yeah, that Berserker has to come up every single time to catch that Miner, and obviously for Muhammad Light, he hopes he places it in the right spot.
Very important to see like the log placement. If you have that combination of
really
princess
for bait players
or Dark Goblin,
and those barrels effective. The regular
you
barrels
have to place your lock in the middle of your tower. Otherwise, you won't hit the princess at the bridge.
Mother Witch trying to slow
you want to take them out both.
Still take the damage. Things still
lock
close
placement
right now.
is super
Not
important.
Quite a catch. And you see just Pedro leaving that one a little bit low, seeing that Mo's trying to kind of cover bases rather than maybe necessarily go for the direct catch.
Almost a connection there with the wall breakers, but
with the lead 22-40 to 23-17.
This deck just does so well against bait in the sense of you have the log, you have the skellies, you have that golden knight to be able to deal with the regular barrel, and then of course you have the E-Spirit to deal with that Evo barrel, which is, you know, one of the best cards in the game to deal with the Evo barrel.
One hit.
Berserker gets one on the left-hand side. Electro Spirit to absorb the Fire Spirit, and now red hair in both lanes.
Really nicely played there by Pedro. He doesn't send in the minor. Mohamed Light goes
Evo
Berserker
Valkyrie.
lane, and then recognizes
Such a strong
now
card.
For the minor. He drops
He misses the.
And, no minor comes in, so technically Pedro could have sent in a minor then, but instead
he missed the Duke barrel.
Probably the better idea.
And Mohamed going to eat a little bit of damage here on the left-hand side, sacrificing for the need to defend the right-hand lane. Poison, though, starting to do its work for Pedro as we enter sudden death.
And this is exactly what he did back in 2023, although he's taken a lot of damage there, not using the ability, I think, on that Golden Knight. Instead, just kind of lets it swing away on those goblins, catches the minor this time with the Berserker, but as you said, Rich, that poison damage is going to add up.
Constant pressure with these fast cycle decks. Crazy.
From the barrel.
And we are, similarly to what we saw earlier, we're in a situation again where one player has direct damage and the other player does not. So Pedro just has to prevent against these connections, but look at that one. Down to 1130, spent so much elixir and gave up so much damage.
Major damage. Oh no. Minor with poison and log.
It just looked like Pedro
getting close now.
Down to one with that golden knight.
Piggy at the tower.
The ability and wow, now running away with it in that bottom right.
Oh my.
Just a misstep. Just completely overwhelmed. Mo spends a little bit more than he needs to on offense. Doesn't deal with the skellies on the left-hand side because he gets distracted by the double minor on the right-hand side. And then Pedro doing a good job of just staying in it, keeping up the pressure, and somehow Mo lost track of the board.
I think that the Vegas line on Mo losing a tower to Evo Skellies was probably minus 2,000. So if you put money on that one, congratulations, or plus 2,000, right? Like that was not on my bingo card at all. But as you said, yeah, the pressure, a little too much here and there, and then lost track of it. And I'm a little surprised. I did not think I was ever going to see that one happen.
Yeah, especially because Evo Skellies are not that strong right now. I mean,
there was just too much happening. Even for a man as Mohamed Light, it can be a bit overwhelming.
The opposite of that case where Pedro's like, all right, well, I want Skellies in here. I want the fast cycle.
We don't stand a chance. I can tell you that.
And it was just one of those things where, I mean, we were literally talking about it for the first 30 seconds of that match, where it was just like Pedro did that in 2023, regardless of what the meta was, regardless of what people thought he was going to run. And that's why he's, arguably the best in the world at minor poison control.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely beautiful. And you saw when you think about minor poison control, you often think about just kind of the one lane fight, choosing your lane and chipping away at it over time. And he did a really great job of putting some pressure on the opposite lane with those counter pushes, backing up that Golden Knight and creating some damage that ultimately led to the win. Now, I think that maybe that minor would have won the game on the right-hand side, even if the Golden Knight and Evo Skellies hadn't done what they did on the left-hand lane. But creating that concern for Mohamed Light opened up a lot of possibilities. So, like you said, just absolutely beautiful gameplay from Pedro.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where you started to see Pedro use that Golden Knight, and not maybe the absolute best in defending against those Goblin Barrels, but creating presence on the left-hand side of the board. And kind of as the game went on, I think Mo got lulled into a sense of security in the left-hand lane because of exactly what you're talking about. He was focused minor poison on the right-hand side. It doesn't feel like there should be enough of a threat on the left-hand side, and then all of a sudden, Pedro turns up the heat on both sides of the board, and a very rare misstep from Mohamed Light of not only, like you said, the minors plus Poisons would have ended up, I think, still stealing the win on that right-hand side. So Pedro turns it up on the left. Evo Skelly's come in, and just a lot of trouble for the GOAT.
Well, it's interesting how much, the Evo Skelly's and Golden Knight defense on the Goblin Bar on the left-hand side gave up so much damage. And initially, it kind of looked like that might have been what opened the door. But it was that same defensive play that traveled all the way across and got it done on the opposite end. So, it's also one of those things where you can predict and understand some things about the moment happening, but taking advantage of the little gifts that you get, of the little openings, is that difference so many times. And Pedro, the maturity has grown, and you're also seeing why he's now a multiple-time world finalist and multiple at one time, at the same time.
Okay, here we go again.
I mean, and also
Mo
he just found
versus
himself in a really
Pedro.
great matchup. It's one of those things where the matchup is always a part of the conversation, especially with that champion in there and how fast that deck moves around, the 3-card cycle, the ability to deal with, as I was saying during that game, of being able to deal with the Evo barrel so cheaply with the E-Spirit. The amount of damage that Mo got was still incredibly impressive, but, I stand by what I said, and that, Pedro still is arguably the best minor poison control player in the world. I think maybe
one
the
card
other guy
now
on the screen there, Mohamed Light, is the other person in that conversation.
So pretty quiet here in the first minute. The Rage
Not a whole lot going on.
Just a little bit of chip damage here, but both players kind of sitting back. And, I was curious as I was looking at the kind of beatdown meta that we're experiencing and seeing the rise of Golem as how much we might see some more of this going forward. But getting the Fish Boy out instead of waiting until the end, Pedro gets us going.
Evo Exy, interesting. I mean, definitely stacks up pretty well against a lot of things that are popular in the meta, because especially that, Gob Giant deck we were talking yesterday, just everything piles up at the bridge. So if you have something like an Executioner that can hit all of it, or like a Bomber we saw yesterday have some good effects.
Oh,
makes sense why we're starting to see a little bit more of it.
The Royal Giant.
Ram Rider slowing down the Royal Giant. Guards plus Bandit, plenty of DPS to get things cleared. And really trying to double down on this one as, wow, the Fish Boy gets a little distracted, and finally the guard will do a ton of damage.
I like that a lot. I like that push from Mohamed Light. Just really, really aggressive. He does a great job defending against that Royal Giant with just units on the board that are going to create a huge counter push, guards and bandits to distract, and just great work there early on.
Evo Exy goes to the weak side of Pedro as the Spirit Empress gets cycled in the middle. And same defense one more time for Mohamed Light, or at least very similar. Let's see if Pedro makes an adjustment here.
Looking for the King Tower activation here.
And now getting his own counter push going. Monk way ahead. Bandit gonna grab the Monk. Monk should. There we go. And notice how that's not going to result in a King Tower activation. Obviously less important in a Royal Giant matchup, but every little bit can help.
Yeah, nice play there with the Monk ability. Super late, waiting for the defense to come down, then activating it, then getting the RG in, knowing that RG was really struggling against the Ram Rider. Boss man. This is a big push on that left-hand side.
Just guards to work on the right-hand side defense. Ram Rider still up. Boss Bandit gets handled.
The Monk defends everything.
That defense was really clean on the left. Really well played there by Pedro.
What?
And with the King Tower activation, Bandit has no chance of escaping that interaction.
And this RG still needs a little bit more.
One shot.
Gets a shot for sure. Two.
Wow, gets a couple.
You can see
13.
Mo shocked.
2 shots from the Royal Giant.
And his offenses aren't translating now. Pedro's been doing a really good job of just completely shutting down the ability for anything to turn the opposite direction. So Mohamed Light has some math to do if he wants to get a win and stay in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you can definitely see Mo here just really upset with some of these interactions that he's defensively and offensively. I'd say mainly defensively, because it's keeping him off of the offensive side of the board. And now we'll see how this Ram Rider, that's a lot of again, perfect cleanup there by Pedro.
Yeah, Ram Rider just not finding
Mo
any
not
way
happy
to
with
get
the
through,
interactions.
and then
Uh-oh.
Now you see, and look at the guards getting worked.
Oh
now
my
another Ram
God.
Rider, but Fisherman distracted on the right-hand side.
It's gonna
Snowball,
hit.
not
Oh,
going to
yes.
do enough. Oh, no,
One.
the Ram Rider does just barely connect. 17:41, but with 30 seconds left, is this enough? Oh, my word.
Beautiful dual lane pressure there by Mo. He pulls out so much elixir on the left-hand side, then gets the next Ram Rider down. Just really, really greatly played. Has the Evo Snowball in hand. That was just a perfectly orchestrated offense by Mo Light.
Raged up on the Royal Giant. That's going to be a lot of damage here. This RG might be enough. Ram Rider connects with 2:20 left, and Mohamed Light steals victory from the jaws of defeat.
Just going for the tower trade, going for the race. I love that. Pedro has to switch lanes because he can't go RG into the
1-1
towers, and Mo Light just barely wins by a nose. That was absolutely crazy. One more RG shot, and that's a 2-0 sweep for Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, that was razor thin.
That was really...
You know, you called it out as it happened, right? Mohamed had continuously had trouble breaking in, but then forcing that 2 lanes, forcing it over to the left-hand side, and then getting that slight opening to get the connection on the right-hand lane that blew this thing wide open. Just, again, when you watch these two guys play, the long-term thought where they're really processing, what does the next 30, 60, 90, 120 look like, and how do I make those opportunities? That's one of the most fun things about this level of Clash Royale.
I mean, that's why these guys are two
I think one of the big changes for the CRL World Championship, like last year, Clash Royale was in a big dip in terms of popularity. This year, it like outperforms Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans all together. So it was really weird. So I checked all 3 World Championships in Finland. So in the morning they had Clash of Clans, then in the afternoon there was Clash Royale, and at the end of the day until the evening there was Brawl Stars. And the Brawl Stars like finale and games were like super packed. There was almost nobody with Clash of Clans. Then
that game again, 220
half to 3/4 filled arena with Clash Royale. But with Brawl Stars, people were hanging from the ceilings. But I think this year, it will be a little bit different.
He keeps the boss bandit alive long enough to support
I don't know.
I've
tried it once.
To get back to that next Ram Rider.
Wasn't really for me.
So you see that final Ram Rider that connects on the right hand side.
I see a couple of content creators that only stream
back behind the other troops, so we can 3-card cycle
tactics.
To create that damage. So all those things happening at once, really smart stuff.
It kind of reminds me of Clash Mini. Kind of a weird translation from Clash Mini into Clash Royale.
Offensive, and while she still is
I don't know.
She's got a lot of HP. And the other
we
thing
could check it out on stream once, see if it's interesting, man. I'm just
what makes the boss.
I try all kinds of different things,
but it's about that 3-card cycle that you're talking about, and just keeping her on the board. For really
Moko is not like dropping anything in terms of Chapter 3. There's so much else to do. Endless possibilities in terms of new games,
like we just saw, and it's one of the most frustrating things about that card because you cannot ignore it. But she not always, but a lot of the time will make you overspend, and then you pay for it down the line.
Yeah, man.
Fisherman Log and Evo Tesla all gone for Pedro. Does Mo consider
not that I'm any good, but we can have a look.
Ice with Skelly. Looks like he might be going Mortar.
All right. EO, new subscriber. For Drum. Thanks for the sub, bro. Let's go. And welcome to the stream.
Building up a little bit. Let's see if Pedro.
How are you doing?
Down and
oh wow,
3-3 split on the recruits.
This is interesting. This is not something that I'm super familiar with.
Did someone play?
Nice arrows.
Did someone play Graveyards Recruits yesterday?
Already back to a new Goblin Hut.
I don't think so.
I thought I saw one weird when I was looking through the deck. I saw one really weird graveyard deck, but
it's hard to say.
I love the Royal Guards,
and again, they're so different now. Like we'll see such weird compositions. It's cards being paired with cards that you're not used to seeing. Yep, it is still a mortar with recruits.
And I haven't played it once since the rework.
You know, Mo is
so
kind of covering his bases to run into that
only when people are close by.
A lot of good DPS, a lot of good
couple of goblins, spear goblins wake up.
You've got the arrows to take out. Usually, like a bomber is there to support, even though the bomber's in this drill deck. And Mo going mortar miner, so you know something that we're not seeing a lot in the meta right now is mortar and miner together for some reason after the miner nerf. But
yeah, it's also tune in.
Mo wants to be able to play that control game, wants to be able to get on top of the tower.
Tune in.
Valk will clear that easy. First 2 minutes away, entering double elixir time, and so far just a little bit of chip damage both ways as Mo mortars up.
The Royal Recruits. My favorite card.
That miner goes to the back. I like that.
So annoying.
And with Valkyrie being out of play,
great for double lane pressure.
Mo wants to use his Skeleton King as this game goes on.
3 on each side. It's killer.
Drill plus Berserker opposite direction. Skeleton King going to work on defense. Gets rolled back. And very nice use of the gang and arrows there to clear. 25 seconds left in regulation.
Such an OP card.
To 26.65.
Evo Snowball.
That's something that Mo's just going to have to do as this game goes on. It gets a lot harder in double and triple, but you got to keep track of when.
First game I played against you, you played that poison really well, man.
The recruits, those are pretty good, but
so annoying.
Exceptional against drill, so got to make sure that you're keeping track of that.
It slows down, it does damage. Damage on tower.
Skeleton King goes opposite.
Every single time. If you use it on tower in combination with like half
over there said, hey,
of the Royal Recruits.
It's one of the best cards in the game for countering it, the Valkyrie.
And the Snowball plus Berserker to get the miner off tower.
The Evo Valkyrie is, I think,
90 seconds
one
left.
of my hardest counters.
Yeah,
because it counters the piggies.
So good at dealing with miners. You know,
it counters half of the Royal Recruits.
Again, that nerf and damage just makes it just a little bit less effective.
And that's a really good card, man.
Very patient player,
especially of course
small lead that he has.
With your graveyard.
Miner goes to the front, nothing there for it. But as you talked about, the nerf and damage, and Mo's trying to play catch up here, and it's a struggle. Valk swings on the right.
Already
side,
1 hour in, ladies and gentlemen. In 30 minutes,
Snowball rolls it back.
We'll get the first prize.
And that's really good for Mo. I mean, he sees that Evo Snowball's out of cycle. All of a sudden, his defense against the drill becomes a lot easier.
That's really deadly, man.
Couple hundred.
Like if you have a tank
but at least
from
doesn't
the
have
bridge,
to worry about that Evo Snowball, I think, for
dropping
the rest of the game. Maybe
a graveyard and poison. Oh my lord, man!
That's maybe what Pedro's going for timing-wise.
Evo Recruits split. Valk working against them on the left-hand side.
Look at the
28 seconds
Evo
left.
Valk,
22 total. 1976.
It sucks everything in.
Mo looking a little bit of a struggle on his face, just not sure how he's going to break through. That Goblin Hut is such a nuisance
another
right
really
now.
good
you don't have a
Evo
big spell to take it off the board. You got to use
is the Evo Mortar,
or else the bomber's going to just do way too much damage
with that nasty Goblin inside of the ball.
Final Evo Snowball in. And that is so well timed by Pedro. He goes, I got 45 seconds. I need to get 3 more snowballs out in this game. And he gets it in the final
Pedro.
moment there. We saw that yesterday as well. And that's just beautifully played by the Brazilian, sending Mo to the lower bracket, which makes things a lot scarier for people like Riley who are trying to stay alive.
Oh, sure. And I mean, I think we saw we saw 3 really great games here, and 3 games where the players were
back
doing
to
the
lower brackets. All these people will cry like
really
babies.
Impressed by the minor control game in #1 by Pedro, and then
for sure, man.
There, as you said,
that's a long time ago,
maybe
though.
he has to deal with it one more time. Well, absolutely. In that final
Giant
seconds,
poison
got
meta.
right back to it. So, yeah, there's a reason why Pedro's at the top consistently, and we just saw it here. And he'll move on. One step closer to winning this one, but also as we talked about,
Pedro is
those
a really
points are
good
still
player.
on the line, and Pedro is a pretty significant number of steps behind that top 4 situation. But coming into the weekend with 115 points, and currently the mark being around that 185, 190 to get into the top 4. if Pedro makes a real run here towards the end, 100 points
it's
for
also
the winner.
nice from
That
a
is
Stats Royale, like QR
right
codes to copy the decks real easy in the game.
Pedro has a bit of the matchup there when you talk about the minor poison damage coming through.
Saves
the ability
a lot of time.
Barrels with a 3-card cycle. You have the Golden Knight that can also play cleanup. You got the Log, obviously, and then you have the E-Spirit there, which is really the ace up the sleeve when you talk about running into that Evo barrel. So kind of more of a matchup conversation there. Mohamed Light did a really great job getting damage in, but Pedro also, like I said, arguably the best minor poison control player in the world. Game number 2. A lot of struggles for Mo Light, but that's why we love this game.
That's also a disgusting combination, man. Minor poison
as he
control.
evolves throughout the set.
Oh my
This is one of those
Lord.
things. How do I make my opponent make a mistake? Well, let's make him overspend on the one card that is doing a lot of
Every
damage.
single
Ram
time
Rider,
you
and then he
place
goes
the minor
lane,
on a
overwhelm,
different
beautiful
position
stuff there.
with
it just ends up being
dirty,
a great
flowing
back and forth
poison,
between these first 2
you
games,
can't
even though
get
game 2
to
isn't
the
quite
minor
same matchup conversation.
doing chip
And then you get
damage
to game number
constantly.
3, and this is a tough one, man. I mean, you talk about that Goblin Hut. It just controls so
That
much
sentence?
of the board, especially in the way that Mohamed Light wants to attack. He's got to always be over there. The mortar's not really going to get on tower.
Which
The
sentence,
Goblin
man?
Hut's on the
I'm
board, and then
just
the second
babbling.
that
I
scouts
forgot.
the recruits come
What did I
across,
say?
The Goblins just start coming out and piling up, and you want to save that arrows for somewhere else, usually for the bomber. And, even as it was coming out of my mouth, I was like, why are you talking, Andrew? Pedro's
minor
obviously
control,
going to get
minor
back
poison.
to a
Yeah.
Snowball, gets it into the final
Minor
seconds,
control
steals
poison.
the game.
Taking a look
minor
at
poison
the bracket,
control.
Pedro into the upper bracket final, so just a couple of wins away.
So what's the situation
from
here?
getting the win here this weekend, and he'll be waiting the victor.
Mohamed
of
Light
Igor
versus
and
Riley,
Sandbox.
and then Ian
And
versus.
we get a rematch in our lower bracket here in a little bit of last year's World Final, Mohamed Light and Riley.
So
we'll see if Riley can rewrite that story, if Mohamed Light starts another lower bracket
Igor
run. Ian awaiting the loser of our Igor
versus
Sandbox matchup,
right?
But we are getting into those
The loser
final
goes
moments
to the
here,
lower
and
bracket.
It's getting tighter and tighter, Andrew. And I, for one, am really excited
The winner
for this next
goes against
Igor
Pedro.
Sandbox matchup coming, because you have 2 very different play styles, 2 very different players and personalities, and this is the kind of clash, the stylistic clash that we love to cast.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at who's left in this competition, this is what you want to see at the end of the season. The best players in the world. All these guys are world finalists. Ian, not yet, but first person to secure that golden ticket, and obviously one of the best players in the game. Igor versus Sandbox, as he said, 2 very different players, but what I will say yesterday, and I talked about this a good amount, Sandbox's ability to get himself hyped up after making great plays or after winning close games is something that you really love to see from a guy that, again, and he probably hates me saying this, is the confidence issues that he was having at World Finals a few years ago, right? You see the way that he hypes himself up now, and it's a completely different mental game for Sandbox, able to reset when he needs to and able to celebrate his wins. Igor, on the other side of it, we also saw an uncharacteristic huge celebration out of him jumping out of his bed after he won that set yesterday. But what I will say is Igor seems dialed in. He seems to have matured. He seems to be leaning into the meta. And I don't know who his coach is or if he has one, but whatever it is,
Igor also
Igor at the
a
moment
great
seems to
player.
Be, just a little bit of a different player than what we've seen in the past. Obviously,
Sandbox also, so this is going to be
championship, but you've got a team and
crazy.
You've got a coach that's kind of keeping you on track. It was when we went to the singles version that we saw Igor, kind of falter a little bit. Right now, he seems to be at the height of his power once again.
Ian already has a golden ticket, so
trainer Lore working with
whether
Igor,
he
so
goes to the finale or not,
for the work he's doing so far.
He's already in for the World Championship, man. He took the first golden ticket.
You guys don't know who we're talking about. Kazardy, Igor Kazardy, although it does say Igor.
Look at these camera angles.
It might be a little confusing. But
one with hair, the other is like the most relaxed player in the world, Igor.
So minor control.
I think Igor is a Russian player, by the way.
Sandbox sends the but that, you know what? It's hard not to enjoy seeing Igor specifically play a Rocket Cycle deck. I don't know why, but it's really fun to see him do it.
I hate Rocket Cycle so much playing against it, but I got to admit, I really love watching it at the highest level. It is so unforgiving in the sense of you cannot make many mistakes. But in the meta right now, when you talk about Evo Witch, you talk about Furnace, you talk about the piles up at the bridge, that rocket can be very effective. But also, if you miss a rocket, you are in a lot of trouble. There's a high Tesla here to deal with this. Once he gets back around, we'll see.
Sandbox maybe get a little bit. Nice Spirit to hold, and now Barb Barrel just trying to get, and there you go, the Tesla to control. So yesterday when Igor ran Minor Tesla, he ran it as a Wallbreaker's Golden Knight deck. So same general song, different set of instruments.
Yeah, and I think I like this play from Igor. I think I do.
Ooh, hey!
GYN. Guards to cover.
Guard's great to have right now going up against Graveyard.
Well defended there.
Dark Prince as well. You can, usually play it. When Poison does come in, it's not going to be as effective.
So in double elixir, slight lead for Igor on the right-hand side. But as you mentioned, like Poison, go ahead.
I was to say I like the switch here by Sandbox. A lot of times you talk about how Graveyard has to go into the same lane. He recognizes Igor is going to go to the right-hand side. Now he rockets the left. So Igor also doing a good job of just switching up his lanes. He's not getting married to one lane because once you do that with Minor control, you kind of get stuck at some point if there's too big of a lead in one side. And then again, as a Graveyard player, you go, all right, let me go to that lane. Let me make sure that I can get a good counter push after the cleanup and
there's the poison.
Better poison value as the game goes on.
And just look at the expenditure forced to deal with the Evo Witch at the top. Delivery plus guards, log to clear, and that's a good catch from the Berserker.
Yeah, and already taking that damage lead that last time. That's exactly what we're talking about with Graveyard. I mean, Sandbox, again, he's like, you want to switch lanes? I can switch lanes. I know how to play this macro-wise.
An immediate full GY Poison, maybe thinking he was going to encounter... Wow, it doesn't matter either. I said maybe thinking he was going to encounter something else, but gets good value either way. And this time I'm going to put the rocket right on top of the Minor for extra damage.
I don't like that, man. I really don't like that play. I mean, I get it. He's not too far behind, but Sandbox can just really turn up the pressure now right there. Right? You're seeing it, and he's getting more damage at the end out of these Graveyards over and over. I mean, Evo Tesla's definitely going to do a good job cleaning up in the beginning, but those Vines is just so good with Graveyard. And you can see there Sandbox nodding his head going, that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm up by 300 damage. He's still going to beat me with a rocket, but this game is definitely leaning towards Sandbox's favor.
And a good job of winning the mental game there. The Evo Rocket, or the Minor Rocket going out trying to get the breakthrough against Berserker last cycle. And this time,
the damage.
Sandbox reading, hey, you're not going to do that twice in a row.
So much damage.
Gets the good defense.
The Graveyard. Oh, you're going to rocket cycle. Well, let's see.
Now. I think he needs 2 more.
Oh.
A bit of log love, and Sandbox recognizing it.
I think Sandbox is going to take
coming
this.
In, lots of damage coming in.
That's it.
And
that's
wow,
it's
absolute wow. Minor has to get a pile of work done that it can't do in time. Rocket will not be enough. Poison does it, and Sandbox takes game number 1.
Really well played. I mean,
Sandbox.
It's tough because this Minor Rocket deck just really isn't that popular, but as you see, an incredibly close game. I mean, the strength of Graveyard paired with Poison and Vines is just, it's so frustrating because your opponent can change up, obviously, the way that they want to use the 2 spells. There's almost always damage coming in from the skeletons on the Graveyard. It's so hard to stop it. And then if you want to stop it, you spend so much elixir to make sure it doesn't happen.
Hello, Victoria.
And then the Poison comes through and takes that counter push completely off the board, still gets damage on tower. And like we said earlier in the game, once you're focused on one lane as a Minor Rocket player, once it's too far ahead of the opposite lane, you've got to just keep leaning into it. And those Graveyard players, they love that. They love the moment that you are going to go same lane as them for the rest of the game.
Well, and you called out not loving the one Minor Rocket play, trying to catch the defensive idea from Sandbox off guard. But Sandbox at that moment did a good job of, this is why you vary your defense. Played the Witch more to the middle, use that to counter rather than go for just another catch. And even then, 6 Elixir Rocket on a 2 Elixir Berserker might give you some damage, but it's not like you're opening up a giant can of damage to pour on the tower with a Minor like that. So just a great counterplay by Sandbox, and the risk-reward factor not paying off for Igor in that moment for game 1.
And you think about different ways that Igor maybe could have dealt with it. And I love that these guys are like, no time for decks. Let's just get right back into it. And so I'll just make my point very quick here. It's just, I don't really know where else Igor plays that rocket. Maybe he's, you know, you might be watching and think, well, if he plays it at the bridge on top of the Valkyrie plus Berserker plus the Witch coming across, it's just still so hard to clean up that graveyard with just a log and maybe your Tesla, right? And then you gotta rely on minor damage throughout the rest of the game. So just a tough spot for Igor there.
Oh, here we go.
Why he had to send in the rockets, but here we go. Game number 2.
This deck a million times.
Goblin Giant Rage. Zappy's slowing things down. Goblin Giant does not touch.
Wow.
And now Sandbox has a nice little counter push to deal with as Igor begins to span the bridge.
Oh, wow.
And that battle ramp.
Oh, boy.
There we go.
What?
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox is on a desert island in that exchange. You saw the elixir bar down almost to 0 as he tried to deal with it.
Love seeing the Zappies just kind of pop back into the meta. You know, they're so good at slowing and stunning, and they're hard to spell off the board with small spells. Makes sense why they're back in the mix.
Well, and he sees poison out too, right? So he's kind of thinking, hey, the only other significant, like the most significant other danger, and that's just all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of saving up for a big push, but as you guys can see, he's only ticking to 5 elixir right now, so I don't really understand how he's going to support this very well. It might just be send the P.E.K.K.A. down the lane, and no, he's going to double down.
Separates the P.E.K.K.A. with the Ice
Nice
Golem.
kite.
Classic, old-school Clash Royale. And again, this is what I'm talking about, is that Igor recognizing that poison wasn't there, so if it is Fireball, now you have to Fireball the Zappies
Goblin
to break
Curse,
consistently.
so
And knowing it's not Fireball,
kind of hate
now he
that
knows
they
he can
nerfed it.
Just Zappies back there with impunity.
I really love the
shut
damage
down
amplification
these
it had before.
And
But
Baby Dragon does a good job there cleaning up Mama P.E.K.K.A., and we'll see if this is actually able to
oh
turn
wow,
into a
this
real
Baby
counterpush.
Dragon
That's
on
the
the
trouble,
left
man.
side
I mean,
is
you see
doing
right there. He's Goblin Machine doing a
some
lot of
major
damage on that
damage.
pile up at the bridge with that rocket, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it is a rocket. And then the E-Wiz comes down as well.
I like to imagine that the Goblin Machine is, like, actually just sells firecrackers to... yeah.
Oh.
Battle Ram for defense.
Yeah, didn't have many other options, it seems, but that's going to be a lot of work for the Goblin Giant on the right-hand tower.
I'd love to see Igor turn up the pressure on the left-hand lane now. He's got such good damage in there. Baby Dragon's going to get on tower again. I mean, now he's got the lead in the left.
And the Curse just doing its best to mitigate the damage, but that's not much mitigation. Significant issues in both lanes for Sandbox, but this right-hand tower is in trouble for Igor as well. Ram.
Oh, I love that play.
Oh.
Oh, goodness. That was such a nice play by Igor. That was... I wanted to see the rest of it develop.
Wow.
He kind of slow played that battle ram to see if Sandbox was going to bite when he played the Ice Wizard, and then he late plays the battle ram,
man.
doubles down in the lane.
You missed nothing, Mateo.
Side and just runs him over. I mean, we see that a lot with Graveyard, right? Where it's like you'll see the tank come down at the bridge, and then someone drops a Tesla by their tower.
We'll see the first QR in 12 minutes.
They try to block at the bridge. This was another one of those moments.
12 minutes to go for the first prize.
Ice Golem. I'm going to see what you want to do. Oh, you're not.
You can still go to the toilet.
I have a good amount of damage on this left-hand side. Pours it all in, takes the
all
tower
good,
after
bro.
Sandbox.
All good.
Sandbox is completely committed to the right-hand side. Just
You're
great
safe.
mind games there from our former world champion.
Yeah, I was just rewatching that as you were calling through it, and that just slight delay. And, you know, when you talk about playing bridge spam, figuring out when to overload and when not to overload, right? Some people think bridge spam decks are just spamming at the bridge, but figuring out like that exact timing,
yes,
exact
you
when
could
you're
do
going
that,
to go ahead
man.
and do that is the difference
I'm
between
not going
success
to,
and
but
failure, and we just
you
saw
could
it
do
done
that
very successfully. So a whole lot of fun, and now we get to do.
You will
game
come
number
back
3. And you know what I really
sweating
also
like a
about
pig.
That one is that we see kind of a
probably
course correction
in deep
where
need of a
I think that one of the
shower.
things that's always been interesting about Igor is
And then you will
him
miss the
figuring
QR
out
code.
when to put the pedal to the metal and when to like his speed control has always been maybe the most unpredictable thing about his gameplay, and we saw it uncalibrated in game number 1 and then recalibrated in game number 2. And so the question is, which version comes out here in game 3?
Yeah, I mean, at least the confidence is back on his side. Sandbox is going to have to kind of reset after that. I think the biggest thing there was he just kept, I mean, not only does Sandbox not have a great way to deal with the Baby Dragon other than that E-Wiz, which, you know, it depends on where the Battle Ram's going to be. So that's why you saw him holding that E-Wiz a lot to make sure that he could stun. But that Baby Dragon was basically the reason that Igor took that left-hand tower, that we saw like 2 errant Baby Dragons just run down that lane. And I understand wanting to
yesterday,
let one of them
almost
go,
every
kind of,
game was like done in 2 matches, like clean sweeps.
Really having control over the skies.
And today it's all 3 matches. So
Sandbox as the game went on.
That means
the
stream is going to take a long
You kind
time.
of forget how strong she is in terms of. I mean, she has a ton of health, but she also
If it
does a decent
happens
amount
to
of damage.
every
You couple those 2
single
things together, and you can't really
matchup,
ignore as many of them as you might think.
I think we should be happy if we reach
for Sandbox
the end at
in game number 3.
8 o'clock this evening.
And
for me, that's Amsterdam time.
So interesting how much we're seeing this minor control deck today. I mean, that's one of the fascinating things about competitive play is, you know, the evolutions of the meta as the tournament goes on.
Kind of weird why all these events are always more European related in terms of times than
that Goblin Giant P.E.K.K.A deck early on,
taking the United States in consideration.
Confidently, and then we've seen this minor control deck come in.
Also in Moko, every single new update
makes sense why we're seeing a lot more
is for me
Sure, Graveyard, and then
11 a.m.
saw a fair amount, not just from Sam.
And I think in the US that is
too, and have not yet seen that.
Somewhere in the early morning hours. Like, let's say at least 6 or 7 hours earlier. So 11. That's then 10.
Slow down as both
9,
guys reset.
8, 7, 6.
Sandbox has a lot of good ways to deal with the drill, but obviously
4 or 3
most snowball is the great
at night.
equalizer in that sense. But if I'm Sandbox, you know, it's
which is
not
very
hard. You just play
unpleasant,
either the
I guess.
Or the Dark Prince, and you make sure you have the second one ready to go.
Yeah, 3 a.m. That is, in short, that sucks. Because I wake up at 8 or 9.
And
I have
Bomber
2 more hours if I missed my
time.
XP the other day.
Ice Spirit doing its work. Here we go.
Do some work.
Double elixir time.
But when you wake up,
and Evo
you already missed 4 or 5 hours of
She's just so
running your XP.
It's incredible. You couple her with the binds.
It has to do with Helsinki time. Everything changes, resets, or starts
that snowball.
10 o'clock a.m. Helsinki time. Always. So Helsinki developers come in at 8 or 9 on the day that there is a big change. And then they flip the switch at 10 o'clock Helsinki time, which is 11 for me, which is great. I love it.
What a statement it would be for Sandbox to beat Igor with Rocket Cycle.
Yeah, especially after losing with Rocket Cycle, you know, Igor
and these picks always
not the best feeling probably, but we'll see.
They hit the tower and they take 1 nibble. Always chip. Guaranteed chip damage.
Sudden death overtime and
here we go. Rocket Cycle.
Igor sets up a Valk in front of tower.
I think Sandbox has this in that, you know, there's not a lot of good ways for Igor to get on tower. When
Igor has like a brilliant
and instead
goblin
of
drill here.
Occupying the board with Eos and then maybe messing up his cycle, they go Prince there and then log plus guards. I mean, that's not too bad. And then you just get another rocket out.
And now there, new rocket coming in.
It's hard to do with drill.
At least I guess. Oh no, he's
drill again.
Oh.
Dark Prince is just there every single time. That's the thing, too, is that Sandbox cycles very, very quickly. So he's able to be ready for that every single time.
And I'd love if Igor just stopped giving any... Oh, that Prince! The Prince!
That's 2 hits! Oh, it's over.
That's it. GG's.
Right, that's game, set, match.
It's
Sandbox.
Yeah, one rocket.
Yeah, he's playing some good Clash Royale, and he will find himself in the upper bracket final against Pedro. Big win for Sandbox.
Yeah, really well played. Just recognizing the macro matchup there in game 1 and in game 3 when Minor Rocket was in the conversation. Game 2 was just a little bit different. That was a great game between these guys, and obviously Igor takes the win there. But in game 3, Sandy goes, look, I have every response I need.
Yeah, he's very happy.
No matter what you want to send my way, you cannot break.
Oh, you like waking up to a new update.
All of a sudden, whatever's coming across the bridge is not effective. So the only thing I have to worry about is where the drill goes.
For instance, if you want to do some work on ladder, let's say for Clash Royale, you want to do 2 more hours or 3 more hours.
I can play the guards. All of these
before the season resets.
Against the drill.
I see the most activity in Clash Royale.
More freely.
It starts 3 hours before season reset. All these pros
I believe,
going hard.
Last set, which is why
but
we're seeing the
in the States, it's when you sleep. And I see a lot of guys from the States that want to take a look at the best players
has just been showing up a good amount today.
on the leaderboard.
Yeah,
they want to take that into their streams. They have to stay up late.
Sort of flex on Sandbox's
I don't have to do that, so I can get up at 7 or 8 or 9.
Stifling Igor's
I
work
could
with it.
stream that without any problems.
And I wonder if it's
not losing any sleep over
where the meta currently is. But we have seen more than once today a player who, with a deck that needs direct damage, losing to a player with a deck that has direct
Does
damage.
anybody follow some racing? Yesterday,
throughout the day,
Max Verstappen
it's very interesting where
earned his.
I wonder if it is something about, these
his
decks
next
that don't
permit
have
for
a lot of
endurance racing.
What it is about the meta right now, and is it
on the
Nordschleife so many ways
in Germany? It's the Nürburgring.
Right,
it's this crazy
buildings,
track,
talking about vines, talking about snowballs.
24.3 kilometers long,
non-spell-based decks to get on tower.
And he can race with GT3 cars like endurance racing, 24-hour racing. It's kind of like
decks where you're just
the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Control. I think because of how heavy the meta is beatdown-wise, and also because of graveyard.
No, never
Going same lane and switching lanes late.
I'm in
doesn't really become. It's not really an option.
The Supercell time zone, man. The ideal time zone.
It's just interesting to see, in the moments when Minor does work.
Okay, what do we have here in the brackets?
Barrel does work, and when it doesn't,
we have.
I guess we'll just continue to have that conversation as
Pedro versus Sandbox.
Then there were 6 here, Rich, and we got our lower bracket flushed out.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. We have a lot of critical elimination matches coming up next. Igor versus Ian, Mohamed Light versus Riley. And, you look at those players. Mo is currently 3rd overall on point standings. Ian is currently 7th. But we don't have their points for this weekend calculated in yet. Igor's in that mix as well. Riley is on the outside looking in at the moment when you talk about those points, that point situation. So he needs kind of to make a massive push today. So you have whether or not you make World Finals on the line for some players, but also that all-important seeding really kind of on the line with these next upcoming matchups.
Yeah, I mean, this next one is absolutely huge. This is do or die for Riley here. It's, obviously a World Finals rematch, but 2 very different stories. Mo Light is pretty much guaranteed at this point, I think, a top 4 spot. I mean, I think that's just kind of how it's going to flush out with where he's at. And if he does beat Riley in this moment, obviously, I think it does secure it. Riley, on the other side of it, as you said, outside looking in, he's just got to play his best Clash Royale for the rest of the day. And that includes beating the guy that he ran into on that stage, that World Final stage at the end of the tournament last year in Mo Light. And we all know Mo Light and his lower bracket runs. We know that losses don't really affect Mo Light as much as, they may some other players. Obviously, a lot of the players that we have left in this tournament have ice in their veins for a reason. That's how they get to be at the highest level in CRL for as long as they have. But this is just a really tough spot. You talk about 2 guys that have trained together maybe more than anyone else in this tournament, maybe more than anyone else at the highest level in CRL in the singles format. And a lot of the time, Mo Light comes out on top, and it's always tough to do that to your brother. But Mo's got something to fight for here too. He's looking for 3-time world champion. He's looking for that first round bye at World Finals. He's not a guy to ever take his foot off the pedal.
Well, and I think you brought up 3-time world champion. It looks like we're going to have both of our 2-time world champions most likely in our World Finals. So I'm curious to see if we do get a 3-time or get somebody new. But we will get somebody new into the mix for World Finals, as next weekend is the last chance to make that World Finals. LCQ coming up next weekend. Of course, we still have some work to do today, but those silver ticket winners, the people who either got them from these weekends or from their point standings, will be fighting for the 12th seed at Worlds, and the chance to face, and I'm looking at points, probably Mohamed Light, actually, from the way these points look like they're going to shake out. But either way,
next
LCQ next weekend, so pumped to see who fights their way through for that final world spot.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, I mean, you
next
talk about
weekend,
that last chance to get in,
qualifier.
those silver ticket holders. You talk about the,
you're there,
the
or
the
you are a square.
So much up in the air, and like we said, someone's going to be rewarded with a golden ticket. Someone's going to get that silver ticket, and obviously next weekend, people are going to be rewarded with world finals. But right now, it's time to reward you guys that are watching at home. I can see the chat.
Let's go.
Unbelievable. The
grab
chat
your
never
phones.
ceases to impress me, and their ability to type exclamation point and any word that someone else wrote for 1,000 messages, and then that message will change. But that being said, we do have rewards for you guys, so make sure you have your phone out. I'm going to get my phone out. I'm going to get ready because you never know what you're going to get. Here we go. Reward number 1. There's my
reward number 1. Grab your phones.
I'm doing it, Rich. I don't know if you are, but I'm excited.
I'm just going to stay locked in here as we look at our rewards. First reward up. Go ahead and use the QR code right now on screen. You can take a screenshot and use it that way. If you're watching on your mobile device, you can go ahead and put your mobile device at your TV if that's how you're doing it. Either way, go ahead and collect your rewards right now, and make sure, of course, you stick around for the rest of our rewards.
Here you go. Grab it.
This
Mateos, grab it, man.
As you can see,
let's go.
More stuff coming, and yeah, that furnace looks like it's going to be a pretty cool one.
I'm going to switch to my mini.
I got 116
because my mini wants it as well.
On a fully maxed account.
116? That's so many.
So while maybe I didn't have as much luck as you guys at home, let us know in the chat what cool rewards you guys got. I mean, that again, the lucky drops, it's fun. It's like a little slot machine. You never know how many of those stars you're going to get to. And then again, I got a book of books the other day, which is absolutely massive, especially like anytime a new card comes into the game, it is always so great to be able to unlock it immediately. So great stuff there with the rewards. I love that we're giving them out here at our final monthly. Oh, he's already got 3.
Let's see what I get.
What'd you get?
Oh, hey, you know what?
Boy.
You know
wild
what?
card.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Champion wild card.
Let's go. Back to my phone. I already have you fully maxed out.
I'm trying to get on my other account and see if I can get anything. Here we go. Claim.
Now I'm curious. What will he get? What did you get at home? Let us know in the chat. Did you already unlock your reward? Share with us what you get, or if you haven't done it yet, share with us what you're
by the way, guys,
as you're
let me make your lives easy.
I don't want to talk about it. Let's just move on to the next match.
Andrew got 113 skeletons this time. Got downgraded from the last one.
Might as well have been. But yeah, as Rich said, let us know in the chat what you guys got. We always love to see it. Looks like we got some gold there. How do you scan? Well, the best way to do it is just to get your phone out and hold it up against the screen. Obviously, you can, if maybe you don't
Let's
have
go,
the ability
guys.
to do that, you could open the
for your convenience.
Screenshot it, and then I think in your photos,
I know how to
open the QR code. I'm trying to think if that's maybe the 2 best ways to do it, guys. But also the VOD is up. Just go back and pause it. So someone got 7 ice golems. Someone got 433 knights. Okay. Oh, okay. 2,500 wild cards. That's actually not that bad. I'd love to see that everyone in the chat is doing this. So as the day goes on, guys. Yeah, it's actually pretty good for the very first drop of the tournament. So remember, guys, we're going to give out more and more as the day goes on, and obviously lucky drop next, and then we got some banners coming out. I like the banners. I think banners are fun. I like to change mine up here and there.
Oh, hold on. Someone says I got Spirit Empress. Yo, what a pull. Okay.
That's actually really good. 3 Mother Witches. That's really good, regardless of if you need them or not. That's going to be some good wild cards. So
I saw an OMG Book of Books. Congratulations. That one's pretty wild.
You know what's also hilarious to me is we can tell the chat to stop typing exclamation point rewards, and they won't do it. But you tell them to tell us what they got, and they are listening. Someone said they got a book of cards.
No. I mean, these rewards are looking actually very, very sick. And everyone, please share how much better than 116 skeletons you got consistently throughout this chat. If you could also rate how much better it is, like on a scale of 10 to 116 skeletons, that would also give us some nice context.
What a sucky prize, man.
For all of you out there. Speaking of context,
skeletons.
A little more context on our points leaderboard. I don't know if we can show I know it's not going to be updated for you, but while we're waiting for our next matchup, I don't know if production is able to bring that up, but we'll see if they can. Mohamed Light came into the weekend with came into today with 190 points, subbed the number 1 on our leaderboard with 210. But all our top 6 have already locked in 60 points for this weekend. So it looks like Mohamed Light actually has our number 1 seed already locked in.
Quickly.
But the big one that I'm really interested about is that Ian and Igor, both of them are outside of that top 4. They with
I can actually pull the link
60 points
for those prizes out of the QR
would be in the top
code.
4, and so would Igor. Igor would be tied with Adrian.
So for your convenience,
but the winner here gets more points than the other one, right? The winner gets 70 versus 60. So this Ian versus Igor matchup, if Igor can win 2 matches and get up a little bit higher, he has the chance to potentially to leapfrog against Ian. So Ian right now in a good spot, but he wants to stop. Igor is the one who could really be a danger to knock him out of the top 4 if time goes on. So that's going to be a big one. Right now, though, it's Riley fighting for his life and his chance to go to World
It's
Finals.
filtered on TikTok.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how much these points still matter, and I really, really love that.
TikTok is really securing the community, which is,
like the CRL
I guess, a good thing.
Better and better, and I really love that is a thing that makes these players fight to get in the monthly finals. Even after
this is like the setup from last year's CRL finale with Riley versus Mohamed Light, where we all know that Mohamed Light took first place and Riley became second. So it's history repeats itself. Let's go!
It's looking like Drill versus Hog.
And I think that one of the best things about Berserker, yes, she can do a whole lot. You know, she hits fast, she does a lot of damage, but I also like that she dies very easily, right? I think that from a balance perspective, she's pretty solid there. And a little reflection from the Monk. Wizard will die to the poison, and Monk will just go ahead and not do too much. Take
Free
the Berserker
lucky
down
drop
a little bit.
on screen.
Actually put the Berserker in a pretty much devastated spot. Even on Elixir, as
I really hope Riley wins this. We need Riley in the finale. Such a cool dude.
For Mohamed Light. Does not get the EQ onto the Tesla. So just going to get a little earthquake damage, but take the slight lead. Drill will go the opposite way.
Scan the QR code, guys. Free lucky drop. First one. Second one will be
gets a little bit of extra
shown.
For
will be a 2-star lucky drop at 150 minutes. Third prize will be a banner.
And just
first part of the banner, second part of the banner will be at the end of the stream.
Monk sets up left-hand side, Hog
no idea when that will be.
This is one of the things interesting about this Monk deck, and
I think that will be
Mohamed Light's play style is you don't see a lot
2.5 hours
when they play Hog, playing Hog in the back. Hog tends to be right up front, but watch this, boom. Hog comes down to the opposite side.
What was happening at Mo Light?
Not going to get caught by the Tesla, forces a lot of elixir expenditure, and still gets there on the right-hand lane.
I'm gonna sit here so everybody can scan the QR code.
So the slight variation in Hog play and gets the hit on the left-hand side. And, you know, you gotta wonder how much that starts all the way with the Hog behind King Tower early on, right? We've seen now 3 Hogs in quick succession. Here we go, drill to the right-hand lane.
I really like how much the Monk.
I hope TikTok allows these QR codes. They're normally you cannot show QR codes.
That's a tough one right there. I mean, that
anywhere on TikTok. They just don't allow it
right now. When you're trying to,
even when it's from a legitimate party,
you can just hover. You can just hover the snowball, right? And you're going to be a half step behind
Supercell. And the thing is, Supercell is owned by a Chinese company called Tencent.
Come down so you can do a late EQ here,
and as we all know, is that
perfectly timed EQ,
one hit,
Wizard gets a shot.
Is that the Chinese government always has a stake in any Chinese corporation. Any
I was just gonna say, I really like how much the
in China
its way into the meta does such a good job.
Gives some shares to the Chinese government. So
the
funny thing is that the Chinese government owns a little bit of Supercell. Who knew?
obviously the spell reflection is really great. The projectile reflection is great. We saw it against RG yesterday. But the ability to just kind of
that's why really China will win the end game. I guess they're
up like the wizard and the guards.
So rich.
It's been fascinating to see how and why the monkey has come back into the meta.
And the Evo Snowball here is interesting. It does change the order against the monk behind the Hog Rider. But look at the connection on the right-hand side with the wizard. Monk reflection, Hog in one more time. Tesla trying to hold here. EQ will open up the lead, 5-16 to 11-32, but we've seen Riley able to put a lot of damage down very quickly.
Yeah, that's a good way for Mo to defend. You know the poison's going to come in, guards first to get the damage, then the log to clean everything up, and he's going to win this race.
Evo is trying to work against the drill.
Too late, the snowball's too late.
GG, well played. Mohamed Light takes game number 1, and Riley's World Finals hopes hang by a thread.
And you can see Mo probably not even happy about it. We saw how much these two guys loved having each other at World Finals, right? They were buddies throughout. They were always together hanging out. They were practicing together. They were playing together, like all of it. They were basically inseparable. And so it is interesting to kind of see the it almost looks like Mo lost that game when you look at his face on camera there, because I think he's feeling bad.
Who owns the rest? Is that
and that Evo Snowball miss is
Kill
just,
vibes. Yo, man, what's up, bro?
Tough, man, I get it. I've done it before too. You get really excited.
Who owns the rest?
Wizard played right on top of it, and Mo does what Mo does.
The
right?
19.6.
He goes option C, Wizard off to the side. Happy to take the one goblin stab, maybe because he knows the Evo Snowball is in cycle.
Ilka Pananen or somebody else?
Great little outplay there that is probably the deciding factor.
Ilka is one of the founders of Supercell.
Game.
Oh wait, so
well, and we've also now seen a couple of times today where you're seeing top-tier, world-class players trying to make predictive plays, whether it was the minor plus rocket from Igor earlier on,
again,
or now
wooden ass from all the sitting.
Evo Snowball onto the drill, and there's the players who are coming out on top are the ones who are being a little bit more patient and messing with the timing, right? Not getting caught in, this is the rhythm of the game we play. Instead going, I'm going to keep the rhythm unpredictable. And that's worked out well for Sandbox and now worked out well here for Mo.
Yeah, and this is a really tough spot for Riley. I mean, this is what makes you a great player, right? Is being able to stay in it with your back against the wall. We've seen it a lot in the history of Clash Royale, but also he's going up against Mo Light. It's really, really tough, tall order when you're looking at pulling off a reverse sweep in the lower bracket. Also, when one of you guys has everything locked down. You got the golden ticket. Sounds like you got first seed locked down, so you've got the first round bye. You've already got 2 championships under your belt, and then you got Riley here, who I think is pretty disappointed with how his 2025 came out. He talked about it a lot. It's one of the reasons why he switched coaches, and now that he's finally here in the monthly final, it's just rough for him to maybe fall just a little short. And you see Tombstone, you see Mother Witch, and already you got to be a little bit frustrated. I mean, that Mother Witch won that game against Uzi yesterday for Mo in the first, I think, minute. So we'll see if he has the same success here today, as there's going to be a good amount of piggies piling up right now.
Yeah, they're going to get all that out of the way, and P.E.K.K.A not getting touched here, right? So the skeletons right now are more just kind of letting P.E.K.K.A continue to be a tank, and that's going to be,
Oh, wow. He did get back to Tombstone.
P.E.K.K.A still hit. This might happen.
Yeah, and it's going to get at least 2 more, unless he gets more damage in there. Okay, yikes.
And it's a little early to call it, but it's not that early. And it looks like, barring a miracle here, Riley is going to be sitting out World Finals in 2025.
Let's see if this works.
It's just wild when you think about how, I mean, I said this yesterday, Mother Witch is probably my least favorite card to play against in the game when she has an effective target. It's just the amount of elixir swing that can happen and the way that you have to deal with it, especially in single elixir. It's so hard to pick and choose where you're going to take damage and where you're going to leak elixir or overspend. And as you can see right there, Mo Light just keeps the pressure up with first 2 cards, Mother Witch and P.E.K.K.A, and that basically takes the game.
Finds Evo Baby Dragon and Mother Witch all here for this Lava Hound. And it was like, go ahead.
No, please.
No, and then you think about the Tombstone and its historical efficacy against the P.E.K.K.A, but in that situation with the Mother Witch, all it did was let the P.E.K.K.A stay healthy and on the board
chill
longer
vibes.
to be a tank. And then
thanks, bro. It's
And you can see right there the effectiveness of the vines. You know, a lot of times in this
it's a great game.
Like this, you might think that lava, it's all right, it's all lava hand, but you can kind of bounce back. And not that you can't bounce back, it's just that between the vines,
get your prizes in, Chill Vibes.
You should be able to see Mo control this.
Scan that QR, man.
This is really nicely played by Riley. Gonna get 2 drops here from the balloon, and then Miley
lucky drop
has to go in with the vines.
But now we have a slight elixir lead. I was wondering if that Baby Dragon was going to cross over into range. Doesn't quite. So it doesn't give as much value to Muhammad Light as he was hoping for there.
Ah!
Wow. Great damage there on the left-hand side.
Oh my god!
Pulls out a ton of elixir.
Oh, man. Muhammad Light is kicking ass.
Up low. Just arrows and vines as the spells for Riley. And wow, yeah.
I mean, I don't think that was on purpose, but now you see the effectiveness of the vines too. Baby Dragon not going to do a lot of damage, but the vines going to pull that balloon down to the ground and let the goblins come in. Now the Mother Witch should be able to spawn some piggies. Gold Knight should be able to deal with the tombstone if it comes down for the piggies. And then it feels like Mo should now be able to run away with this.
Oh my god, it's over.
You think so, but you know, I was maybe calling this one a little bit early. This is still dangerous, and keep in mind, the balloon could become a sneaky problem here.
Oh, I think he just predicted the vines and protected the Mother Witch with those goblins.
Oh my.
He kind of quit Moko.
Oh my, I need to go back and watch that.
Evo Valkyrie.
Almost everybody did.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
On the ground.
Yeah, hold on, I'm going to go full screen my backup here because I think you nailed that right on the head.
Oh no, man.
Yeah,
Riley, bro!
Go ahead.
Oh no, so I'm watching the delay, like I have it backed up a little bit on YouTube. Watching it on delay, so
I hope you get it someplace else.
Pekka in front, and the Mother Witch is still working, and the goblins. You see a perfect surround of the goblins on the Mother Witch to keep her alive, and that's just absolute devastation.
The thing is, the peak from Moko
she can't stay alive.
Has gone already. It was.
If
you look at the historical data,
a lot of times Lava Hound can come back, especially in a
March
matchup like that.
still
Mo kind of try to change
a little bit in April.
Like to take the tower, but just to pull, pull attention away from being able to support that Lava Hound.
And now
but the vines is really the great
slowly dying. I'm talking to other content creators as well. I'm friends with lowercase expect.
I mean, also where
you name HX.
Really unfortunate for Riley.
What's his name? Prince.
Slow the balloon,
founder Prince.
The ground, and then have something like Goblins be able
I talked to these guys, and they show the data that, and I can also see I have competitive data compared to what all the other Moko creators are doing. Actually, I'm going up a little bit, but they stick to Moko, and they're slowly going down, and I go up with other content, like for instance, Hollow Knight Silksong. Yeah, it's a popular game at the moment. Super cool game, hard but cool. And you find some new audience there, but
obviously a top tier player.
Even the Moko audience is if you don't bring new content. You know how it is.
You can't just make
people
it every year because
want
you
new
have the
content.
To be there. Sometimes things just don't go your way.
Yeah, and this time not the case for Riley. Of course, we are going to be in Atlanta at the end of October.
Chill Vibes, are you
Riley
playing Clash Royale?
Trip down to join us at DreamHack, but right now not going to get that one punched as a competitor.
Check my channel, bro.
Into the lower
I've been streaming it for like almost a week since it came out. Where have you been?
Ian. And this one, like I said, is just such an interesting matchup between Igor and Ian. And as I said, the Muhammad Light has
on those damn notifications, bro.
I believe all the way on
so you know what's going on.
But you know, when I'm thinking about what everyone has points wise coming into this one, what I forgot about.
That's why I keep yapping about it.
Kind of pushing against each
Leave
other
a like.
for that top spot, for that
turn on notifications.
Four. But Pedro is on a run towards.
Actually, I have a short
here. So if Pedro makes it into that
about
final,
Hollow Knight Silksong,
he comes into the weekend at 115. He'd pick up 90 or 100
that has
points,
done
which might be enough to knock one of those guys out. So they have to keep not only try to push their points, but keep an eye on what's happening for Pedro.
Messages.
And then also Sandbox with 90 points coming out on the weekend, trying to claw his way up. I think he's out of contention, even with, but a win would be a golden ticket either way. So But yeah, I'm trying to work the scenarios back here points wise. And Andrew, you've known me for a long time. This is exactly the kind of thing that I totally geek out about.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm also really happy you're on the broadcast.
Don't worry about it.
This is exactly
you can always catch up, man. It's all on my channel.
Up in the air and
all these streams, I have hours and hours.
And the leaderboard itself is really,
Silk Song content, man. Silk Song.
Like Pedro, who
Hollow
does
Knight,
have that
Silk
silver
Song, great game.
locked in. Right, so where can his
really hard? Are you playing at Chill Vibes? What are you playing, Chill Vibes?
So really, really exciting stuff here. And
besides
between these two
your
guys
retirement on Moko,
Ian, obviously the first golden ticket holder of the season, is just really thinking probably, I'm sure, about that first round bye. I think if it's your first time ever going to World Finals, the ability to not have to play much on day one, be able to sit back a little bit, might be really, really nice for Ian. I've talked about this. I'll say it
Igor
again,
versus Ian.
Tournament is always kind of a fascinating
Could be
vacuum of Clash Royale. Things change so quickly. Again, yesterday we saw so much Mighty Miner Royal Hogs quick cycle. We have not seen it once yet today. We're already over. I think we're about halfway through our day. So it's just so fascinating to see how the meta changes. Miner Rocket, Miner Poison, we didn't see a lot of yesterday. We're seeing more of that today. So again, for someone like Ian being able to get that first round bye for his first ever World Finals appearance, that's something that's really, really important to you.
Just checked up.
And right now,
same problem. Damn, midnight.
At this stage, he currently has 210, which puts him in that top 4. But as we said, Pedro nipping at his heels.
Did you see all the new content, man? It's just not Moko at the moment because
there's some dangers.
I cannot fill streams.
He has to win this
what's currently available in Moko.
And remember,
I just can't.
does already have a golden ticket. So if he is able to make that lower bracket run and be able to win back-to-back in the Grand Championship, it will go to that second place spot. So it's just very, very interesting to talk about
Clash
where
Royale
you're going to finish today. You don't have to win it all.
Is in the lift at the moment. Super popular game.
And maybe
currently the most
the same thing for Igor.
Popular Supercell game by far. It's doing more revenue than Brawl Stars and Clash of Clans combined. So
if he had Rocket in cycle, he would have used it on the cannon
I think
part,
even
might not have been in cycle.
Brawl Stars,
get it off in time.
Clash of Clans, and Heyday don't do as much revenue as Clash Royale all on its own.
This is so interesting. Just minor control, so much Mother Witch.
Poisonous.
And doing a good job.
I normally stream
as it works farther down the lane. It's going to get on top of that Mother Witch
from
then
8 till 11.
She doesn't get pushed back far enough.
Central European time.
Machine, only 3 elixir in the tank to deal with, and if you overspend
so
on it, which
where do you live, Chill Vibes?
Oh boy, King Tower activation though, and not the most important King Tower activation, and as we say often, at what cost?
yeah, you can
flexing
see Ian there
the muscles.
Goes, hey man, go ahead. You can have that King Tower. I'm going to take basically a third of your tower, and you're in a control game. So that means you have to do all this damage with just your spell and just with miners, and you've got to go opposite lane. And he's going to continue.
Yo, Misha.
Continue to keep the pressure up on the left-hand side. So
hello.
On that
how are you?
Side. So it's either work in the same lane where your tower is down against a beatdown deck, or have to split your attention, split your elixir.
Misha, do you play Clash Royale? You missed the first prize, but I saved the prize for you. I got the URL.
For the moment, Dark Prince.
There will be more prizes, 3 more to go, but the first one I still have.
This is the moment where you're like, oh, I can go with a miner now to get some chip damage, but he's got to go opposite lane because that's the lower tower, and he doesn't want to keep giving a counter push here to the left-hand side. I mean, even so much so that he's going to go Mother Witch to the right-hand side when there's a Witch on the board on the left, which obviously would be great to spawn Skellies, but that's not the game that Igor wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, great call out there. And, I want to call out another thing you said there.
Ian again in his bunk
now's
bed.
my chance to get some chip damage when my 2/3 of one of my towers has already disappeared. So it's going to be an uphill battle.
I love that macro understanding there from Ian. Just going like, yeah, this is okay for me. And it is actually still great macro play from Igor. It's just a very bad situation.
Oh. Ooh.
Rocket to try to clear, but
oh, man.
Those firecrackers are already all over. Bottle rockets raining from the sky.
It's crazy. The fact that card is still able to get 2 shots on tower as a melee and ranged unit is just so frustrating.
Oh, nice kite.
And easy distraction on the Dark Prince. And these pushes just contain so much
Evo
weight.
Goblin Giant, what a crazy card is that?
Again, with the minor chip damage, with the minor being nerfed, you could see Ian just goes, no problem. You can send maybe 3 more minors that I will not even pay attention to before I start to think about how am I going to get more damage on this tower. It is down to 1590 and 640, but as you can see, you know, Ian just not too worried about it. So now the Mother Witch in the opposite lane actually does feel a little bit more effective because she did create some of that space for the minor damage. And now you're starting to see Ian's elixir get split up.
And this is the first Goblin Giant that's been relatively unsupported, although Evo Witch comes behind it. And this is a no-mistake zone.
Oh my god!
You gotta eat the cannon cart, and he doesn't make the choice fast enough, and that's what happened right there. Yeah. The cannon cart, he thought about it for a half second. He was like, how do I contend with all this?
To Ian.
And maybe there wasn't an answer there, but didn't get in front of the witch in time, and that's it.
Yeah, what's really interesting about that cannon cart too is that it became something that he was going to ignore and then had to ignore, but it also got leveled up halfway through. So it went from 11 to 12 and started doing a lot more damage. And in that case, Eeyore probably started to feel the pressure, but also at that same time, like you said, left-hand lane, that little bit of hesitation just kind of throws off his defense, which gets on top of tower. And that was also another thing that Ian did really well was he used the Bard Barrel a couple times throughout that match to just give a little bit more tankability or draw out a little bit more elixir. We saw it early on with the machine, and then we saw it again late game with the Witch being supported by the Bard Barrel.
And so now you see Igor come out here, and once again, as he tries to go minor rocket, finding himself stifled and stymied, and really kind of had his knees cut out from him in the opening moments of this matchup, and was fighting from. And let's give some credit where credit's due. He did a good job of fighting his way back into the matchup. Yeah. Ian did also another good job of kind of recognizing he had a lot of elixir to health to give as a resource, HP as a resource in that situation. But
so Chill 5,
we already saw this.
What are you playing at the moment? Any games or busy with other stuff?
Number one with the minor rocket cycle, and does the ripple effect?
I'm currently playing too many games
into this elimination matchup.
So Moko.
You know what's really interesting that I've noticed, and
Clash Royale.
Caveat this with saying last
Hollow Knight
month
Silk
I think
Song.
I asked about an interaction, and someone took time to send me a message on Twitter and really break it down for me. I really appreciate that. Today, I'm actually having another question in my mind.
I even tried Geolocator.
Want to answer, or maybe it's just again just kind of like luck of the draw. But we have not seen a drop in Goblin Giant P.E.K.K.A. usage, but we have seen a massive drop in the great response to it in the Royal Hogs Mighty Minor Lightning deck.
And
what I think is really fascinating is that it's, again, when we talk about the competitive meta just leaning so hard towards minor control today, it's a little surprising. You know, that deck was created, that Royal Hogs Mighty Minor Lightning deck was created to kind of stop this deck and to really make this deck struggle.
All right, next up,
that deck has just
game
come out
number
time
2,
and time
Ian
again,
versus
but
Igor. Let's
we have
go.
not seen its kryptonite in the response, and it's just one of those things that I think is a little surprising and maybe not the best.
Well, we'll see if someone sends you the answer, and more importantly, we'll see if Igor has the answer for the situation he's in right now. And
that drill is, I mean, pretty much whenever you see Demolisher, it's just going to be drill.
Yeah, man. Sure thing, man.
That
Grab that popcorn.
Got to get that splash damage somewhere.
There's still a lot of time left. We're not even at the second prize, so all good.
And nice little chain there for Golden Knight.
By the way, that's a very old picture of Igor.
The original Igor photo to replace Igor's camera malfunction.
I think that's the first ever picture I saw from Igor. It's like, I don't know, 7 years old.
It's a weird thing to know about a player.
Yeah. Pretty tight between these two, 23-38 to 23-88 as we get to the 90-second mark. And, you know, one thing I've noticed, you talk about things about Ian. Ian pretty much always has a smile on his face.
Yeah, I love that about him, honestly. He does really look like he's always having a good time playing, even when he loses, which I actually think is really great for the mental battle that you have as a competitive player, or really in anything that anyone competes in, is if you can have a smile
Ian
on your
just
face
loves
when
the
you're losing,
game.
it's just not going to tilt you the same way, I think, as
Always
if
a
you're
happy man.
incredibly upset. And we've
I've
seen that
him
with
in
players throughout the history
Finland
of CRL
last year.
Some of them that are
Just a
maybe would have
very
been some of the best
happy-go-lucky
players to ever
guy.
touch the game had they been able to control their emotions a little bit more.
But the coolest guy of them all, of all content creators, is by far Ken. That guy is such a cool dude. I talk the most with him.
But Baby Dragon,
and he's, I think, one of the most famous guys for Clash Royale content. But he's so down to earth, so relaxed.
Probably recognizing Baby Dragon's already in play. Pretty much everything else has to be played on top of that drill, so he can be a little bit more aggressive with that.
You mean Ian?
And that is
he goes to the gym a lot, so
like Igor is just
he's like a healthy, active dude.
It feels like it should still be Royal Giant at the bottom of the screen, but just maybe not being able to find a good spot.
How is it possible that
could be something else that he's trying to speed up?
The Goblin got still 2 steps on the right tower
the
with
Evo Baby Dragon out of cycle.
The Goblin drill.
The Fire Spirit is doing a good job of just saying, "Hey, you're
every
not getting
single time
here from these
2 steps.
These Baby Dragons."
So much damage.
I like this early cycled Tesla. Obviously, Ian has 2 buildings to deal, and also has the ability to get back around very quickly. And that's a good
really
snowball
good
there.
Placement with from the guards to just.
We're getting close to the 0 hour for Igor in this exchange, and he sets up the Evo RG bottom left-hand side.
Name again.
Sometimes it's just tough because this deck, you know exactly what Igor is doing. He's going to go for one last-ditch effort with a double RG push,
only way
with the same lane or opposite lane. Evo Snowball comes in, so now it's probably going to be opposite lane because you've got a decent kind of push there with the zappies. But it's just too easy to defend here for Ian.
I was talking about the...
But he might go into that
the Goblin.
With the Evo Baby Dragon.
Yeah, the Goblin machine.
Evo Baby Dragon stays alive, Monk stays alive, but
so many Goblin dudes.
May not be enough. Should be able to use the drill on
gonna
defense
be a couple.
if he needs to.
One hit.
He's instead just gonna opt to take a shot and clog up the lane.
Oh!
But he has a lot on the board right now. Keep an eye on this one. And the Fish Boy in the middle, Baby Dragon. They're gonna get this Tesla off the board very quickly. Fireball to clear. A nice Evo or nice drill to defend against the RG. Will it get 2 here? I think it's just
dude.
It does get 2.
No!
5:36. Now Ian's starting to feel the pressure. That Evo Baby Dragon going to speed things up.
Wow.
Fireball is a factor here as well. Not a big one. And he's trying to Fireball to break through. Will the speed up do enough? And the Evo drill, or the drill to hold on the Evo RG, the double building work from Ian, very mature play, shuts down Igor in this lower bracket match.
I gotta admit, I really just love the way that Igor was able to use that Evo Baby Dragon to keep the pressure up, especially there at the end. He opts to Fireball the Tesla. And if Ian was any of those players that sees the light at the end of the tunnel, sees the victory, sees that he can go
in the end, Ian won.
To maybe create a little bit of offense, he loses that game. Igor does the great thing. He fireballs the Tesla up
Ian
high.
Took the
knows
victory.
The Baby Dragon can speed up the Royal Giant enough, which would usually be too slow to actually get on top of tower.
He already has a golden ticket.
And Ian is ready to go with that Evo
guaranteed
with the drill to play
placement
in
the
very smart, very calculated on both
in
sides.
the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, what a solid performance all the way around. And Ian just took out one of the biggest threats to him making it into the top 4 and getting that first round bye. I'm still trying to figure out all the math as I look at it, because you still have Pedro alive, you still have Sandbox alive, but Ian now with that win moves into second place on the leaderboards with 220 points, and he might have just secured that top 4 finish.
Yeah, you look at the decks here, and
so we currently
I really don't know. I mean, obviously
we have
Ian
with a golden ticket. Mohammed Light has a golden ticket,
with
and Guard
they're running Mighty Miner
has a golden ticket.
But I really am.
And
still
Ian and Mohammed Light won their tickets in a golden ticket event.
It would have matched up better than maybe what.
And
Guard
That's
kind of the case here in game number 1.
Won it in a
obviously
China tie-in event.
For Igor, in the sense of just how much damage came in early on, and then playing something like Minor Rocket, it's just so hard to come back. And then in game number 2, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, the Royal Giant wasn't played till the end of the game, and it makes sense because I think Ian recognized with the cards that were out, just like I did, you know, this is most likely 90% plus Royal Giant. So I just need to keep up the pressure.
And the CRL World Finals are from the 31st till the 2nd, 31st of October till the 2nd of November.
Yeah, with a great win from Ian. And now we're down to our final 4. Pedro, Sandbox, Mohammed Light, and Ian. Keep in mind that Mo and Ian already have golden tickets. So either Pedro or Sandbox is guaranteed a golden ticket.
So cool. I'm just too excited. That's why I was just talking over you there. But yeah, it's wild to think that out of half the people here, 2 of them already have golden tickets. So one of those guys at the top of your screen has already locked down World Finals, which is absolutely wild. So exciting for them. It's also exciting for us. We love Sandbox. We love Pedro. Super cool that either one of them are going to be at World Finals. And what's also crazy is if somehow they both lose, and then these guys, and actually it's not possible for both of them to get up to the upper bracket. So never mind. I was going to say, we might see a situation where 3rd place gets the golden ticket, but that's not going to be the case since Mo and Ian are about to play against one another. But definitely an interesting situation to be in. And this is, I think, what's so great about the evolution of the tournament this year is because, you know, last year it felt like some of these matches didn't really matter anymore, right? It's really just about, which one of these guys is going to go. And then, you know, Ian and Mo are here just to kind of get more money. But now there is so much on the line with points. Although now it feels like Ian has locked down that top 4 spot as well, right, Rich?
I think Ian's locked down the top 4 spot, but here's the big one to keep an eye on, is Pedro has 195 points in 5th place, and Lucas has 200 points in 4th place. So if Pedro wins one more match, he knocks Lucas out of the top 4 and takes one of those first-round buys away from Lucas. Now, this is all unofficial, by the way. All this will be officially handled, but the unofficial picture that we have right now is Mohammed, Ian, Sub, and Lucas in the top 4. Pedro right behind trying to get one of those KOs. Adriel right behind him. Igor is now doesn't have a factor there anymore. Sandbox cannot make the top 4. But he can get himself a golden ticket. But from my understanding of the points right now, you're going to have, since one of those 2 guys wins a golden ticket today, this means that our golden ticket world finalists, we have the 4 champions, Mohammed Light, Ian, Adriel, and one more player. And then Sub, Lucas, Igor, Mugi, and this should also lock in a trip to Worlds for OP Sam, if I'm understanding the points correctly. So I believe this, again, this is all unofficial, but I believe that everyone you see, Pedro and Sandbox both are going to World Finals
already have a golden ticket.
And I believe that makes room for Sam and Mugi as well. So that should be the case. We'll get the official word later.
If Pedro wins a golden ticket, I wonder what happens to his silver ticket.
Oh, yeah. Who gets this? That's a whole other... I'm not even touching the silver ticket stuff yet, Andrew.
Come on, Rich. Give us all the answers.
So these guys are just playing for prize money.
That's pretty much what we always see Evo Knight coupled with. And then on the other side of it, looks like Ian's just going to lean into what's working in the meta right now.
Which is also nice.
The Pancake Tower, and of course that Goblin Machine that you may love or most likely hate.
And
also, for those people that like to geek out about points as much as you do, Rich, you're going to be on that broadcast next Sunday for LCQ, so you'll be able to kind of give a very unofficial, slightly official look at what World Finals picture might look like.
Yeah, I mean, we, from my understanding, we'll have everything but the 12th seed locked up by that point. And here you go, a giant pile of rocks, and I'm very curious to see how this one shakes.
I like that play by Mo. He doesn't just go all out on the left-hand side. He doesn't just go Knight plus. He sees if he can bait out any elixir, and he does. He does a good job baiting out a decent amount of elixir there. And now this Goblin is, or this Golem, Goblin, his Golem is all of a sudden not very supported, and these cards that Mo has, incredibly high DPS. When we talk about the Hut spawning the Spears, obviously the Berserker, and then, as I was talking about earlier, that Evo Furnace is so strong, and right now you got a great graveyard counter push coming down the lane.
Completely countered the Golem.
So here we go, Evo Knight up front, Graveyard comes in, and that Fire Spirit chip is certainly annoying if you're Ian.
Look at that damage.
Fire Spirit, same damage as a Fireball.
And the Fire Spirit's going to jump. And another Fire Spirit's going to jump. Nope, doesn't get on top of tower, but that was a beautiful play by Mo Light. I mean, all of that, you talk about looking 30 seconds into the future, he creates just enough pressure in the opposite lane.
Me neither.
Golem push is not supported at all by Ian. And then he takes that Golem down with a great bit of Evo Knight. Evo Furnace.
The Golem was melted.
Insane counter push, sends in the Graveyard. We all know the Graveyard is coming, and then a Vine's on top, and he takes over half the tower. And that's why Mo is so dang good at this game.
Sudden death overtime on its way, and gonna Graveyard.
Still awake, Victoria.
Barbara will come in and pull the attention of the chef. Get a little bit more damage here. And now counter push opportunity for Ian, but decides to Golem up in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what he has to do. If this isn't going to be enough to really pull much elixir out of Mo. And again, Mo has just so many great high DPS cards. I think he's back to Evo Furnace, and there it is. And this is just going to be another dead push, in my opinion.
This Golem is not...
And 2 small spells, no big spell to try to clear out a path
going any
for the big guy.
Look at it.
Beautiful high Evo Knight there to catch the Furnace, looking for the Goblin Hut. Ends up just completely destroying that push. And, you know, this is why we talk a lot about beat-down heavy decks, and especially Golem, not really giving you the opportunity to outplay. And against someone like Mo, it is easier to get outplayed because you just have so little control when something costs that much elixir on the board. I mean, I think Juicy put it in really good words yesterday. The more elixir that a card takes away, the more control that you lose in that moment. And you saw right there, Mo was just fully in the driver's seat that whole time.
Yeah, just, you know, you talk about Golem pushes rolling downhill, and it was the opposite direction. It felt like that Golem was trying to walk up a mountain, and Mo was just able to throw everything with complete downhill momentum the opposite direction.
Great deck pick by Mo also. You know, I mean, it worked out perfectly. Not a good way to get on top of that Evo Furnace. So much single target DPS. The ability to create pressure opposite lane, whether it's just a Knight or if he really wanted to, he could go Graveyard plus something. Just making it so that those Golem pushes were just not supported the way he needed. Never really needed to do that, though. He just pull out a little bit of elixir, over defend, get the counter push with the Graveyard, throw in the Vines, you know, ABC 1, 2, 3. It's very, very straightforward play, but that's why it works.
And Mohamed Light working with Alan as his coach for this one, and
we're all doing pretty
good. I'm sure that
Sparky.
there's some celebration and some yelling going on in the background. If you,
Yo, Fidelis, I will tell you that
that's probably
one of these
some level
tower
of
troops.
From his
you
coach,
can also change tower troops, so it's just normally
these wins.
you only had the princess.
We're talking about the coach
but
situation,
that changed.
Andrew. Usually we've seen in the past lots of coaching overlap, and as I look at the coaches list of the players we saw today, that kind of feels like a thing of the past almost, right? I see Riley's with Julesy, Ian with Sanchez, Mookie's with Titan, who's been with for a long time. The Sandbox with Game Savers. Viper had
Royal Chef. That's the one you
Pedro
saw.
has a Jose VTS.
If he throws a pancake,
so we had Trade Allure with a couple of guys.
At a unit,
not as much
the unit will level up
this year as we've seen maybe in past years.
I think
then we have
the top 1%. It starts to become really tough.
Dagger Duchess.
Two guys that end
we
up
have
in the finals,
the Cannoneer.
That's when you really are supposed to make your money.
And the old school Tower Princess.
And a lot of times we're seeing
in this case,
kind of the opposite. It's almost like
this
they step
happened
away in that
by
moment to make
the
things
Royal
fair.
Chef.
How can you really fairly give two players decks to go against one another? One of them has to get the advantage. Like, that's your job as a coach. So I actually really like that you're pointing that out, because I think it really calls attention to something that when you're coaching the best players in the world, you just can't really have that much overlap, because someone is going to be left wanting, and it's going to start to affect your relationships.
They come out of
Mortar and Barrel. to open things up.
Chests.
Looks like Mo's just going to go
lucky
to
drops.
Minor Control, man. And
you
honestly,
can
in
buy
this
them.
matchup, that's a lot of trouble for
see.
Ian. You know, we talk about the ability to create offense
Yeah,
with that
I
deck
can.
that
Well,
Ian's
maybe
running,
if
which
I
is probably
switch
just
to my
Skeleton
mini,
Barrel
but,
Mortar
yeah,
and something
mini,
like
I have
Skeleton
them as
King.
well, so
And you know the amount of
that
control that
won't
Moonlight's going
help
to have
at
over
all.
this
Let me
matchup.
check.
Maybe the minions can kind of change the conversation a little bit, but that Evo Tesla is going to be a decent equalizer. But you can see right there, Mo is already on top of the fact that he can't give much damage in this match, and he wasn't happy about that one minion hit.
Skeleton Barrel sets up in the corner as we let the first minute tick away.
Yeah, so I have
just a difference in tone, by the way, with Mohammed Light.
Yeah, actually, I have only my Princess Tower maxed on my mini account, Dustin.
With no
so I need to upgrade
the aesthetics whatsoever as Mohammed Light.
The Royal Chef,
golden chair,
which just works as a normal card.
I know.
Actually,
it's funny because it's become
so my Royal Chef is level 10.
One mortar
my
shot.
Cannoneer is level 13, and
second
my
shot.
Dagger
Play where you're the
Duchess
best,
is
you know, and
level
if Ian,
13.
that's what he wants to do. That's what
max
Igor
tower
wants to do.
troop I have is just
Mini Minter
the standard princess.
where he played on his bed, and you know what? If you have the ability to play for the comfort
to
of your
max
home, might as well
the
play
tower
spot
troops
where you're
out,
best, other than the bathroom. You don't want to see any of
means the same as maxing out a
we
regular
also did
card. So
famously
you
have a lot of
still need
players
those
who,
50,000.
when we were still in studio for regular season
tokens,
CRL,
those,
who did everything they could to try to not have to play standing
those
up at the
elite
podium.
wild cards.
Good Ice Spirit to catch the mortar.
Yeah, really nice back and forth there. I think the one thing that's really great about this matchup for Mo, and obviously controlling Evo Mortars is always a bit frustrating, but I was going to say the conversation earlier about the minions was something that might be effective, but and that's going to be an Evo Mortar shot as that Tesla went underground just a moment ago. Should get a second shot, actually, as well.
Oh, yeah. Dustin, 3 more cards,
really
3 more tower troops to go.
Rips off the shield plus. And that was a really nice lightning out of
You
Ian.
guys actually still have a ton to do.
Out of Ian right now. I think he's recognizing the less control that Mo
I'm
has.
glad I kept on playing Clash Royale. Otherwise,
the less control, the better. And how do you do that? Is you just create a lot of offense. He's being really, really aggressive here.
Now you need to find 20k
deck out in the game right
to upgrade everything, man.
The leaderboard
my
for a minute, and the ability to have that double spell somehow creates a lot of space between taking care of buildings. You know, this deck doesn't match up well against Hoggy Q, but the double spell helps with the building and with the firecrackers. So
you need more info, Chill Vibes.
To see this deck as it has been on top of
what do you need, bro?
The ranked leaderboard.
We can provide all the info you need.
1495 into sudden death overtime. Margins are thin in this business.
Yeah, you know Mo has that rocket, though, so that's definitely something Ian is thinking about. I like that lightning.
These are the best of the best Chill Vibes
for Ian so far.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, I think, the most effective spell in the game right now when you talk about matchups and the things that are super popular with the furnace.
Ian is really good. Mohammed Light is the best in the world.
Deck, you know,
both players already have a golden ticket,
nice
so
rocket there. That's a beautiful rocket.
They are already in the World Championship.
You have to avoid the extra shot.
But these guys know what it's all about.
And Ian putting some good pressure on. This is dangerous for Mohammed.
Yeah, and he missed the timing. So
too early.
Definitely going to populate the map there.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Wow.
I heard it. Very
nice.
good job there by Ian. I mean,
GG,
honestly, I think
Ian,
that's kind of a tough matchup. The Lightning, as you said, Rich, kind of the
Let's
MVP
go.
throughout. And the other thing about Minor Control is it's really unforgiving. You know, you make one mistake and you find yourself in a lot of trouble. I've played enough to know that I heard the sound of the Royal Delivery drop, and I knew that barrel was just a little, or that delivery was just a little bit.
Also, players like
one mistake and
Surgical Goblin.
Game. And again, pressure.
Like they can't even get into these final rounds. It's just these guys are just too good.
You're trying to control two different sections of the map at the same time.
Too many extremely talented players
on there to not allow a mortar connection, but also get that.
These guys can predict the prediction
of the skeleton barrel and that double layer. I mean, kind of similar to how bait runs.
Yeah,
right?
Ian had a nice comeback. So
and control the goblin barrel, but almost more awkward in a way. And you saw that timing with, and then you had the delay for the drop of the delivery.
I know Surgical really well.
That's not an uncommon mistake.
He's also from the Netherlands. I know exactly where he lives, and
Yeah, and that's all credit to
We're
Ian.
in close contact, but he's just not good enough at the moment.
All of a sudden makes the unit split in the center of the map defensively not as effective because the Goblin comes down, right? And also the sped up shot time of that Evo mortar.
I don't know what
the mix of dealing with the skeleton
surgical needs to do.
You got to throw a building on the board, but you don't want that building too close to where the mortar is
to enter the World Championship.
Too much lightning.
Maybe
so that's why this mortar deck
if he has enough points, but
at least
it's
as
doubtful
of right now in the current meta. You know, it's got the ability to slow. It's got the great building on the ground. It's got some good splash damage in there. And then, of course, the double spells plus the barrel creates a lot of pressure. And I really love that Ian recognized,
Never heard of him.
I'm playing against a control deck. What's one thing that I can do against a control deck is take some of that control away. And he did a really exceptional job with my favorite win condition.
Yeah, no, I know you were certainly happy
Andrew,
to see
what
that one.
is your favorite win
now
condition?
Now we get our little reset here after Ian takes the victory here in Game 2, ties things up. Game number 1 was the Golem deck from Ian, followed by the Mortar Skelly Railway to Saw. Game number 1 was the Graveyard from Mo, and then the Minor
Game number
Control.
3.
So now
Ian
thinking about
versus
things that are out
Light.
there.
What's going
Rage
to
is on
happen?
The board. I don't know if I see Ian going to a Goblin Giant deck here, but certainly a possibility. Hog is live, especially
No,
with the
not really,
spells.
man.
And you think about the spells that Ian used.
I have a specific taste in Clash Royale channels.
Both still available for sure.
I just really want to see Ian.
There's
go
one
to
Japanese
he
player. He
again, right?
always
That's what we
plays
saw in Game 1 and 2, and
Hog
how
Cycle.
drastically different those situations
I love
were.
Ken.
You know, it felt like Mo had himself in at least a decent matchup in Game number 2.
I love Boss.
But Ian had the outplay ability there.
That's
and
really
then in
about
Game
it.
number 1 was the exact opposite story. You know, so I want to see him do or put himself in a situation where it looks like maybe with RG.
Yeah, and he's always streaming this as well.
And you know, give himself a chance.
He tried to enter, but he lost.
Dropping a big pile of rocks on the board.
Last weekend he tried to enter this finale, but
Ghost comes out and
didn't
then
make it.
0 for Ian for the RG. Maybe anticipating that he's going to get a few shots out of this, but the Ghost will also do some work too.
Whoa!
Yeah, I mean, that's a really nice play by Ian.
Yo!
You know, he recognizes the two biggest problems that he has to deal with in the Evo Mega Knight and the Ewiz are not insightful.
Look at Ian.
For Mo. So you can see he gets a ton of damage. Little look into the camera there. Now a pile up at the river here, just trying to steal some more from Mo.
That's old school, bro.
Really like that play.
I still watch Clash Royale, and
so he's gonna have to really throw his cycle out of whack if he wants.
I've met Ash, man. I was at the 2018 after party in London. Ash got me after party tickets, man. Mold wasn't there. OJ was there in 2018.
Get plenty of damage.
Kairos never seen in real life.
Big margin to make up.
Bentim I met in 2018 and met him last year.
Hey, look at Mo. He's like, what the heck, man? Did you see what I made? Are you
Timothy Evans, man, is his real name.
How do you
Ash.
have every answer right now? The other part of this is that Spirit Empress in the sky behind anything like the Monk or the RG is going to be really annoying for Mo to deal with. She's got such great range, and there's just not a lot of air targeting DPS here.
Yeah,
for Mo.
Ian's got that smirk, man. See, Mohammed Light is like sweating.
Snowball has to come out against
Why
the
I'm not winning this shit, man?
Side,
What's
Magic
up?
Archer wants
What happened to my? Oh no, the Magic Archer lined up there.
Wow.
Oops.
Snowball not enough to disrupt that in a meaningful way. I mean, the log.
740, 15.
Let's see how Ian is going to win this.
Anything can still happen in this game.
I think now.
Just a second late on
what's
that
he going to do?
No light.
Oh, nice.
Magic Archer kind of sitting there in the middle as a target, just a defensive NATO to reset. And and doesn't get the Monk reflection there.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's actually a really great NATO by Mo, but not great placement on the Evo. He's going to have to use that Evo Snowball as he gives a lot of fireball value there. I would have loved to see the
Is he going to get a shot off?
But you kind of understand what he was going for.
Oh my god, man. Look.
And that defensive drill was
Mohammed Light, is he getting a shot?
RG should get one, and it does. And that's probably going to be enough to lock this thing up for Ian.
Oh, bro, man. Ian plays that fantastic. Holy shit. Oh, fireball.
We haven't seen is the Evo Mega Knight against the RG. We need to see
that
more in this
nice.
matchup. Now Ian knows he's got the double fireball. Mohammed Light is sent packing here.
Wow. Ian, bro, dude.
And he already has his ticket punch to World Finals, already has the first seed locked up. but that will be the end
Ian
of
kicks Mohamed
today.
Light's ass.
And that might be sufficient to lock in second place for Ian, who will have a minimum of 80 points today, 230 overall in his 2025 campaign. And I don't believe there's anybody still in the mix who can
Ian, man.
take that from him. So number 1 seed Mohamed Light knocked out by our number 2 World's Final seed Ian. And might we see more of that when we are in Atlanta from October 31st to November 2nd?
I'm so impressed by Ian in that set. I just really am. I mean, he comes out with something that you would not expect him to run in game number 1. Part of that could just be to not waste the cards that Mo's playing, but to, you know, kind of use up one of Mo's
Ian
decks,
is on a roll,
see
man.
If it matches up well, and then now you have a look into
Mr.
what the next 2
flexing my
might
bicep.
be. And then you talk about game number 2, this Mortar deck. It's really, really great with that double spell. You can just create so much offense with it. The Skeleton King ability, not really part of that conversation. The Evo Mortar, though, and the double spells.
Time to get back into Clash Royale, dude.
So much trouble for Mo. And again, you know, we talk about Mo being a perfect player. That's impossible, right? He's just probably about as close to perfect as it gets.
Ian is like in the top last 4 years.
For that barrel, it just... You missed time.
He was in Finland last year, but he didn't play, but he was running around there.
Rocket control, so you need to try to defend as cheaply as possible throughout the game. Then you go to game number 3, and we're saying, all right,
really into fitness, man. This guy is
a chance for outplay ability. Spirit Empress is
strong dude.
Nuisance there, a lot of damage, but the wherewithal and the recognition of the macro matchup, how much elixir Mo had.
He didn't play, but he came all the way to Finland. Like OJ was there.
And Ian was just
all these content creators come over,
capitalizing when and wherever he could.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly what you want to see from Ian.
Like Supercell headquarters is there, so that's always interesting.
Holding back. He's just ready, and now we get into the top 3 and our BO5s from here on out as Ian knocks out Mohamed Light, puts himself into the lower bracket finals. And
yeah,
now
I know all these guys, man,
in our upper bracket
long
final,
time.
A best of 5. And this one is going to be interesting because remember, Lucas is currently
if you go
ranked
to
number 4,
physically go to these finales or world championships, you see them all.
Going forward from here, Lucas gets knocked into 5th place, and Pedro
OJ always comes to these world championships, man.
His team looking at this one very,
always
very
makes
carefully.
Videos, recordings.
Sandbox and Pedro fight for that grand final position.
Yeah, I mean, so much on the line in this next set. You really want to have that life to give going into the grand final. Obviously, you're going to run up against either Ian or whoever loses.
So, what does the bracket look like here?
Really, really tough competition. So, you talk about not
Ian
being Mo Light, not being
the
able to go through the lower bracket, and also winning the bracket
upper finals.
In the grand
Pedro
final.
versus
whoever is going to take this match between Pedro and Sandbox. This is just a huge advantage because there's also the confidence there. There's the momentum. Golden ticket on the line. Ian, like we said, in case anyone has missed this, he already has a golden ticket. Pedro or Sandbox will be going to World Finals. Not decided yet, but this is an absolutely massive best of 5. And I'm so excited to see. I mean, literally, you have 2 guys here that have completely opposite play styles. You know, Sandbox is a guy that really does love heavier decks. He still is a very good cycle player. But then on the other side of it with Pedro, you have arguably one of the best cycle players to ever touch a phone or tablet in Clash Royale.
Yeah, this is going to be a whole lot of fun between these two. And we saw the confidence from Sandbox earlier on. Now, keep in mind also that the seeding, not just for that first round bye, is at play between Sandbox and Pedro, but who you draw as your first round matchup is also
I'm the monkey, man, the monkey.
We know that our last chance qualifier is going to be the 12th seed, but now these spots here of who you're trying to draw for that first one in the first match, very, very interesting. But speaking of draws, let's maybe...
He always shows his face later in the evening.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
I also don't have... Hey, guys,
I want more than 113 skeletons. Here we go.
Prices.
Good start.
Come on, let's see what I'm going for.
I'm gonna make
Chat, you know we want to see it again. We want to see what you guys get.
Yeah. What are you guys getting?
What am I getting here?
Open up mine. Yes, I will claim my reward now.
Second prize.
I stayed at 2. I got 116 skeleton dragons. Is this a joke? Am I being trolled? What is happening right now?
Play them all.
Hold on. My first tick got me to 3. I'm gonna save it. And I'll show it once we're on screen. I've done 2 ticks.
2,900 gold.
So once we come back, I'll live this life with all of you at home.
I'm going to
see
my
how
mini.
See how it shakes out.
More lucky
so
there.
We got, looks like six Mega Knights, 3 champion wild cards. That is massive.
That's
absolutely
crazy.
Massive.
That's actually crazy.
102 snowballs. I feel your pain. Epic book. I mean, an epic book for watching the broadcast. Not only do you get to see the best Clash Royale players in the world compete, you also get to get an epic book. That's huge, man.
My mini.
Yeah, now you can max out your baby dragon. Okay, here we go. I have two more hits. Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
So there's one. There's one. Stays at 3. Stays
at
3. That's gonna stay at 3. What do we got?
Oh,
okay.
Not bad.
All right, that's a reward. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's not 3 Mega Knights or whatever other people are getting. It's not all the wild cards. It's not all the champion wild cards. But you know what? I'll take it. What's
10,000 elite wild cards? Someone said book of books. Now I wonder if they're trolling. But someone said 7 boss bandits. I feel like that's incredibly specific, and that is a really good reward.
That it is.
Is 7 boss bandits possible? Is that even possible? That's actually crazy. Yeah, no, now I'm reading the scroll
7
now, too.
champions.
People are putting in some good ones.
448 bombers.
I mean, that's a number of bombers. That's an amount.
That's more bombers than you had 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that is an amount for sure. Well played. Well, coming up in just a couple of moments here, Fire Meets Ice, Pedro and Sandbox, and just again, Sandbox maybe trying to move into the upper side of our seating for the chance to maybe find the preferred matchup.
For prize number 2,
Pedro with a chance to
a 2-star
jump
lucky
in
drop
to that top 4 and get a first round bye. Let's go.
Here.
Oh, interesting.
2-star lucky drop.
Still could be.
Here you go. Get it. While it's still valid.
Sandbox just looking like he's leaning into the meta. See that with the pancake tower.
2-star.
And Demolisher just working its way up. What's going to come with it? Cannon cart.
Yes.
And I don't know if Sandbox is going to press the issue here. He decides to.
Yeah, level 12 cannon cart to support. That's actually a lot of single target DPS. And if it can lock on that witch, that's huge.
Oh, and the rage.
Berserker.
Yeah. I was going to say, the rage was a good job clearing, but yeah, exactly. The Berserker just completely getting in the way. Very nicely done by Pedro.
And I like this. He's going to force the issue here. He's got the Evo Witch on the board. He's got the Skeleton King behind. The Goblin Machine is actually not super effective against the Evo Witch in this situation because it's going to kill all of her own skellies and just keep her healthy. And those minions, if that doesn't do it, good connection.
Yeah, good connection, good damage. That's a very significant chunk taken, about a third of the tower. Or maybe a little bit less in this situation.
Yeah, really, really well played there by Pedro. Just not forcing the issue.
You don't have to go to their YouTube, man. It's the same QR code here. Same thing. I got the exact same feed from Supercell.
Great bit of damage there with just some really calculated plays, which is
nothing really
what
interesting
to expect from Pedro and his play style.
Cannon cart sets up in the back.
Check the QR codes or check the link in the. For TikTok, you can scan the code
got 9 spirit
because I cannot give you the link in the chat. Not working.
9?
TikTok.
Yeah, that's so wild.
Protects their viewers with malicious links, which is good.
And if that Goblin Giant continues to protect it.
Yeah, this is a scary push. Evo Witch is down once again, though. Obviously, she's very, very good at defending. Goblin Machine is not there to kind of get on top of her, even though you're trying to defend with her. We saw that yesterday where one Goblin Machine took out an Evo Witch and it just turned the whole entire game around. And you can see it right here. It's just really
I don't know.
It was a level 12
some,
Goblin Machine, so 2 shots took it off the board. You see right
one
there,
prize was like
Goblin Machine didn't quite do the trick.
3,000 gold coins, which sucks, and the other one was
so here we go. Sudden death,
almost 500 archers. So
small amount of
minimal prices, man.
So far. Oh, it is the lead as Pedro has defended almost perfectly.
Smack that like button, yo, come on.
And again, a mature game here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that both these guys just really kind of holding for pause to see where their opponent's going to make a mistake. And
Scan the code,
not being able to get on the Evo Witch is something that I'm sure Pedro saw that interaction happen yesterday. And he goes, I'm going to do everything in my power
handsome face.
To make sure she stays
I'll
alive.
take that as a compliment, bro.
And it's so chaotic in some of these exchanges right now. When you think about all the spawns that are happening around all these troops. And you're trying to keep track of the critical stuff inside the muck, inside the scrum.
Fire Spirit.
I think these QR codes plus the links, I take them out of the QR code for your convenience. They are valid for 24 hours max because
you got to spend on that.
Supercell wants you to watch these live streams.
Vines came down, that'd be me.
And a lot of content creators also share these links on their social media.
Good push here on the left though for Sandbox.
So I harvest those links.
A lot of damage though. Final 30 seconds. This push is it. Do or die for Sandbox. How much? And the cannon cart that's off its track, still down behind. This Goblin Giant gets rolled back. Curse trying to do something.
Reward. Oh, wait.
And you realize what was not played this game, Rich? Graveyard.
Graveyard.
Just beautiful, beautiful control by Pedro. I mean, that is, we love to see someone win without using their win condition because they just recognize the macro matchup. They recognize if I have any sort of damage lead and can defend, which we know Pedro can do, there's no way I lose this game. You know what could cost me this game is maybe giving a ton of goblins to a goblin curse or something like that because you're going in for graveyard, or just really more so than anything is overspending on the graveyard that doesn't really get a lot of damage.
All my devices are available, Sparky.
Instead, Pedro just does perfect witch placement.
I got a direct
great
feed
Fire Spirit
from
snowball combos for minions here and there. Vines are always there to save just in case.
OBS.
Never ever overextending.
Both my devices
just
are
such clean gameplay.
Not being used at the moment.
Yeah, I mean clean is one of the two words, but you've heard me say it a few times today. Mature gameplay, and I think that we've seen a lot of moments here where the experience of
17 Pro Max,
the Barn syndrome, of
it's coming in
what you already
the
have
19th of September.
And just playing comfortable.
First possible day.
Decision making
Can't wait, man.
Clear and being simple. And we've seen
did
Pedro
you order
do that
anything?
very, very well today. So now he's
running it
not
through a plan,
going
right?
to. Now he goes in with this one game to win and get himself into that first round bye spot. So this is potentially the big one, folks, on the day.
I think it's necessary for playing Moko because
that we had.
I can't play Moko longer than 10 minutes on my phone.
A little bit longer, or does Pedro take it from him?
Depends on if it's a death ball.
Yeah, and you know,
it's 5 minutes and then my phone explodes.
Match, but it kind of
and my fingers start to smell like chicken.
The loser has to go play against Ian, who is really hot right now. I mean, Ian, that Ian's so hot right now, right? I mean, he just took out Mo.
Oven hot, man. Oven hot.
He's already locked down basically a first round bye. He's already got his golden ticket, and like I said, he's just coming off of a great set. So whoever gets sent down is obviously coming off of a losing set. So, you know, while anything can still happen, it just feels like there's a lot more riding on this than maybe actually is on paper. And the other part of losing against a guy like that in that moment, and actually when I looked here, Pedro was running drill.
Which one are you going to get? I mean, 17 Pro or 17 Pro Max?
You know, we don't really see Skeleton King with Graveyard that much.
I really like the air, man.
Snowball and Fire Spirit can be with Graveyard.
The air
really see
looks
poison,
incredible.
So it does make sense actually more so that it was. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like,
best form factor of all the phones.
But as the game went on, it felt like it should be or could be, but ends up being Drill, and even then, Pedro still doesn't play it at all, which is very, very impressive and almost a little bit surprising because it's a lot cheaper. But I guess he just was like, I have the damage lead, and that's something that someone who is known for minor control would probably recognize early on. I have the lead.
Sandbox versus Pedro. Are you ready? Still got your iPad, yeah. Just pass that to me after a good hot Moko session. Yeah. For sure. Not too long though, because they will be overcooked in like a minute.
Slow start here at the moment.
Yeah, Pro Max is the one to go for because of the Viper Chamber, bro.
You know, it's just so wild to me how popular it has been.
Viper Chamber all the way in that Pro.
High Tesla here to snipe the Furnace. And good protection there with Pedro from the Valkyrie.
And are you gonna take
a fully actualized Pedro right now?
eSIM only, or the one with the SIM tray Sparky, which has a small difference because the eSIM only has a slightly bigger battery, but I think in the United States you can only get the eSIM only. Tray.
Get some great poison value here on top of the Dark Prince and on top of those guards, pretty much negating the counter push and be able to stop.
If you have two numbers,
see a miner come in, gonna have to take a little
it
bit
comes
more
in handy to have the tray, because then you can have a number on your regular SIM and one on your eSIM.
Looking for the goblins there was that log, but instead
yo,
down to do
well, see you in a bit, Victoria.
Double work there on top of the Dark Prince and the miner.
It is, yeah. I checked it.
Pick up here and.
In the internal drawings, you see that the battery is slightly bigger on the eSIM only, giving you 3 hours at least more video playback time. That's how they measured it, but I think
someone's
that means
deck against them. Not one trick, but
I don't know,
like
almost
people run bait against Riley. We saw that at World Finals.
Full 48 hours
like you don't really want
battery
to run bait
time.
against one of the best bait players in history.
So
on the other side of it, when you're running miner control against one of the best miner control players in history, you wonder if that's where you want to be. As Pedro takes a nice lead here with that graveyard.
And we once again saw the Rocket not doing the work.
5 rounds
against the defenses.
It takes long, man.
Plus goblins to catch.
Not gonna lie.
Percent of the damage there, and Pedro knows.
Yeah, so I tried to get the eSIM version in the Netherlands, Sparky, but they don't sell it here because European regulations demand until now that a phone has a SIM tray.
Totally locked in this time.
But funny enough,
the little extra value of the goblins,
iPhone Air is eSIM only.
Those goblins have to come down no matter what. So, you know, it's not the type of thing where the goblins come down and they get rocketed off the board.
Also, if you buy it in the European Union,
goblins are already going to get cleaned up pretty easily.
It's
whether
eSIM
it's
only.
The Dark Prince or with the delivery or even just the logs. So, you know, this is Pedro playing against
Sims are dead. It's
and you're also seeing Miner Rocket here.
On my watch, I make use of the eSIM. So if I lose my phone, I can still make phone calls with my watch. So it has an eSIM with the copied phone number. So same number as on my phone is on the eSIM in my Apple Watch Ultra.
Which is always going to pull more attention out of you and deal with the tank.
Okay, Pedro is going to kill Sandbox, I guess. Good game. GG.
And there you have it, folks. Pedro will move into our grand final, locked into, at minimum, 205 points, which means that he has now secured his spot in the top 4 and a first-round bye at our 2025 World Finals.
Yeah, I mean,
Pedro vibes, man. The world is changing.
I mean, he's been showing up all
mobile phones are being upgraded.
Wants to be.
eSIM is like a digital SIM card
kind of redundant in the grand final
on your phone, and it's actually it all has to do about like the space within the phone, because the SIM tray is like a small floppy disk tray from back in the days, or let's call it a CD drive, which takes up space. And in a small device like an iPhone, specifically the iPhone Air, you want to use every part of the space real estate
Lucas,
you
you're
have
still alive. Sorry, don't
battery.
DM me. All right, you're still alive for the moment, but Pedro has the advantage. 2-1.
So eSIMs, man, eSIMs are the future.
We'll pump the brakes.
No more
here
little
just a
SIM
little
cards. They are being phased out.
We'll see how this one shakes out.
But being down 2 games against Pedro right now, who's looked pretty much untouchable in these
crazy stuff, man,
is definitely a really tough spot to be in. And
eSIM only phones.
Where you talk about Sandbox's confidence.
In the
right?
States, you can choose.
He gets when he's winning, which is again what he
I think also in Canada, but I'm not. Some countries you can choose. Some countries only do eSIM.
To do it, especially against a guy like
some
Pedro
countries
right
do
now,
only SIM.
These have been 2 pretty frustrating losses. You talk about game number 1 and game number 2, just completely being under the thumb of your opponent. Pedro just completely in control in both of those games, and you could even see in that game Sandbox just being tilted and just going, all right, rocket, whatever. Let's just get it over with and get on to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest one is being fully locked out in both, right? Like getting down early and then having no methodology for battling back. And I think that's maybe the biggest mental toll, right? Is 2 games in a row where you feel like you're playing tennis against a wall, right? You're never going to be able to beat the wall. The wall wins eventually, no matter what you do. So what does he do from here? And also 2 very different approaches, right? You had the more beat down direction. You had the rocket cycle. So it's like, hey, I tried one thing, tried the other. I'm not finding any purchase. This one is one where I think that it's not just about getting the win and not getting the win. It's how you get the win that's really important here for Sandbox.
Yeah, man, you got to give those pro players some time to prep their decks, man.
Right now, I probably
discuss strategy with their coaches
against maybe something like
actually
Royal Giant, or even
this is like
saw that mortar deck work all
in
right
between strategy filler
something that just has the
for the
ability
pro players
to be pretty strong defensively. You know, the Ice Wiz is there for slow. You've got the Lightning to clean up everything piled up behind that. The Royal Giant, obviously, Monk is usually paired with Royal Giant. Lightning are more effective against Monk than other spells. Can't be reflected the exact same way.
I will give you cold chill vibes when they're done.
And probably feeling the pressure right now.
I had the
and
phone
also,
ready.
Again, you think about how clean Pedro
chill vibes on speed dial.
I just love to see him go straight up minor control in this game and just see if he can just take this best of 3 right away. And that's the other part of, again, obviously I didn't call Graveyard right in game number 1. The Skeleton King and the Fire Spirit makes you think that it's not going to be Graveyard, but also in best of 5s, that's when you start to see really wacky decks. And that's where you start to see different spells or different spirits come in than you would traditionally see in a best of 3. So there's a lot of things that come into this conversation, but I do believe that for Pedro, I would just love to see some control here. Like you said, he was a wall in games 1 and 2. Why not just continue to be that wall in game number 3?
Yeah, he won with minor control against Mohamed Light in the last one, so we'll see if he goes that way. Log certainly makes that a possibility. And Sandbox
Pedro versus Sandbox.
Like here.
Pedro just chilling.
It's nice to chill sometimes.
Oh, nice King Tower activation.
Just needs to happen. Obviously, a small thing. Could be that hog deck we saw earlier from Mo with Monk and Wizard.
Yeah, certainly feels like it. Oh, maybe RG instead.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Yes. This smells like RG to me.
And Sandbox's deck is a little interesting here. This is, again, the part of best of 5 that we love.
Oh.
Yeah, I really want to get into the championship rounds. See what these guys do when they dig a little bit deeper.
A little bit of chip damage. Oh.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense why you see Pedro just sitting back and kind of chilling on his win condition, being RG.
The Monk. One of the wackiest cards in the game. It can deflect
similar story here from Sandbox.
a rocket or...
as he starts pulling those guards over to his side to...
kind of like everything. Arrows.
And that again just shows kind of how dialed Pedro is. He looks at the cards, he looks at the
Goblin barrels for that matter.
Protects the Monk for just a moment longer, creates a little bit of pressure, knowing it's going to be RG.
Okay, does he have?
If I can call that Sandbox is probably going to play RG, it makes sense why Pedro thought that he was going to run RG. And nice vines though to allow a few shots in here.
3 shots.
Sandbox. But he's going to have to deal with a pretty large counter push.
And Pedro goes opposite lane.
Away from the
both
Monk have.
I don't hate that. He's going to be able to use this Monk ability on the right-hand side. Those guards are going to create a lot of pressure, and now that RG just kind of has to... skeletons. That is a really great use of skeletons. Pedro probably looks at that and goes, all right, I need to save my
Evil Royal Giant. Let's see what he's going to do.
And sped up on the RG. Monk trying to get its knockback, but instead in the reflect zone. and able to do it.
Wow.
Yeah, great use there. We saw it yesterday from the Uzi. We saw
0 hits from the evil Royal Giant because of the Monk. Crazy interaction.
RG when we're thinking he's going to run RG, and it's really working out with an 800 damage lead.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Bull Elixir setting up left-hand lane for Pedro onto his strong side.
But the placement is really important to pull it off. It's not like a given.
It's actually a little surprising how good RG is with Vines and Evo Baby Dragon in the meta.
That Royal Giant gets 2, maybe 3 here, 2 shots, and the E is, wow, yeah.
No big spell, but I think arrows plus Vines just does it. We saw Sandbox miscalculate.
Look at the power of the
cost him the game.
Evo Baby Dragon.
Once again.
It slows everything down.
He's probably doing the math right now.
In that square?
There he goes, gets the Vines. Arrows will finish it off.
Yep.
And
oh, wow.
That's what I was talking about. That's the kind of win that Sandbox really needed here. Not just to squeak by, not just to like get it done, but he needed a win where he to
Sandbox
go to one of your favorites,
one win, so
in this one. And
things are starting to get interesting.
There, and that gives some really nice momentum for Sandbox going into Game 4.
If I'm Sandbox's coach, I'm making sure that he goes and does his homework on all the spell value combinations in the game. I know there's a lot of spells, but you're the best in the world, right? That's why you're here, top 1% if you're at the CRL monthly finals, if you're in that world finals conversation. Yesterday, it was a lightning plus, I think, arrows. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he had the game locked up. And he ended up using, I think, the arrows on defense and then recognized too late, and he loses the tower in the final seconds.
Yeah.
Kind of same situation here, right? He's got enough HP to give that he's not going to lose that tower instantly. If you just go, I mean, maybe it's a cycle thing, but I really am just like, you got to go Vines, you got to go arrows, you got to just end this as soon as possible. Pedro knows that the HP is there. He knows that the damage is in, so he's just going to sell out left-hand lane. You don't want to get caught in that same trap he got caught in yesterday. Very happy it didn't happen to him again, but I would love to see just a little bit more confidence in his spell value combinations.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that, you talk about how many spells there are now. Back in Season 1 of CRL 2018, there were a lot of players who had all the 2 and 3 pair cycles for their major decks memorized, right? They knew exactly how much damage Log Fireball Log did, right? Or 2 Fireball. They had all those things memorized so they could know. But then also the number of combinations and the way they came together was so much. There were fewer spells and fewer combos that made sense at all. So it was easy to get those, hey, there's like 5 things I need to know to make sure, especially, and also they had much more limited deck pools. So you go, okay, so when I'm running Fireball Log, I need to know these 2 or 3 things. When I'm running like Poison, I need to know, like, it was very simple by comparison.
Yes.
Now when you have so many spells, it's almost like you need to start creating significant cheat sheets. And that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see people sitting with that also as a thing they're thinking about before they go into matches on when we're at World Finals, going, okay, yeah, what does 2 Vines and an arrows do? What does 2 arrows and a Vines do before I go out there?
And it's also really tough when you start talking about the balance team and how much work that they're doing to change cards and change tower damage from spells and how quickly that happens, or how regularly, I should say, that happens. And then also the introduction of new spells in the game, right? Vines has only been in the game for a few weeks. So you talk about also being able to throw that into the mix. And it does make sense. But that's why I'm saying, if you're top 1% in the world, it's just something you've got to do. And like, it's, doing that quick math on the fly while you're trying to defend. If you're just going to sit there and like hold your finger on the screen, it's like, okay, it does 287 and this one does 113, and okay, 287 plus 113, okay, that's like 400, right? And then all of a sudden you're just a second late. So just having them memorized, as we've seen players do, and as most players have memorized in the world, it's just really, really important.
All right, game
you know what's weird,
4,
by the way?
Advantage still to Pedro.
On all these platforms, streaming platforms, you can select the games you are currently streaming, playing, or commenting on.
Lucas watching at home.
And the only game and the only platform that's not being added is Moko on TikTok. So on this stream, I can just add this is
annoying enough.
Clash Royale. On
a level 12
Twitch, I can say it's Clash Royale.
Yeah, and you know,
TikTok the same thing, but if it's about Moko, TikTok does not recognize Moko as a game.
Heavily beat down favor the meta is like why we're seeing mini P.E.K.K.A.s and why we're starting to see Princes when mini P.E.K.K.A.s are out of cycle. Obviously, mini P.E.K.K.A. not out of cycle yet here for Pedro, but it's just interesting to see those cards that not super popular in previous metas to kind of work their way into it.
Don't you like their comments, Chill Vibes?
I think Pedro might be a little frustrated there. Thought that Baby Dragon would save the E-Wiz, but the Zappy stayed on it.
I also have a comment-free feed.
Goblin Cage going to pull this in. Sped up charges, though. Not easy for the Goblin Cage to grab. It's just something to note. When you have the Baby Dragon Evo there.
Here, got
taking our way into double elixir. And we'll see if Sandbox starts to get the recruits going a little bit more as we get that elixir flowing.
I actually like it when they say something.
Going to be good against the Prince, but everything else
most of the time it's interesting, but
splash damage for the most
otherwise it's really quiet.
He was obviously the bomber, the Goblin Machine Rocket,
and I'm not gonna talk constantly. That's just I don't want to do that.
Taken off the board a bit more quickly than if someone had a.
Will cost me my vocal cords.
And there's that level 12 machine.
I was going to say, it feels like Pedro might just go in here, and he does.
And Goblin Giant, yeah, wow.
Oh.
Sneaks right on through.
Contact. Ooh.
And then you get the curse in there. Not quite as effective as it used to be, as you guys can see, but still some damage done. But small counter push here for Sandbox.
True. But these guys know
that was really interesting because
a lot more. They've been doing it for, I guess, 7 years. Both of them.
Things like this Goblin Giant today, but especially when you're in a situation where your opponent has
I think they have like some kind of
that time though able to
library in front of them with all kinds of background information.
And I really like that push that we just saw from Sandbox.
I know Rick Slayton has that.
The Ram Rider is going to be the most
I don't know about Andrew.
Interaction if the Prince is especially not in cycle. So he goes Skeleton.
But these guys are really knowledgeable, you know.
More elixir from his opponent. So you see there, Skeleton Dragons with the Ram Rider pulls out the E-Wiz and the Baby Dragon, and then we see even the Bomber.
Royal recruits in the house.
So nice,
taking care of business.
Nice adjustment there from Sandbox.
And keeping those Zappies in the mix with the Golden Knight tanking on the Baby Dragon.
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of commentary.
Deal with, and Ram Rider comes in behind all of it.
So that's why it's called a watch party. Otherwise, if I take the
you see 6 Zappies on the board, and you love when players recognize you
audio
have no big
free
spell.
feed.
These Zappies are a nuisance.
Oh my!
Look at that!
Oh my!
Have you ever seen that many Zappies in a CRL match, my man? That was amazing.
Wow!
And look at that. We're evened up.
We're getting some value for our money. This is gonna be a 5-game match.
Pedro is the one that's looking a bit bent out of shape, looking a bit burnt out.
It's a whole lot of yapping, man.
That felt like, you know, one of those videos.
These guys, Rich Slayton, Andrew Gay,
on the board, and then
or Guy,
just make all
Andrew
the
Guy,
things.
I guess.
Like,
yeah.
Hey, how many battle healers can we get on the board at once?
Yeah,
it felt like that for Zappies, and you're absolutely right. You know, we were talking about it early on.
Andrew Guy.
Zappies are a menace when you can't clear them off the board with a big spell, and I think that Sandbox recognized when he gave up that first.
While these boys
attack,
are yapping,
like,
I'm gonna go to the toilet.
These things working a little bit more correctly, and double down with the Golden Knight in front, and then next thing you know,
what?
Just an absolute flood coming down the right-hand side, and pumped up as Sandbox.
Big blue hand for Yarmo.
Game 5, winner goes on to the grand final.
Super fast, man.
I mean, honestly, you look at the way that Sandbox is able to bounce back in this set. And
let's
really
go, man. Let's go.
Is his correction as the game goes on. The
W in the chat for Yarmo.
Skeleton Dragons push after recognizing how Pedro was
6-month subscription
and all of a
from
sudden
my man.
You got to get the Baby Dragon out, then you get the E-Wiz out, then you get the Bomber out. The sequence in the cycle is kind of thrown off, and then
welcome back, Victoria.
I was actually just gonna say one of my favorite things to do when you know your
special shout out to Yarmo
in one lane
for his
or you see people cycle their
6
minions
months
behind the tower because
resubscription
to take them off the board instead of splitting things up.
Holy
Sandbox just took
Jesus,
that
man!
I mean, I've
Thanks.
never seen that many Zappies on the board in a CRL match. It feels like, and it was just
thanks
such
for the
great,
support, bro.
I got to work with what I got.
Yeah. Yeah, worked with what he had indeed. So
let's
now
go.
we start getting ready for game number 5. And this is
Appreciate
where
it, man.
Your analyst, your coach really starts to earns their money.
Yes, man.
You're looking at,
absolutely
hey,
great.
Now your opponent and we both sides have 32 cards unavailable. And we start looking at spell situations. That's where I think it gets really interesting. So
going
Sandbox
to the toilet
has used.
I was about to go to the toilet
Rage,
when this
Barbarrel,
crazy subscription
Curse,
from
Log,
Yarmo hit me.
Rocket,
So
Delivery,
I have to postpone
and now
just a little bit
and
longer.
Vines. So does still
And now
have
I
the
have to
big
wait
direct damage
even
spells
more
available.
because
So I'm
I have to
expecting
wait
see
for
Poison,
this
Fireball.
last
also,
game.
Lightning's still on the table for him. So very curious.
Thanks, Yarmo.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Dagger Duchess.
Back to square one. The bladder is exploding.
One of the things
I
with
really
that tower
have to urinate.
Is, when the arrows are out, or excuse me, when the daggers are out, it allows your opponent just basically a free pass to turn the pressure up. And Pedro goes, I just lost to Zappies. It's not going to happen again. I'm going to play him.
What does Game Saver think he's in a face here? And it's the mortar to the right-hand side.
Ooh.
So bridge spam for Sandbox.
That's Bandit, man. Boss Bandit. Great. I think one of the most annoying cards in the game.
Luckily, that Bandit doesn't dash on top of the
Holy
bowler,
shit.
So going to be able to
Yarmo!
a nice cleanup here.
Yarmo, I got 2 presents for you,
that
man.
bowler out of the way.
There were 2 prizes already. 2 lucky drops you missed.
But now this is what you're talking about. That's what you're gonna get.
I got both. I got both of them saved for you, man.
Empty.
Hold on. I'm gonna special deliver it to your WhatsApp.
Good opening chunk of damage.
Yeah, still damage in, and also
because of that crazy support.
250-ish.
Hold on, bro.
HP.
I got you.
Just under 300, really.
So Zappy's bowler gonna trying to find a way through for that battle ram a little bit challenging. We'll see what Sandbox's final card is. Had a lot of damage dealing big spells available. You kind of assume that's the way he's going.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the matchup conversation here, this is definitely a tough one. You know, the ability to pull the daggers out of the tower, then keep up with a lot of small bait cards. You have so many ways to control the battle ram on the other side of the board.
And the next one
you also have
is
the tank
coming your way.
and the swarm units to kind of deal with that boss bandit. And of course, you know, like I just said, the Zappies are a great way to deal with that.
Evo Snowball, though, opens up, a nice little spot here. And
enjoy, man.
Gets on tower and makes this much more even.
Hand delivered to your WhatsApp. You only get that when you resubscribe for 6 months.
Right now.
Then I hand deliver to your WhatsApp. Special service from Heisenberg.
To have to use the Evo Mortar on defense, but sometimes you just have to do it, and usually when you find that you have to do it,
the least I can do
is when you can get punished. So I like that. That's just what Pedro goes for.
My 0.8 liter Doppler is also empty. You feel the connection where this urination is coming from?
Go backwards. Oh no, it does still go to the Goblin.
Yeah.
Turns around.
Oh, now it's all done.
Yeah. I mean this is exactly the trouble we're talking about. Sandbox has no elixir in the tank, no tower to help out. He's using this battle ram, and that just feels like it could be game. Evo Exi though.
Oh man, the Evo Executioner.
Wow.
What a sick card.
So much damage given up, and we do see it is the lightning. So much damage given up though. That Evo Exi.
Yes, I can refill it.
Extending the life of Sandbox,
but I need to empty the bladder.
Pressure is Pedro here.
Oh no. Evo skeleton barrel, man. Oh!
He speared it first, then the Exi, but still some damage to come in. Yeah, there you go. Skelly's on the tower.
Man.
And the dash.
Yeah, I mean that was an extender of life, but
this is it.
On life support is Sandbox in this one.
And just a couple arrows away is Pedro, who, if I know him, he's gonna just defend, and just get those arrows in.
Yeah, I mean, Bowler, what a call here.
Yeah,
right?
great call.
I mean, absolute shutdown card
this is it.
in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both of them had a really great idea.
How did he defend that?
pileups with the bowler and with the executioner. It's just that Dagger Duchess. I don't
Evil
love
Executioner, sick card.
I feel like that was one of the reasons why Sandbox was never able to recover. If you're in an elixir deficit and you have a lot on the board to deal with, it's so hard to come back. Whereas like that's part of why people use the Dagger Duchess.
That was a crazy comeback, man.
The game goes on and your opponent recognizes.
Okay, I'll be right back. Need to hit the PP.
Really hard to recover elixir.
Going to the little boys' room.
You saw that over and over again, where Pedro was just like, "I'm going to keep the pressure up. I'm going to keep those daggers low. So you have to keep dropping big units to, mainly the executioner to clean everything up." And it just felt like it really hamstrung Sandbox's offense as the game went on.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal for Sandbox. And now I can get it right. Pedro, with that, will get enough points. Again, these are unofficial. I'm doing this on my own on my computer in front of me, but I believe I have this correct. Pedro should leapfrog Lucas into the top 4, and now we have our top 4 players earning first-round buys. Mohamed Light, Ian, Sub, and Pedro all going to get that first-round buy.
Yeah, and really, really well done there by Pedro. Great set for him. He's able to stay in it. We had a bit of an early call there from us getting a little overzealous. Yeah, look, we've done best of 3s for a couple of years, and before that, it was just, we've done different things for a very long time. I do love that best of 5s are now in the mix, but, Pedro able to hold on, keep that best of 5, keep in that upper bracket, and now Sandbox gets put in that very, very tough spot of, now I have to go into the lower bracket to play another best of 5 right after losing against a guy who is feeling really good about himself and has very little pressure on his shoulders. And yeah, I mean, this is, again, you see the decks. Game number 1, the drill's never played. Pedro just completely locks everything down. Same with game number 2. You're going up against your bread and butter and minor control. You know how to punish for it. And then Sandbox goes exactly where we thought he was going to go in game number 3. We think he's going to go RG. He runs into RG, definitely outplays Pedro there. Game number 4, same thing. He kind of recognizes the holes in the armor that Pedro has, and he starts off with kind of adding more to his Ram Rider support, and then the Zappies pile up, which was really fun to see, takes game number 4, and then we get back into what we love about best of 5s, which is just really unique looking decks, really unique combinations. The bowler, though, MVP here, maybe Zappy's MVP of this series.
Keep stream going while you stream, man.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And that's I guess seeing Fireball out, Zappies became so much more powerful.
I made it back, man.
As a pick for Pedro. So really well done on that one. And Sandbox, it's interesting. After running bridge spam, Sandbox opts to go to another bridge spam variant. And I'm wondering what else the bowler was this just an absolute pick on trying to shut down the battle ram, or was this bowler meant to cover more going on, right? Yeah. If you look, I believe Dark Prince was still available, so maybe not a drill cover here. And I don't think the drill really made sense as I guess you had Evo Snowball still there as well. So just the bowler, brilliant pick. Gets the game 5 win.
Okay, where are we at now?
Gets the first round bye at Worlds and gets Pedro into the grand final for this Stats Royale Golden Edition.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting as we, and then there were 3. We look, Sandbox has to go down and face Ian in another best of 5, and then whoever wins that will go up to the upper bracket grand final to face off against Pedro in a best of 5.
Lower finals.
If the person from the lower bracket wins, we'll get an upper bracket reset. But also, if Ian does take this best of 5, Pedro will automatically take that final golden ticket from our monthly finals. That being said, there is still the LCQ next week. The bowler, I feel like, is such a great pick because it covers so many bases. Not only does it kind of play a building in the sense of, you get that stop and stun for charging units.
This is going to be epic.
A little bit more offensively.
And it won't take that long before we are going to get the first
in a really strong
part of the banner set.
It's not
the Furnace banner set.
It's a good one still.
Completely
so I really
free.
like that pick by Pedro. He found himself looking at
gifted by Supercell.
If there's bait, I have bait covered as well with the arrows plus the Golden Knight plus the bowler, right? If you get a good placed bowler in the back of the tower, that can help with barrels. Golden Knight charge can help with double barrels along with the arrows. Goblin King can even help really well with barrels. So I just really like this deck pick, and also the Ice Wizard, if you talk about running into that evolution barrel, the Ice Wizard can come down and deal with those, those extra or those fake goblins. So interesting deck pick. I also really dislike running into Bowler, and you can see why right there. Just really, really effective there for Pedro. And now we're giving Sandbox just a minute to kind of reset before he hops into another best of 5. Definitely the toughest spot to be in a tournament is the loser of the
from
first
Twitch,
upper
Sparky?
bracket semifinal, right? You have to go one best of 5 to another best of 5 back to back.
Yeah, that's always very tough. And I'm actually, Pedro's working with Jose VTS, and instead of sent Jose a message being like, hey, what else were you trying to cover?
Ian versus Sandbox.
There? So maybe we'll get some insight.
Let's have a look.
But right now we go into Ian and Sandbox. And before as we jump into this one, I just want to float here one more interesting wrinkle. If Pedro, Lucas, and Sub, who have all qualified for World Finals,
it doesn't happen too often, though. So
has to figure out where those silver tickets go.
Although recently they gave a lot away on their website, but you had to fill in a code to get your prizes. They're still valid, though. I don't know if everybody did that, but
Drill running into Skeleton
as
King,
a matter of fact,
Drill in the game against a Drill himself, which I learned from my mistakes last time. Chat. I saw the Fire Spirit, and I saw the Skeleton
did some
King,
giveaways recently.
Obviously, the Evo Snowball kind of gave that away with the Goblin Hut.
I've never actually looked up this. I don't know. What's the Valkyrie and Berserker lore? Because obviously both names from like sort of a Norse mythology, right? So both characters that make sense from that mythology. They both have the Carrot Top thing going on.
Yeah, they've got to be related. They are related right now. We made it. We made it true on broadcast.
Do you think it's like babysitting the Berserker for the Valkyrie?
That just seems horrible. Feels the amount of damage that card can cause. I say this almost every month since the Berserker's been in the game. I think it's one of the coolest additions to Clash Royale. It's a great cycle card. It's so good defensively. It doesn't have too much HP. It's just a really, really unique card, and it really helps in duel mode.
Snowball.
Yeah, one is in his bunk bed, and the other is like, check my hair, bro. I have no dandruff.
Nice. We got it.
Lore confirmed. Awesome.
Locked it in.
That's why the Valkyrie's Evo is to pull you back. And so when the Berserker starts running around causing chaos, like, no, get back, get over here.
It's like the first time ever. Well, he does it all the time, but Ian is always playing in his bunk bed. How will he do that?
A couple stabs there. Yeah, good snowball.
When we are playing the DreamHack finale in Atlanta, will he bring his bunk bed onto the stage? Nobody knows.
Brutal to deal with. Good snowball from Sandbox though as well. 1938 to 1730, just really getting a lot more damage than I thought he would.
Yeah, just trading blows. Ian so far getting the better of it. Sandbox trying to make it happen.
Wow. Yep, and that bomber, it's tough. You just gotta, I guess, eat that damage there.
Sandbox.
Only Code Heisenberg is not working, unfortunately.
In 2021 and 2022.
What?
Ooh, that's a tough one, Rich.
Ian.
I feel like Sandbox is definitely on tilt right now. There's part of that going the distance that can really be.
One day I hope to become a super creator, but
in game 5, it's definitely
until that day,
and then you go down to this lower bracket.
I don't have a creator
back,
code.
As I said, he has absolutely no pressure on his shoulders, and just like he did with Mohamed Light, he knew exactly where the elixir and cycle was and how to pick it apart every single interaction in that game. Definitely trading blows, but Ian knew he had the knockout punch the entire time. He knew he was out ahead, and you saw that with the placement, the timing of everything that he was doing, especially those perfect snowballs.
I hope so, bro.
Well, you talk about kind of the evolution of Ian, because we've had our eye on Ian as someone to break into true competitive level for quite a long time, right? He's someone, obviously, his fans have, for years, his fans have been clamoring, where's Ian and where's Riley? Were always the questions on basically every stream I did on my channel and nearly every CRL.
At least I'm the only person doing, giving Moko the daily attention it needs.
Quite put it together.
Although it went down with 50%
that were missing
because of a lack of content, but
is really scary.
Still
and maybe it's just
is there on a daily basis. Sometimes,
a little bit older, a little bit more confident.
More often than not,
kind of not feeling like
I'm the only streamer on Twitch that is giving Moko attention. Like there are 0 content creators or streamers doing anything Moko related. Unbelievable.
Never having qualified to World Finals before.
Well,
being only like kind of close to now.
I hope so,
one of
but
the favorites.
It takes too long, and
the end of
the
this
curve
season and start looking
is going like this. So
yeah,
chapter 1, it's going up, but not all the way above the first moment with chapter 1.
Heard about how badly he wanted to be there. Heard about
something
the
needs to
grind,
change
and, when he saw him in
drastically.
person, he was just like, I want to be there. I'm going to be there next year. I really want to make it happen. And the amount of pressure that gets taken off your shoulders by getting that first golden ticket obviously comes with a ton of work that you have to do. It just feels like he's been able to really lock in, dial in, and kind of hone the skills perfectly that he needs. And yeah, this is a really, really scary Ian to run into. And Sandy, you can see right there, doesn't get the King Tower activation. It's obviously frustrating, but you could also see it affected him quite a bit with that head shake. So yeah, I mean, 2 very different situations right now in the sense of the calm, the composure, and the pressure.
Well, and you think about the that going back to, I can't remember which World Finals we first met him at. I think it was the 22 or 23, the first time we met him in Helsinki, and he was so generally excited and just this bundle of energy, and he still does have all of that. But you think about the other things that Ian does competitively, right? Where I think he's out there running Ironmans, doing like 100-mile races and stuff like that.
Thanks, Chill Vibe. That's important to laugh a lot. So specifically, if you are playing Silk Song,
competitor, and how that
Hollow Knight Silk Song is like taking out the humor
100%. I mean, that's in so many
out of everything, man. That is such a hard game, bro.
Situations, having to keep your cool, keep your composure.
You appreciate the humor, man. Thanks.
Work on yourself, yada yada yada.
Thanks, bro.
All that stuff. I know it sounds like a little preachy here.
Jokes and
really
humor are super important. A day without laughter is a day not lived. I live by that.
Clean it up. Piggies do a distraction.
Otherwise, things get too serious.
And finally, I mean, it's crazy that this is the first time we're seeing this deck today. It was used so much yesterday. It was incredibly effective. It matches up well against a lot of things in the meta. There's obviously certain things every deck doesn't match up well against. But as you can see right now, Ian doing a good job. The 3-card cycle is going to be super frustrating. The Evo Cannon does a great job cleaning up things behind, can help with the zappies when you don't have a big spell to get on top of them. Like I said, the 3-card cycle with the double cannon is going to be something that you need to look at. Still going to be a little bit tough to control. I think, in general, Sandbox has a much more offensive deck.
What is going on here?
Evo Cannon trying to clear up some of the mess. Baby Dragon gets turned around last second by the Piggies.
Ooh. Well,
just enough damage from that Mighty Miner plus log.
I think Ian has a problem here.
Defense throughout. Ian's still ahead by 600, but he's definitely going to feel the pressure here. He's got to have some really great defenses throughout.
And that's nice to put all the zappies into the same lane to deal with nice
Best
and
of 5. It's really tricky.
Sudden Death overtime on its way. Ian with the lead, 2090 on the bottom right-hand screen on that tower for Sandbox. And Sandbox maybe hits that a half step early.
Yeah, that was interesting. Maybe just not knowing what to do with his elixir, not wanting to leak a lot.
Have you already played this weekend's event?
Really interesting on that.
The Pharaoh Egyptian outfit.
And now Sandbox sets up Evo RG to his strong side.
And you imagine a Mighty Miner has to come
the
down
funny thing is that IP thinks
there it is.
Or likes this event the most.
I like the Skellies going first though, because the Skellies do just enough DPS. You want to get them back around. So
the one-hit die event, or what's it called?
So smart,
one strike,
kind of long macro play there.
For me neither, man. Oh my god, bro, I hate that shit.
Double up on the RG there quite yet. Triple Elixir had just kicked in, but needed to handle business first at Sandbox. So now he's in that decision-making moment.
And these guys and their placements, I'm like looking in awe how smart they all do this.
Corner RG, Zappy's ahead of it.
Oh no, his prediction went into nothing.
Logs the middle of the map there. Not ideal, especially when you need that log to help with those Zappies and obviously push back that RG. And there's the log back in cycle. Gonna have to get another cannon down. There it is.
Oh, he missed.
Is
he gonna get
some legs though?
Yeah, the Evo Baby Dragon is slow, but the RG's already in range. Fishboy's on tower, and that's the trouble right there. 1915, 2008. Gonna see if we could get a spell in here for me.
Oh!
There's the lightning in the back. Fireball
Lightning
comes in.
log.
Oh!
That's enough. The log do it. Oh my word!
Oh my god!
Can you believe it? Wastes a log, saves a log, wins by 27 HP.
Fiber, bro!
Yeah, I mean, you know the lightning is going to come in. That's what's always been run in this deck.
You're not at work today, bro.
Obviously,
good to see you on stream, man. What's up?
Log comes back around, and yeah, I think there was like 5 logs played in that final 40 seconds or something like that by Ian. Really well done. And again, just a frustrating loss for Sandbox.
Yeah, pizza in the house, man.
And, you know, he had to feel
I
like
haven't
he had
eaten since
stolen
lunch,
away
so
when that log went down the
that's
middle,
almost
he would get pushed on tower, and to lose
6
that by
hours, no
HP,
more than 6 hours ago without
really hadn't
any
been a factor
decent
in
food.
the game so much before that ends up being the critical factor there at the end.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, there's just not a lot of great lightning targets there, and you know, obviously
that
you don't
was
get
some
clutch
clutch
that's why he goes to the back of the
ending.
Tower. But you know, ton of damage going to come in. But when you look at the targets there, it's just really hard. You got the monk.
He won
RG,
with
the
the
Baby
log.
Dragon. They all have such high HP. The things that you really want to deal with
Wow.
on the board are like the support troops, like the Fishboy and the Zappies. But it just becomes really hard to thread that needle. You know how it is when the RG pushes are at the bridge. You try to get a lightning exactly where you want. Sometimes you almost spend too much time trying to get the targeting in, and then you're already somewhat
How can it be so
defense. So just love the way Ian
close.
played that. He goes, you know what? I don't really need the lightning to help at the bridge because I have the Evo Cannon in those situations as well. That's one more thing that I think is brilliant about the evolutions. The Evo Cannon has really become like a little fireball when you need it.
Sure, and the ability to cover. We saw how often there were 2-lane pushes, right? You have
Silas,
really
man.
stretching the field out, and the timing of the Evo cannons from
What's up,
Ian
bro?
to cover that full breadth and just make sure everything let's calm it all down a little bit.
How are you doing, Silas?
Give me a little bit more space to deal with both lanes.
We're watching the finale for the September Clash Royale Golden Ticket.
Make sure you use those at the right time.
Yeah, and Ian did exactly what you're supposed to do as well with decks like that, which is I'm going to try to get as much damage as I can early on in the matchups when the Royal Hogs are really, really effective. And then kind of there's this long lull period where you have to mostly spend your attention to cycle and your elixir on defense. And Ian just did a great job of that.
Alrighty.
Never overextending
If Sandbox
with the lightning,
is not
never
winning this game,
with the Royal Hogs, and
he's
just always
out.
having cannon after cannon after Evo cannon in cycle.
And the Mohammed Light opening for Sandbox with the wall breakers. I believe those were in the back. I think we caught up there a half-second late.
Oh my god. Dark Goblin. Oh! It's
And
log
very
bait.
popular bait deck coming out here for Sandbox.
Yay.
I think this is our first look at Princess on the
With
day.
the
I was gonna say, it
Cannoneer
usually doesn't have
Tower.
Princess in it, if I am remembering correctly. But there are versions.
Sandbox,
Yeah.
and this is, I mean, you know, he has to win this game in front of him, obviously. But this
Almost
is
a
also
connection
Sandbox
there.
thinking about the long term, right? What is he not playing here by playing the Princess in so we can try to win Game 4 and Game 5?
And depending on the spell power here, those Dark Goblins and Princesses could be quite frustrating.
Let's go.
Princess at
No
the bridge.
log for Ian, so
Love
you see
to
some of
hate
the thought process for Sandbox.
All right, let's see. Oh man, these wall breakers.
Nice double barrel push here to
Oh
the
no,
back.
Duke barrel.
It's good damage as you see those guards on the right hand side just having to take some time, and then the spears
Slightly
on the left.
behind the
Sandbox
tower.
doing a good job.
If you don't
And this
time
is,
that
you
with
know,
your lock,
This is one of those things about playing against
It's
bait,
major
no matter what the
damage.
variety is, really. but it's that multi-level that you have to defend all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's classic when you think about a Princess version of bait or a Dark Goblin version of bait. We saw that earlier with the Skeleton Barrel mortar deck, but having to worry about damage
Ian is
from
going to take this.
2 or in some cases even 3 different levels can
Timing,
really
man.
become frustrating, especially late game.
That's a nice catch there by Ian with the P.E.K.K.A, because this Mama P.E.K.K.A is going to just kind of deal with everything right here on the left-hand side. And now you're going to see, I don't know if Evil Valkyrie's in cycle or not, but it's a perfect time for it. There it is. Absolutely perfect Evil Valkyrie, but the Battle does sneak away
Connection
for Ian there. And just, again, a great sequence of offense put together, but he is taking a decent amount of damage on that right-hand side.
Wow.
15-23 to 12-18.
Ian missed the bunk bed.
To be dealt with.
Playing at this level in a bunk
does
bed.
its work.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind here, everybody, as we're seeing this same story play out one more time, Sandbox has no direct damage. The Goblin Barrel is the closest thing. Arrows can always cover. Then also, you can try to do your best with troops as well.
It's all so close,
You can
man.
just drop
Clutch.
Zappies and a Furnace all right on top of those Goblins, and I think the middle Goblin's still got a stab. Right on top of the tower.
Woo!
And one, ooh, wow, that wall breaker just barely stopped.
I thought the wall
felt like it
breaker
might
would
get
hit.
there.
It didn't.
He's doing a really good job of just staying in this game right now, keeping up with the relentless offense from Sandy, and making sure he has the arrows exactly when he needs them, doing his best to defend the Goblin Barrels.
Oh, he's gonna get a hit?
Than spell power. That's kind of what you have to do when you only have just the one spell against the deck like this. And,
oh my
man, I can't believe
God!
Sandbox is getting all that Furnace damage on the left-hand side. That feels a little crazy just to get a barrel out.
Yeah, that seemed. I mean, he was
And the guards?
he was in the mix, and now just completely changed the math of what he has to do. And I think you're right. I think we had a bit of a tilted situation earlier on, and maybe some decision fatigue, right? A little frozen here.
Again, he just eats that one Zappy on the left-hand side. I mean, at least get the Princess down maybe to take a shot at it or something. I'm not exactly sure, but
one step from the Goblin Barrel.
Here is Sandbox, so completely understandably so.
Oh, nice. Arrow value.
That's why you have to save the arrows for the offensive side of the board and then defend with units on the other side of the board. One Goblin, though, does get some good damage in. I think 2 Goblins got on tower. One of them got 2 stabs.
28 seconds left. Barrel in. Maybe a little Sim City here for Sandbox.
Wow, and that Golden Knight just does so much work. The Valkyrie just a step late, gets on top of the Tesla and the Princess, then goes all the way back to the Valkyrie, does that Golden Knight.
Goblin Barrel goes to the front. Arrows clear. Wall breakers will not have room to get through.
Wow.
And that is a clean 3-0 sweep for Ian.
Whoa.
Making a statement today. He is the one to watch going in to World Finals.
It's a scary dude right now, man. That is a scary dude to play Clash Royale against. He is just on
This
top
guy
of
is
his
on
game,
fire.
top to bottom, in and out, matchups, card count, cycle tracking, elixir tracking, picking apart and creating offense when he needs to. Just so much about what Ian is doing right now is absolute perfection. And again, I think so much of that comes with the comfortability of knowing you got the first round bye, knowing you have the golden ticket.
Gavin
but at the end of the day,
thanks for the
it's
sub,
still
man.
just gameplay. Right?
Where did
you
that
can
come
have
from?
that comfortability and still not be this dialed in.
Gavin
Ian is just
Yo, bro.
absolutely on fire. You love to see it. He started the year strong. He's finishing the year strong.
Yeah,
season.
Ian is
Let's
going
say season.
The season, yeah, finishing the season, and that puts him only 20 points behind Mohamed Light in the final standings. And if Ian wins, he'd be 10 points behind. So, if something had gone differently, we could have it switch, and Ian could be the #1 seed. But very clearly, Ian and Mohamed Light separating themselves. Now, other thing here with Sandbox out, that does give Pedro the golden ticket. So Pedro is now our 4th golden ticket winner, and that makes something really interesting here because of our 4 first-round buys, Mohamed Light, Ian, and Pedro, 3 of our golden ticket winners. Adriel, the only golden ticket winner not to get a first-round buy. That goes to Sub, who had 2 runner-up finishes in our first 2 months, and he'll finish the season at 210 points. So he's the only one who didn't win a golden ticket who makes it into the top 4.
Yeah, big time congrats there to Pedro for getting his golden ticket and making his 3rd year in a row to World Finals. 2024, he got 2nd place. Last year, he was able to get 6th place. And now locking in his ticket once again. That trip to Atlanta, that trip to DreamHack, the end of October, beginning of November.
Was this the end of the...
Pedro's going to be there once again.
Of the golden ticket.
Honestly, he's one of the guys that you just
I got lost in the enthusiasm there.
Completely is a grinder. He can play all different archetypes. He is so calculated. He's so methodical. He's also just such a nice, humble dude. You always love to see players like that lock in trips to World Finals. And obviously, World Finals is a completely different place. You never know what's going to happen there. But Pedro securing the golden ticket here in September. But remember, we're giving away 2 golden tickets this month. Another big competition next week. And now it's Ian versus Pedro, a match that we could very likely see at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, and Pedro going to come in having already gotten the win over Ian earlier on in the competition yesterday, that 2-0 sweep. So a little run it back here. Talking about their journey, Pedro had the first round bye, beat Ian.
Are they going to play, or is this
Light,
already...
It
doesn't really matter, but
so
Pedro
gets
the golden ticket.
3 total wins over the top 2 seeds over the course of this weekend. We'll see how that one goes. And then you talk about Ian's journey, beating us off, lost to Pedro, and then since then, had Newsy, then gutted it out against Igor. The win against Muhammad Light,
we still have some
games,
guys.
We just saw the 3-0 sweep against Sandbox to give us our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Ian goes, world finalist in the lower bracket, to Niuzi, who was on a good run, to a world champion, to a world champion, to a world finalist, and here he is in the upper bracket finals against Pedro, who, again, making his 3rd world finals appearance in a row, and getting rewarded with the golden ticket.
Guys,
figure out what he's
the
gonna do with the
3rd reward. Get your phones ready.
Off the screen right here. What do you guys... I love banners. You going to throw this one in? You're not? I'm going to claim mine right now. And we obviously have 1 more banner to give. You guys don't have to wait that long till the next reward. We just have the grand finals to go.
Grab your phones, ladies and gentlemen. You can...
locked in. I'm still actually using the Japanese anime inspired one that they did a while back with the goblin and the smiling goblin and the ice spirit in the air. So I love that banner.
I have the Electro Spirit one with it's kind of blue and purplish with the Electro Spirits kind of on the edges. And then I have a goblin.
I'll share the link in a minute.
You know I gotta love the shades.
Don't worry.
And then on my other one, I have the barbarian with the purple grill. The elixir teeth looking grill. That one's a lot of fun. So there are your 3 rewards. And obviously, if you guys missed any of the rewards before, you can still claim them. And also a big shout out to our mods in the YouTube chat. Although it might be impossible to stop the YouTube chat, they did post a link in there earlier for an access to the rewards as well. So there you go, guys. 3 out of our 4 rewards, all but decided here in the sense of we got 2 golden ticket holders here in the finals before the grand finals are even
still
played.
running,
so
bro.
This is pretty much for money. And I mean, I guess for more points for Pedro, right? If he's able to take the full 100 points, I think that would also put him in a very, very good spot considering that top 4. Is that right, Rich?
Yeah, if Pedro wins, he'll jump sub into 3rd place. So I don't know. I haven't seen how all the bracket stuff works out, although I think we might have the whole bracket, other than that, pretty much set and locked in of who would play who. But that would swap Pedro and sub and affect who the matchup would be, who they're waiting for after that first round bye. So that one's on the line. Some of the seeding here for Pedro, but they're all playing with house money and just trying to add to those paychecks.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Sub has done such a great job kind of being Mr. Consistent, but those late finishes in the monthly finals are kind of what gives the edge when you look at the competition that you're going up against for that first round bye. So while Sub's still doing a great job on the leaderboard,
here we go, guys.
Exactly where he lies in this
3rd
situation.
link.
But, I think he's got that golden ticket, right? So it doesn't really matter that
here,
much.
Copy.
Yeah, well, we'll see how these 2 play out. We do have some more prize pool on the line for our grand final. Winner will take down the big bucket, the big bag, and our loser will still be happy because, like I said, we're kind of in this. We're not in the senior. I wouldn't call it senioritis phase because we're all still pretty pumped. But right now, pretty much everything is locked until we get to next weekend, the last chance qualifier, where these silver tickets will all have to get sorted out.
Second part will
who is playing,
get at the end of the game,
the final spot, and
or end of the stream. We'll get the
number 1 underdog.
Second part of the banner set.
I'd say Sub has the silver
Stay tuned for that. After the grand finale, we have
and then Pedro also
the
has
furnace
ticket. We're going to figure out
banner
where that
set.
goes.
Let's go. Let's see how Ian and Pedro are doing.
lot of names to keep track of.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's interesting. You know, we do have kind of a short season overall with only 4
unfortunately, Moko is a bit underrated, man. Specifically compared to Clash Royale, which is doing incredibly well.
So we're finding that was the situation here. And we'll see how it shakes out right now.
$69 million in revenue in August.
Who's going to be our Stats Royale Competition champion?
And always love to see Pedro playing Mortar Miner. Had great success with it in 2023.
Banner says no, can't see a thing.
Going to GY, which, you know, Pedro's got some good responses to it.
It's just one. The second part will come later. Here, you can see it on screen now. Here. QR code is still.
About going up against GY when you're running Cannoneer.
You can also use the QR code, but I took the link out of the QR code for your convenience.
Yeah, he's going to take his time here. Going to go ahead and just let the Witch be a nuisance.
I think that's a great idea for Ian. You know, his deck just gets better as the game goes on. He already has the advantage of going up against the Cannoneer. There's really no reason to force the issue early here. And obviously, you know, with the Cannoneer of himself, the Skeleton King plus the Witch, plus the minions, plus the Goblin Gang, all those things can kind of be frustrating, but with Valkyrie, Witch, and Ice Wizard and Barb Barrel, it's actually not as hard to deal with.
Unbelievable results, man.
Yeah, they both have good swarm coverage. A little bit less effective on one side than the other when it comes to swarm coverage for a graveyard. And nice little poison value there. Get the Ice Wiz taken care of.
Ice Witch, new card.
I'm not sure if
dropped.
Yeah, I just spoiled it. Sorry, I spoiled the Ice Witch.
And there you see.
And then
that Valkyrie up high
just going really well.
Then I get a message that I actually did accidentally spoil the
Sales are through the roof. All right.
Mortar's up. And it's fun to see Pedro going Mortar in this one, right?
I love it.
I would have loved to see Mortar versus Hog between these two. A little showcase of what made you great.
Yeah, and I'm sure Pedro probably a little happy about that. Is like Hog EQ against.
Yeah, the popularity of Clash Royale increased when
do a little bit better job
a small streamer with the name of Jinxie start playing it.
In general, it can be a tough matchup these days. And there you go, GY makes sense. Minute and a half left, and we'll see how he wants to defend as that Vines comes in, plus arrows.
And he actually became a decent player. Mr. Jinxie.
Still, you look at that, and it's like, how did that much damage still happen? How much elixir was spent? Like 12? And still damage comes in.
It's absolutely nuts. Final minute approaching, triple elixir about to hit. We'll see if Ian can turn up the pace a little bit.
Thanks, bro. Brofist.
The graveyard time of this matchup.
And look at that value, man. It's just, again, it's absolutely insane. The poison comes in, gets on top of the Ice Wiz, gets on top of the
Back
Witch.
in the game there, Dustin. Let's go.
The Cannoneer has trouble against the Skellies, which is still splashing on tower. So much elixir spent, and, you know, just an insane amount of damage taken.
Yeah, that was nutty. That's the only way to say it, because that was absolutely nutty. Miner goes to the outside, trying to get some of this chip back for Pedro, but that one push might have told the story here.
Is the mortar going to make a connection to the tower? Doesn't look like it.
By Ian to deal with those minions. It's another great synergy that's happened with that minions buff. Is the range buff being able
I don't think it's gonna happen
for the mortar on your side of the board.
No. Ian takes another
that's
win.
That's gonna be it. Game number 1 for Ian.
Ian is
he calls out the good game
on a roll.
Ian now on a nice little win streak. As he's starting to stack up here.
Yeah, that's just a tough one, man. I mean, you always hate running into Graveyard when you're running Cannoneer and the combination of the Vines plus the poison.
He's such a cool dude, man. I love Jinxie.
I mean, like, I I need a unit to stay on the board, so I got to put the witch there. You just give so much poison value.
Very
you also need to
aggressive
cover the
streamer,
other side. Like, that's the thing
to
about
say the
Cannoneers.
least.
You have to cover both sides of your tower. You can't just have one card deal with it, especially with vines in the mix. So, you know, goblins on one side, witch plus ice was on the other, poison value for all of it.
All these big streamers are so aggressive in their demeanor, you know, like
just a really
I show
great
speed.
pick there for Ian in game number 1.
Well, you have that big guy with the red hair.
A deck that he is so good with.
What's his name again?
Very hard to make up for that lost ground in the Cannoneer.
Yeah, just not able to get it done. Bringing the decks up here from game number 1. And give me one moment here. And still waiting for the update from the previous matchup to this one. We'll have that one. I'll have those up here in just a moment. But, you know, Ian, throughout his CRL career, one of the biggest concerns for him was deck pool depth.
Can't find him.
Right? Yep. When we first started seeing him break out as this big-time star, as the most popular hog creator. That's how pretty much everyone starts. Right? Everyone who gets good at this game pretty much starts out as a one-trick. And Ian was one of those. Without question, like it was the idea of, you go back to the Ian and Riley, it was Riley's bait versus Ian's hog. Yep. And one of the things that Ian's done very well, and we can see that here, is not just increase the deck pool, but increase the expertise inside that deck pool. And I think that's the culmination that we're seeing come to fruition today.
And Ian has just
been on
an absolutely insane run.
Well, I'm glad I got you back, man.
Which I'm pretty sure
welcome
he
to the wonderful world of
when he was running
it's a reintroduction.
Sweeps, picks up 2, goes straight 3-0 over Sandbach, and then picks
First
up
game we played, you kicked my ass, man.
And just absolute.
I was kind of surprised, like, what? What's this guy running? Castillo!
Dark Prince evaporated.
Dude! You're reading my mind there, Chill Vibes. Very good.
Motor control, but you have that Prince in there to help.
A new body.
Cycle.
Also
gives you
yes. What
if necessary.
What am I gonna say?
If necessary, but
he just needs to work out a little bit and change his diet. That's what I think.
How much damage it still takes, and Ian pulls out the.
Other than that,
good game.
That's all he needs to do.
We've seen Ian call good games so many times and actually still win said game, but. This is against Pedro. Who
I think he's actually quite funny, Caseo.
Pretty good matchup.
Yeah, maybe it's maybe this is a way of just kind of letting go, and when we do see him make the comeback,
8K wins.
He's kind of no longer super concerned with it. And some players we see that happen, and it's resignation.
I think
and sometimes for Ian, it's almost more relaxation.
Let's see how much I have on my main.
The emoting is kind of telling us the story.
Yeah, in his case, it's kind of like worst thing that happens is I'm going to lose this game that I think I'm going to lose, and then sometimes you see him fight back, but this is just tough.
Sorry.
I mean, again, we've said this several times
I have
today
twice that amount, bro.
So much minor control
16,967 wins.
And your opponent can all of a sudden play so much less aggressive. Or conversely, when you're running against this only offense deck,
I lost 3 of my accounts in the process the last 9 years. So everything brought together, I don't know.
Smack that miner right in the face.
How many games I played?
Just as I say that,
yeah.
Well, the Prince is back now, so there's a free rocket.
But
maybe the long my mini, I have because that rocket comes out rich, and now you just have nothing for this Evo Furnace.
130. So, yeah.
Little Prince with the knockback of the log. No Little Prince ability called out here. Gives up a little bit more damage. 1294 the mark on the right hand tower.
I think if you continue playing the game, you were
range of that
far ahead of me.
So brutal, so hard to control. The Prince looked like it was maybe just far enough away, but obviously you want to keep it far enough away from the push so it can stay effective.
It was constant Clash Royale, man.
100 more damage.
Clash Royale, and it's such an addictive game.
This Little Prince has a bit more going on for
quite
Ian
laid back
than previously.
If I compare it to like
make sure there's no connection of those
Hollow Knight
bottle
Silk Song, it's so intense. It's way too intense.
Play, even though it's,
after like an hour and a half, I need to go to sleep.
One of the most frustrating things about it is you can see sniping.
Clash Royale you can play for
board, even though the Dark Prince comes down.
Hours on end.
I wonder if we're going to see the Little Prince ability really at all.
Oh.
I could see it maybe when we're in triple if Ian's trying to give room to spell cycle, but so far, nothing doing.
Gosh, That Goblin Machine is such a nuisance, and now you see Ian kind of going left-hand lane, not only to focus on, you know, the Goblin Giant that's coming down the lane, but maybe also to try to keep his little prince alive longer to help. I mean, not even the 3-card cycle isn't really going to do anything at this point, honestly. Just a rock in a hard place.
Final minute, triple elixir, and Pedro's going to lock things down.
JD.
Make no mistakes.
I'm in.
And Rocket going to get some value.
Thanks for the call out,
Goblin
man.
Machine doesn't matter, still has a third of its HP. We love that card. Don't change it.
And there goes a little Prince ability. Going to keep that out a little bit longer.
Again, I mean, I know I sound like a broken record, but you see the Goblin Machine's effectiveness against these ranged cards, whether it's getting on tower
the thing
or
is
taking
the
game
has become
or making it ineffective. It's
really
just
professional.
absolutely so difficult to wrangle here, especially because so much of dealing with Goblin Machines is distracting with units that have enough HP.
A Mega Charge
Wait a
Chaos
second, Rocket
Berserker.
Log.
It's not only Mega Charge, JD.
Not quite there. Look at
Mega
that. Ian ended up
Charge
getting this
Chaos.
thing.
It's like
pretty darn close. And
the best
you start
monster you
thinking
can
about
find.
the long run of this one, and Pedro able to create just enough separation.
Great find, man.
Man, just a couple more shovel swings, maybe a log here, and we're having a different
Great
conversation.
stuff. Gotta do
Yeah,
two
maybe,
things
you know,
at the
should have
same
given
time.
a little bit more credit, keep that game a little more exciting. It just feels like against someone like Pedro, who is, again, so good defensively that he was always keeping that in mind. And then you started to see him kind of move units around the board a little bit more, maybe to break up what felt like Ian's momentum. But in general, it felt like he had that pretty much locked in from the beginning. Ian called good game, and he meant it this time.
Yeah, so now we
man.
reset ourselves all square. This best of 5 now turned
charts.
into a best of 3, if you will, although with a few cards missing on both sides, 16 down in both directions. So game number 1, Ian ran the graveyard deck, Poison, Vines, and Barb Barrel all gone. Pedro ran Mortar Miner, only used arrows there, so
there's a
has been a
Chaos
little bit
Berserker.
more judicious in his use of spells so far. Rage and Curse used in that last one for Pedro. So arrows, Rage, and Curse, the only things out right now for Pedro. Log, Rocket, Poison, Barb Barrel, and Vines all gone for Ian. So, you know, thinking about some of the central pieces of your spell building, kind of getting a little bit thinner there on Ian's side.
In the name of God,
I'm curious to see where Ian wants to go in
this
next game. Just kind of what direction does he kind of lean into something a little bit heavier, like RG, or you know what we've been seeing so much of in Goblin Giant, just because you know he's got a long way to go, right? In the sense of this is a full best of 5. You wonder how much of it he can spend playing, or how much of that time he can spend only running what he wants to, as opposed to having to lean into the meta just a little bit. We saw that with Graveyard in game 1. Not really a hard call, just because Graveyard is so strong right now. Pedro on the other side of it, you know, starting with Minor Mortar. You know, I like that he goes Comfort, gets to feel things out. Not a lot of crossover with that deck. Then in game number 2, just goes right down.
That might be the best call of the chapter.
Prince is a little bit of a change in there, because you know, we see it with mini P.E.K.K.A sometimes, so maybe something that Pedro's thinking about for the long run. But yeah, Pedro, in terms of looking at Ian's spell power, there's still a lot out there, and it's just so hard now with how many cards we have, how many evolutions we have, the fact that there's so many viable decks that can come together in these best of 5s. I mean, this is why I do not ever envy analysts.
And Ian has a successful drill deck for him still available. You know, he does have Vines out, he does have Tesla out, but he ran a drill deck yesterday with the, or maybe it was actually this more earlier today. Ran a drill deck with the Evo Furnace and Bomb Tower. So there definitely is. I was gonna say that maybe drill was off the table here, but Ian does still have one of his drill constructions free. That Rage probably means we're going a different direction.
One-on-one, Ian versus Pedro.
Tombstone, so you can see Ian here already. I mean, Tombstone's actually shown up a lot more today than we saw it yesterday. I think we saw it maybe once yesterday, and today I think we've seen it maybe 4 times already.
I don't think we've seen Ian run Tombstone yet in this competition. I'm just double checking right now. Yeah, none from Ian thus far. He'll be very happy to have that fireball today.
Yeah, great value there. And now how do you deal with this? You get the high tombstone, but man, that's just a lot on the board right now.
And the rage to clear, the skellies just distracting the fisherman, and that tower is pretty much donezo.
I mean, that tower is donezo, man. The fish boy just distracted for so long. Now we're just a fireball away, and Ian has got to feel good. He does not need to play another Royal Giant until Pedro overextends, and then Ian can go opposite lane with the Royal Giant. So, you know, right now Pedro thinking, what do I do? Let me go build up in the other lane because I know all it takes is a fireball. And already pretty much looking at game number 4.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
Bed buddy lost the game.
Sets up to the right-hand lane, but like you said, there's no reason to do anything other than sit back and defend for another 75 seconds.
Yeah. Give Pedro a taste of his own medicine, as they say.
Oh, Ian has this in the bag.
He's been such a good defender himself, and it's crazy the synergy of the Skeleton King plus the Royal Giant when it actually works out well.
This guy's just laughing
We've seen that
in his bunk bed.
We've seen Royal Giant paired with, you know, bait-type cards.
This guy
as
has no nerfs
whether it's Skeleton
whatsoever.
King or MK plus, like, you know, Skarmy was a classic one we saw a long, long time ago, but we see the effectiveness of it. Looks like Ian misplayed what he wanted there. Probably did not want to play the Royal Giant there. Probably looking for more of like a Furnace or Tombstone situation.
This is the second time that we've seen a little weird misplay out of Ian with the log in the first game. Of course, in the first game, the log didn't matter. He ended up coming out and taking the win. And this does still force expenditure, right? You're still forcing Pedro to play in the lane he doesn't want to be in.
Yeah, because you can't just completely ignore a push that big, right? You just can't do it because then you're starting to worry about the 3-crown conversation. So Ian doing a good job of making him spend more than he wants. And now
somebody has his nerve so much in control.
Well, miracles happen, but not here and not now. Ian taking the 2-1 lead and now has championship point.
Yep, and this is where Pedro's got to get that reverse sweep, because I'll be honest with you, the way that Ian has been playing, I do not want to get into an upper bracket reset with him. I mean, again, doesn't really matter that much, which is unfortunate. We talked about how all day long everything mattered so much points-wise and ticket-wise and all that. We are in a very unique situation as you come to the end of the year where we have 2 guys with golden tickets, 2 guys at the top of the leaderboard that are really just playing for a lot of cash.
I don't know where he suddenly comes from, Mr. Ian, but he was the first one to take golden ticket home.
That's a pretty big difference. That's something that I'd be playing pretty hard for right now, actually.
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's definitely it's no joke for these guys. Of course, they've got the most important thing, that trip to World Finals. But yeah, a $6,000 best of 3. This is now turned into, or I guess a $6,000 best of 5 overall. That's definitely, the pressure is on. And let's take a look. Let's just go rewind here for a second, deck wise, because now Ian came out with the Furnace, Fireball, Rage. Skeleton King. Now it does kind of feel like we're getting that you start thinking about what you don't have to cover and do have to cover, right? So I haven't seen a drill deck yet that Ian would be playing at this point. Obviously, they could come up with some sort of construction that could change the story a bit. I would be more concerned maybe about a Hog EQ or a Piggy's deck if I were Pedro. On Pedro's side, arrows out, Furnace and the Curse gone, now Lightning Barb Barrel, but Log, Fireball, Poison, some classics all still available.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like what you might want to play. I mean, there is just the popular Hog EQ deck out there with E-Spirit and Barb Barrel that, you know, I mean, Ian's used Log and Barb Barrel, so it starts to become a lot harder to run that. Plus the idea of playing something that, you know, he doesn't need to play his comfort deck right now. It's just not a necessity. I think it's better to be unpredictable in this moment. Where do you go from there, though? It's definitely really tough. I mean, even Recruits Piggies would be something weird and kind of fun to see. You look at how much splash and stuff is out for Pedro, and Pedro looking like he's going to go bait. Ian could be going to the skies here or something different with that cage and the Golden Knight combo.
I thought Ian played Electro Giant the other day, but I guess I was wrong. I can't remember who it was who played Electro Giant. It might have been Pedro.
Yeah, it might have been Pedro. I think it maybe was Pedro. But yeah, we did see Electro Giant once yesterday.
E-Giant, I don't see that much.
It's going to look a little bit more like Drill.
Yeah, I mean, certainly could be Drill here, and this would mirror the version he played yesterday with Furnace, but with the cage instead of the Furnace.
And that Dark Goblin. We'll see what Ian actually has to deal with the Dark Goblin as this game goes on, but if the Dark Goblin and Princess are two cards that he's having a lot of difficulty controlling, this could be a very frustrating game.
Ooh. Yeah, no log, and pretty clearly not playing Bar Barrel.
Yeah, Bar Barrel used in his, I think, first game or something like that, so I like this call. I like bait when you see that log and Bar Barrel are out. You know, Golden Knight ability can do a decent job, but you really want something else to help deal with that Evo Barrel.
Good placement.
There we go. Evo Barrel in, Evo Dark Goblin down. And you just got to eat the damage so that you can deal with the Evo Dark Goblin because you don't have a good way to get to it.
And does this feel more and more like it's something heavy since we have not seen a Drill yet?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about like what the Baby Dragon is there for. Like the Evo Baby Dragon, is it just there to slow? Usually not. Usually there is some synergy there, and there's the E-Giant, which makes sense, right? You look at the Golden Knight, you look at the Bomber, the NATO, the God Cage. Those are all things, and I think that's probably why you were hinting at E-Giant at the beginning of this, because Pedro did run it yesterday, like you were saying. So I like that. Baby Dragon going to sneak through. Got to spend on those wall breakers, which means you can't spend elsewhere. Mighty Miner should do a pretty decent job helping this out.
Yeah, but this is going to end with a nice elixir advantage for Ian, which is exactly what he wants out of it. So that push, and you know, I love thinking about this. You're doing that push, you'd love to get damage, obviously, but less to break through and more to force the game to be played the way you want it to be played. And now we'll see if Ian can do something with this big elixir advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you always love that situation where you're playing a beatdown deck to be able to get back on offense. Baby Dragon with the E-Giant, we've seen them coupled together, the Evo Baby Dragon, the E-Giant just giving it some skates. It is such a slow-moving unit. So fun synergy there. E-Giant is just barely viable again because of it, it feels like.
Pedro with a nice lead, 1801 on that right-hand tower, so 500 and change for the Brazilian.
Fake barrel just going to get completely soaked by Ian, which is the right idea there. No reason to spend too much when you've got a healthier tower on that left side.
Oh, Berserker stays up long enough to take care of the wall breakers.
And
full send right-hand
barrel,
side.
yeah. It's the King Tower activation, but at a lot of elixir spent, I mean, a lot of damage taken there. Yeah, I don't actually really love that play, and that's a really nice play, though, by Pedro.
Ian just trying to go all in here.
It's a NATO that's just a little bit off. Nice high cannon there from Pedro. Takes the Golden Knight away from what could be the tower. Good cleanup. Mighty Miner gets on top of that in the very beginning to get some good damage in.
Memo, man!
Anti-lightning placement. All things played well right now by Pedro.
And just good read from Pedro. There's been no... Oh, this is starting to be a problem here.
Yeah,
real problem
Baby
here.
Drag speed up is huge.
Hey, everybody, welcome!
And Bomber gets on tower for a shot.
Wow.
And the lightning, Rich.
653. Berserker gets the catch.
Wow.
NATO to cover, and wow, Ian shuts it down. We're going to a bracket reset as Ian waves the white flag, but we called it before. That is not a surrender. That is in some ways the spinach.
Yeah, for real,
my
man.
God.
He's done that so many times in his career. It's gotta be one of those things that you see it as a competitor, and it almost gets in your head because you're like, now I know that I have the matchup. But Ian
shout out to Memo and
matchups.
everybody, bro. Welcome to the channel.
That's the other thing about E-Giant. Big shout out to Juicy J.
How are you doing, Memo?
You talk about like players that never ever give up.
I'm good, man. How are you?
You can never give up with E-Giant. one moment of that E-Giant connecting just does so much damage. And obviously, the heavy deck with the Baby Dragon Evo, with the Golden Knight NATO combo, there's just so many things that can happen late game.
What did you play?
When the elixir is flowing and the board is getting more populated and your opponent is trying to get more damage in, mistakes start to happen, and you see they're just a big enough opening for Ian to come in and steal that game.
You reach
Elite.
I
know Juicy J is smiling somewhere.
Well done, Mamo, man.
Yeah, I mean, and you think about what was still left, and one thing I like for this in all 4 games, Ian may be getting the read on it. He didn't play a single game where you're left without no direct damage on tower, and that lightning getting direct damage late was super, super valuable, and then able to break all the way through.
JD found some crazy monster
Ian kind of maybe
that gave me
the land early on. Every single one of these decks has that ability, and with Pedro, it seemed like Pedro kind of had it going, but not able to keep up.
Looks like JD's back in the game.
Into those deep waters.
And unfortunately for the chat here, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to give out our next reward, as we are going to go to an upper bracket reset, as Ian has worked his way all the way through that lower bracket. So to tell his story, he starts off against Asaf, and then he runs into Pedro, gets his revenge right now after being
finally
sent to the lower
elite.
Bracket where he had to go
Let's
through
go.
Sweet Musi, Igor, Mohammed.
Thanks, Mamo. Thanks for the raid again, man.
Talk about getting your work in this
Appreciate
weekend.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Ian has hit the Clash Royale
See you soon,
gym,
bro.
probably on top of hitting
Good
the
luck.
regular
Enjoy
gym.
the rest of your
And then
day.
Pedro on the other side of it. You get to that tough spot of, he played a lot less than Ian, so your matches start to matter a lot more, right? You don't play in that first round, so you got that first round bye, and then you see he stays alive all the way throughout, gets to sit pretty. But now Ian, who again has put in so much work this weekend, feeling really on top of his game, runs into him in the grand finals. And again, golden tickets already given away, placements already given away, but $6,000 best of 5 coming your way. One of these guys gets 15K, the other guy gets 9K, and also a little punch to the gut before going to World Finals.
Yeah, and I think that, I'm not worried about either of these two guys when it comes to World Finals. The only question, if there's anything here, with Pedro having been multiple times now, he's been under the bright lights, how will Ian fare when he steps out onto the big stage? Obviously, we've seen some people come up and be great. Looking at Riley last year, who it seemed like maybe he would be more nervous under the lights, and I think that going and attending beforehand maybe made him feel a little bit more prepared for it. That'll be the big question, is when Ian walks out on stage, how will he feel? Will he rise to the occasion, or will he get the camera nerf? We're not entirely sure, but my expectation is that he'll be ready for it. But I don't think neither of these two are ones who I really worry about a crisis of confidence as we get towards Worlds.
Definitely. I mean, Pedro's already been there numerous times before. He's performed incredibly well in his in his coming out party in 2023, when it was like, well, how far is this guy really going to go? He seems kind of stubborn in his deck picking, but it doesn't seem to matter. And then, Ian having been there numerous times, and just like the level of confidence that he has, it feels like it should translate to that stage. But Rich, you and I both know you never know how you're going to feel under those bright lights with the crowd right there.
8 jobs.
All of a sudden, all that kind of momentum you get from having so many fans, especially being stateside, being on home turf, all of a sudden there's that pressure of all of a sudden having to perform because you are the guy that should be on top. You did so well in month 1. You did so well in September. You got so many points. You got such a great content, creation thing going. So while I do think Ian will do well, you never really know. And honestly, right now is a great thing of, also you talk about guys that win the ticket early on in the year and how much work they put in throughout the year. It just looks like he's gotten better and better as time has gone on.
Well, and then you bring that up, the home field advantage. I'm really interested about what it's going to be like. We're going to be in Atlanta from October 31st to November 2nd. Get your tickets right now for World Finals. Going to be part of DreamHack. So every other World Finals has been its own event. It's where you had to be there to be a Clash Royale person specifically. Clash Royale is much bigger than just the core scene. I run into people all the time who I was playing in a disc golf tournament yesterday. And a guy who's on my card, when we started talking, found out what I did, he started talking about Mohammed Light, right?
That's so cool.
Right? The spread of how well this is known competitively is deeper than you think. And you and I were both there in Los Angeles in 2019. The crowd that showed up, this is going to be a bunch of people who've gamers. And I'm venture to guess the vast majority of people over there will have played the game at least a little bit. So I'm excited to see what the crowd is like there. And with the home field advantage, if you guys haven't seen, I am expecting some pretty big cheers when someone like Ian takes the stage. It's going to be really, really interesting. I'm going to put it up there. We played and we did World Finals in Japan, which that crowd was tremendous, especially Not just for Ponos and their home field team, but just for everybody, they were great. The wild crowd in LA, it's interesting to be if there's a different situation. We might be it could be the most wild crowd we have ever had for a World Finals.
Yeah, and right now, guys, we're just waiting for these guys to reset after that best of 5. We'll be getting into the action very soon. And I agree, man. I mean, you talk about what this crowd is going to be like. You also talk about how huge Clash Royale has gotten over the last 6 months, right? It's been one of the best years, if not the best year, for Clash Royale in history. You look at it, the way that it's kind of worked up the Supercell leaderboard in terms of popularity and obviously money spent every single month. And it's really, really exciting for the game. You have to imagine a lot of it is the great people out there making content, but also the cards that are being brought into the game, the evolutions that are coming into the game, and the fact that the Balance team is working so hard to make sure the game does feel balanced, even with all these new pieces. It's just a really exciting time to be a part of Clash Royale. Dude, I was playing, and just to, since we got a second here, I was playing pickleball the other day, and there was a kid that came out there who absolutely bodied me in pickleball. He was insane.
Oh, wow.
But then we talked about our trophies and Ultimate Champion ranking, and he was nowhere even close to where I am in Clash Royale. So it's just so cool to see how universal it is. He's also obviously
it's fun. And thinking about, as we get into this game, thinking about what that's going to look like at World Finals. I don't think people paid attention that much to it, but there was a tournament, I think it was last year at the Pukkelpop Festival in Belgium, if I remember correctly. And one thing I got back from that was that there were so many people who just wandered in to watch it because it was a cool live thing to watch. And I remember watching the videos of that, and the crowds were wild. Like, the actual energy in the room was completely insane. And so I think that might have, I don't know for sure, but I feel like that might have influenced some of the decision to bring it to DreamHack this year. Man, the more I think about it, the more pumped I am.
All right, here we go. Game number 1 in our upper bracket grand final reset. These are the last 5, if necessary, games that will be played before our last chance qualifier next weekend, where we'll be crowning and giving away our final golden ticket winner that we get to decide on. It's
already past competitive 8.
Actually being able to watch the competition.
Here,
everything else will be decided by leaderboard points.
Area.
And for those of you curious, I won my division and shot a 960 rated round yesterday.
I was curious, but I already saw that on Instagram.
Thank you, buddy. I mean, I gotta look it up. I'm again the Berserker and Valkyrie lore. There has to be.
Wow, that is such a good vines there by Pedro, and you can see Ian does not love that interaction. Knows the cannoneer already took a shot. Berserker stays alive. Uses that extra 3 elixir to get an extra lot of damage in. And Ian kind of responds in kind there with the vines of his own.
Snowball to slow things down. Doesn't get the stab. 20-62 on the left-hand side, but the real story is that bottom right, which is in so much trouble.
Yeah, it's amazing how much damage that Berserker can do. And I really love that about the card. It needs to be paid attention to. And Vines plus Barrel, also a really fun interaction. Wallbreaker into a Bomber, though, not so fun.
And this feels like it's pretty much sewn it up.
Nice $5.99. Valkyrie there to just make sure that the game isn't completely over.
Nearly gets the Wallbreaker's connection, not quite. Vines doing their work on both sides of the board, offensively and defensively.
It's just crazy, the Vines, just like a combination of, arrows and lightning and freeze. You talk about the targeting, you talk about the amount of damage, and obviously the freezing there, not as substantial, but it doesn't really seem to matter in terms of the time that you get to lock everything down or the amount of units that you get to lock down.
Wow. What? The work done there by the Evo Valk to open up a lane here, and I might have spoken too soon. Ian is in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that far apart, and you know how quickly that damage can stack up with the Goblins, and now we're seeing Pedro have to use his strongest utility card on offense, on defense, and then we see another Wallbreaker connection. What is the last card? That's the question.
That Vines was absolutely perfect. 519 to 301.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Ian just trying to spell cycle this out. Now goes in with the double barrel. What does Pedro have for the right-hand side? He has to snowball, which means he can't do it on offense, which means Ian is just back ahead again in cycle. He should be able to get another Vines in. There you go. And now, again, pulling the snowball out of Pedro. He has to use Vines there, snowball on offense. Is it enough?
No.
151, 293.
Oh my God.
This game
oh my, caster.
Insane.
Is this one of my all-time worst caster's curses?
It is!
And it is!
It is!
Oh
Wow.
my word. What did I do to Pedro? Wow.
What a dude,
Ian
man.
just locked down his defense. He started to recognize what the barrels were doing in terms
Wow,
of Pedro's
man.
offensive utility. If that snowball
What
is
a
not
crazy
in cycle,
game,
there's no way
man.
to stop basically a perfect cleanup on every single one of those drills. The barrels, on the other hand, you have to
my
decide every
goodness.
single time. Can I create a new way to defend? Do I take a little bit of damage? How do I get a counter push? And yeah, man, that's one of your all-time goated
All-time.
curses.
All time. I mean, look, that the gap there was so crazy
That
significant.
was a crazy finish
but
there, Dustin.
It just on the Pedro found the situation where he kept on being caught off guard by perfect lane openings and the ability to get those wall breakers to tower more like a couple of times. And Ian did a good job of varying how he did it, right? We saw that last one with the Vines locking down the Valkyrie, but then before that, with the Evo Valk was already in depth, get it behind there because the Berserker couldn't
This guy,
do her
man.
job and
Ian
shut those
is
down.
on
And
roll,
again,
man.
we talk about the depth of the deck pool of Ian, the creativity now starting to ramp up, and the ability to recognize, we talk about this being one of Mo Light's greatest skills, the ability to recognize, if I'm going to win this, how does it happen?
Yeah.
And Ian's starting to develop some of that recognition as well, and we've seen it time and time again throughout this season.
We see it in every one of these sets so far, just moving through today. Ian has just been really, really dialed in, and it's you can see Pedro's morale
Dialed
just dropping
into the
game
bunk
after
bed.
game after game, and it's just it's one of those things where Ian is just doing exactly what you have to do to be on top of the world. I've said it time and time
Well,
again. I'm
they'll-
gonna say
they'll
again.
show
You
it in
look
a
at
second,
recognition of how he
Dustin.
wants to defend, tracking
Hold on,
the
they
cycle,
show all the
realizing how to
decks.
put your
That's
opponent out of cycle, where Elixir
of
is at in
interesting
the
because of
moment.
these streams,
Just
they have to share
everything
their
working
decks.
well for the American. And I was just going to say, you were talking about how the crowd is going to be in Atlanta.
I think,
the chat
oh,
is
here,
absolutely
previous deck.
losing
Here
their
you
mind.
go.
I imagine some of these people will be there. I think Ian's going to have a really big home crowd feeling in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this list, and Mo, Ian, Sub, Pedro, Lucas, Adriel, Igor, Sandbox, Mugi, and Sam. Ian's the only one who's going to be there, besides whoever the LCQ and the Chinese qualifier are. But other players who we know who are locked in.
What was
Ian's
his
the only one
last
who's
deck?
never been to a World Finals before. Everyone else on that list is a former World Finalist, but now we're in a situation where Ian is also one of the scariest people at that World Finals.
Definitely. I mean, 110%. And I don't know if you could have said the exact same thing at the beginning of the year. Even though he won the first monthly final, you're always like, well, a lot of people have won monthly finals. A lot of people haven't won world championships. And right now, Ian really looks like a guy that can win a world championship.
Yeah, I mean, who do you want as a first-round matchup when you look at this list, right?
Ooh, lineup. Oh, he missed.
Nobody.
Nobody. Stop it, everyone.
Does get the King Tower activation there. I mean, that's just brilliant. That's just, I know it's just one interaction. It's just one card. It's just one thing. But the difficulty of pulling that off, guys, is if you want to grind at the highest level, you need to go back and just watch placement, watch timing, watch positioning of the Magic Archer being on the inside, all that stuff.
Such great
in order to get
placement.
those King
What
Tower
a
activations.
fantastic interaction.
Yeah, I remember watching some of the teams practice during the old era of CRL, and they would get together and they would just practice interactions like that, running it throughout a game. So get a friend and load up with some spirit, load up with a bunch of spells small that you can cycle out, and a Magic Archer and an Ice Spirit, or however you want to do it, and just practice getting that lineup done. You can do a couple of games and get it dialed in.
Yeah, perfect timing and placement on the Magic Archer there as well by Ian. Does get taken off the board, but it just pulls so much elixir away from Pedro, and now we should see a good Golden Knight connection here. It's actually going to pull that Furnace back just a hair.
I mean, that was critical. And, one thing we've seen a lot in the Graveyard play today, so many times in the history of Graveyard, whether it's the Cannon Cart Graveyard decks or Splash Yard, things like that, so much of playing against Graveyard is setting the line and not letting a tank get across the bridge to get the Princess Tower or whatever tower's attention. That really hasn't been a big part of the Graveyard fights today. So seeing that one there against the Furnace, we saw how effective it was in preventing some of that.
Yeah, it's funny. We had a similar conversation yesterday why there's obviously nuance to that conversation, but for the most part, it's kind of an if-then. Since Graveyard is so RNG dependent, the one thing that you can control defensively is it having a tank or not, and it is always better when it has a tank. And like I said, there is nuance to that conversation, but I'm with you. It feels like setting that line is just so important.
But whether it's the construction of the Graveyard decks that we're approaching or something else about it, really we've seen that prioritize, like at least almost low prioritized today.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Magic Archer gets some good
Magic
lineups
Archer
here.
shots on tower.
And that Goblin does get to towers, so just a really nicely placed snowball there from Ian. And now going to have to deal with a big push. And we called it out, Rich. And you can see setting the line important here for Ian. But
final
1 minute remaining,
yeah. And that's, you see just setting up the Mega Knight for Ian. Wants to create some chaos.
Going to do this?
Stuff he can pull together with a NATO, get that Magic Archer lineup.
Evo.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he has to do all the way across the board. And that's a really nice high Golden Knight there from Ian. And then the Bar Barrel kind of missing the Magic Archer, but it doesn't really matter.
And that's good. Mega Knight staying on for a long time for Ian. Evo Mega Knight now in. Poison going to tick away before the Magic Archer has to come out. Let's see, 21 seconds left. Great prediction, Snowball. I don't know if this is enough. Is there a NATO? The NATO. Does it get the lineup? Doesn't get the lineup. The Magic Archer. And those two shots could have been a difference maker. Instead, it's going to be, let me not caster curse here. Let it get really low down. It's going to be a game 2 win for Pedro now that I know it's locked up.
Yeah, going back and forth there. Pedro doing a really good job of just starting to search for the things.
It was close.
Like exactly what we were talking about. Ian doing so well in game number 1 is where
can I
take damage and how do I stop that from happening? The biggest things that we're looking for there is just the Magic Archer lineup, honestly. Yes, the Golden Knight connection with the NATO, but the Magic Archer lineup is really the one that becomes just so brutal to deal with if you miss it and your Bar Barrel is not in cycle. Then all of a sudden you have to poison at the bridge and the Magic Archer's still shooting, blah, 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 blah. So you see there just kind of recognizing I cannot let that happen.
What happened
again.
there, Sheila?
There was a couple chances there in the final 30 seconds. It looked like I think there was 2 separate chances. Once over the river, once you saw there right at the left-hand side of the bridge. And
did it really happen?
And, we talked about this a little bit in the last
Supreme
game.
Leader, bro!
Kind of a change.
How are you doing, man?
Ian had to make a big comeback in game
Welcome
number
to the
1,
stream.
And in game number 2 had to attempt a big comeback. Both of those games were games where Ian didn't have great direct damage on tower, right? And we talked about how he covered that base every single game in the previous round where he got the 3-game sweep. Now he's
glad you made it back,
he
man.
does, of course, have everything he needs at his disposal going forward. Has only used Vines,
still playing Moko,
NATO, and Giant Snowball for his spells so far. So we'll see if that becomes a factor as time goes on.
One thing that I really love about what Ian's been doing in these best of fives and just in general throughout the day.
So you're a retired Moko player. So what are you playing now?
There's a repeat. Looks like it was all the way back when he was playing Sandbox. We saw Mighty
Everybody
Miner,
I talked to
then we
quit,
saw Golden
man.
Knight Ram Rider with P.E.K.K.A. Then we saw Graveyard. Then we saw Minor Control. Then we saw
I just
RG,
grind my
then we saw
XP.
Giant,
I keep on doing
then we
that.
saw Fate, and then we saw Drill. So you're talking about how deep the deck pool is. I mean, this is against Pedro. This isn't just him trying stuff out on ladder. This isn't in round 1 of the monthly final against a no-name. This is against the best in the world, and he is just showing everyone out there, putting them all on notice, going, look at how well I can play with this many things that are strong in the meta. I'm not the hog EQ one trick I used to be. I am patient, I'm mature, and the deck pool is deep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part going forward, and Very curious to see who comes out in full form.
Third game.
Who comes out kind of all over the place. You know, World Finals is so unpredictable.
Supreme Leaders, time for Clash Royale, man.
Although, you know, when you think about our solo World Finals, we've had 21,
that
22,
is,
23,
of course,
24.
true.
Actually, relatively predictable. We've only had 2 world champions and 4 solo world championships.
Yeah. Just Mo and Mugi just trading off, which is, I mean, you love to see it. You really do. I mean, you got to beat the best to be the best, and the 2 of them have just shown time and time again that at least when it comes to the conversation of CRL championships, it's just the 2 of them.
Ooh. One belch from the baby dragon.
And Piggies will get handled here.
Pretty close to a mirror matchup here, which is really interesting. You wonder how much that cheaper cycle or the cheaper building is going to come into play here for Pedro. Both of these guys having lightning as the last card, so a straight mirror match, which will be fascinating. And you know, even in mirror matches, you always see things like that happen. How much more elixir do you spend to keep that Mighty Miner on the board for winning just that one interaction?
And Piggy's got a little bit of extra speed here. Cannon will do its best to make that not into an issue. And well covered.
Yeah. Well covered, but also a really nice log there by Ian to just get a little bit of damage in. And in mirror matchups, any tick of damage, any lick of damage is
no
so
worries, Supreme Leader, but are you
because what'll happen
anything else? Any other games?
Sometimes they'll start to go for spell cycle races, but if you just have that little bit of a lead, then
if one game drops, I always have a plethora of other games.
Lightning and you lightning, you know, it's a very tough spot to be in. It's one of the reasons why, honestly, I really don't like playing mirror matches, but
I hate them.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just
then you came to the right stream, bro.
Well, I can't remember who it was describing it, that mirror matches, because some people are like, well, mirror matches show who's the most skilled of 2 people. And
that's
what really
a dirty
really
deck, man.
Is who understands
that's a cheese deck.
Mirror match better.
But
who
it works.
Understands how to manage your card cycle in that specific situation better. A very different version of Clash Royale, honestly.
Super strong deck.
Absolutely. And, you know, even right there, you see Pedro going, okay, well, I'm going to use my lightning on trying to clear out the center of the board here. And Ian obviously still has not used his lightning, but getting good damage in on the left-hand side and actually taking a pretty nice lead here. And Ian going to get right back on offense. And, you know, the interesting thing here is you have 2 Evo buildings that both have pretty good splash damage, but I do think that probably the cannon wins that conversation, at least in this matchup.
Oh yeah, you need to level up some cards, man. Like
here we go.
Like some other people.
Death overtime.
Most of my cards are maxed, but I never stop playing. Maybe for a couple of months, but that's the longest I haven't played.
But still, about almost 300 separate.
If you don't have max, at least tip from me, make sure you you max out one deck. So the deck that you're currently playing, make sure you max it.
Interesting baby dragon battle at the river there.
Yeah.
Theoretically, that can mean you can
90.
become #1 on ladder.
Not gonna have to use the ability, I think. Oh no, never mind. Baby Dragon does get taken out by the Tesla, or I mean, excuse me, the E-Spirit.
And that gives Ian the lead for just a moment. And we're not in a lightning block situation here. Both these guys, their towers are way too healthy, so lightning's just gonna get on towers.
It's a great point.
Oh.
And Piggy sneaking through again, and the lightning does come down.
Oh man, it's getting really close, man.
22-74. All tied up for the moment. 1 game to 1 game.
Still lightning value in. No late log.
No piggies on tower.
This is gonna be tough.
2 level 15 cards.
Pedro.
Lightning does not get onto the Tesla.
You wonder if you should lightning high there. Get on top of the Tesla, get on top of the Baby Dragon, as that Baby Dragon's already pretty low. You ignore the Baby Dragon and the Tesla. There's just way too much defensive prowess there. I mean, even if the Tesla goes off the board, the Baby Dragon's still going to slow things down to make the Skellies and the E-Spirit a little bit more effective, and Pedro knows it.
Ian, man.
And, you know,
brilliant
I
lightning.
called it out. We weren't really in a lightning block situation there. The piggies go back and
lightning block, but he still took it.
The tower just a little bit too healthy for that one.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Ian taking game number 3.
Wow.
Talk about demoralizing losses. I don't know what it is about losing mirror matchups that is just also so incredible.
Level up your king tower. Everything needs to go to level 15, but
and I think it's
if you want to do it quickly, I would recommend to get the season pass.
Shallow deck pool.
Best deal in the game, get that monthly season pass, and you level up quite fast, and
I just lost in this mirror
you get every single
level,
month you get an Evo,
you have to be very good with all
and
of
a new card.
And it's just a little bit of a demoralizing loss if you're Pedro and Ian just continuing.
Yeah, man, you need 2 Evos, bro. Two Evos.
Such a great run here on day 2.
Otherwise,
yesterday we were talking about
any chance.
Ian doesn't
if you buy this month's,
really need to do a whole lot here. Obviously,
if you buy this month's
and that was even before the conversation with the points.
Season
really
pass, you get an Evo.
So we found
Baby Dragon
yesterday where it was like, okay, well,
which is really strong.
Probably win this against Sweep. While this meta does favor the way that Sweep plays,
right. But recently, I don't know if anybody saw that.
Win this, and now you're looking.
You could get like
through day 2. I mean, there's.
I think last summer you could actually Supercell gave away,
and you'll be great.
3 Evos.
Yeah, and I do want to surface
I got them all on my mini.
Attempted lightning block.
Took some time to grind.
Piggies
3
at
Evos
11,
for free.
Standard do 837, which is far below what the tower health was.
But that's like
15, they have
old news. Nobody cares about that anymore.
So if this were a full-on ladder match,
yeah, this summer was
match,
very interesting.
Of the piggies would have been enough to lightning.
If you look at all the things Supercell gave away,
was thinking about, oh well, piggies have 12-16, that's enough to block, and didn't make the adjustment for the HP.
Did you play already this summer, Supreme Leader?
Versus that level 15.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing too is if you just miss a
I need to go to the toilet again.
You go piggies down the same
lane
right back. That Ian's working on, as opposed to the lane that you're working down. It basically is just throwing in the towel at that moment. Yeah. So I think in general, it's just like I need to figure out a way to outplay. I think the one thing that could have helped him, but I don't know if it would have solved the problem, was that lightning late game. And there was one moment earlier in the game where Ian gave good lightning value, but Pedro just didn't have enough elixir in the tank. But you wonder if that lightning late game, if he had gone high, would have taken out the Tesla and the Baby Dragon, if that would have actually created any space. But right now we got Pedro playing Mortar and Ian playing Hogs, so I'm just going to shut up and enjoy the show.
Championship point for Ian.
And Iceberg putting in some pretty good work on that right-hand side. One of those things that you don't love to spend elixir on defensively.
And then you realize that it just froze off a fifth of your tower.
Yeah.
Flying Machine is interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cards that we've always talked about, if-then, if Fireball's out or if a spell's out. But the fact that Vines is such a prevalent card now, it definitely changes that conversation a little bit.
Well, this was a bet on Ian's part, right? Poison is gone, Lightning is gone, Vines is gone, so you're kind of flipping the coin. Are you or are you not running Fireball? And it appears that the answer might be not.
Wow, I mean, Ian's going with a very unique Hog deck here. Hog Recruits, which is, a little bit of a mid-ladder menace situation, but you understand the idea behind it is get the Recruits out front, the Hog behind, Flying Machine behind that, and all of a sudden you've got 3 layers of defense you got to play. And very little spell power if you're Pedro, but the splash damage that he has, the ability to get the minions right on top of that Flying Machine are things that he's going to have to think about as this game goes on.
We need to double here, and now we're getting into the potential to try to abuse Flying Machines.
I love the Flying Machines. Hey, that's... What kind of deck is this? It looks like my deck,
Pull that
but with a Hog Rider?
And that Evo Witch just getting healed all the way almost back to full.
Yeah, and that Bar Barrel, I mean, really the reason the Bar Barrel has screamed back into the meta, obviously Graveyard is more popular and very, very strong right now, but the biggest reason
Yo, JD, man, they're in the middle of a stream, bro.
Evo Witch specifically.
And you see these Zappies, they come out to handle the flying machine because they have to, or the minions,
yeah.
and then the Zappies are there able to just clean them up.
Yeah, nice play there because, Ian recognizes again, all right, I'm going to play this flying machine, which means you basically have to play minions, but you don't really have a way to deal with my Zappies. Arrows is just not going to be enough, so there you go. But right now, this is actually a really good push. Miner's still tanking. Skellies are on the tower. That is domination there for Pedro. It looks like I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to cast a curse. It's already happened once.
Don't call it yet. But this is looking pretty dire. It doesn't look great. If we're to evaluate how good it looks bad.
I've seen many better looking situations in Clash Royale, but anyone could win, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, this is getting close.
And this is kind of what the flying machine needs to do, is be in this safe territory, no man's land, building up value.
And it's great, too, because Ian has early cycled the Zappies, so when the minions come out, either the Zappies are going to be there or he has another set of Zappies to deal with. But honestly, at this point, since Ian has done basically 100
is this going to be a 5-game
than just that flying
finale?
Getting across the bridge.
Yo, welcome back, man. Supreme
This is a lot on the board right now that Pedro has to contend with.
There's so much good
fireball clearing
for Pedro with the Ice Wiz, with the Witch, with the Skeleton King, the Mortar defensively. And you can bet your bottom dollar we will not see another offensive Mortar in this game.
Royal recruits in the house.
Shut down city. Get ahead, slow it down, clog everything up, make it messy. And Pedro.
We get value for money, man.
Making us earn our dollars here, all the way down to Game 5 in the bracket reset.
Oh my God, man!
I mean, that's another great thing about these two guys going head to head is you're just seeing how close they really are in skill, how deep we're getting in these best of fives, and it's just been really, really fun to watch and such a great setup for what World Finals is going to look like.
It's all going to be one game.
Think about deck picking at this stage.
We don't, Rich. We don't.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Not our job.
What a long run,
exactly.
man.
I mean,
we're already at 4.5 hours.
I mean, it's definitely a fun conversation to have to kind of look around.
And we get the last
that I think
gift from Supercell
from Pedro in this
after the finale.
But the problem
the
with
final.
that is if it's
the final
you could
countdown.
Just throw Mother Witch in the conversation for Ian, and it just completely, for the most part, completely negates that. We have seen that, but with the Vines also being out for Pedro, it just doesn't seem really possible to run. Oh no, excuse me, he ran it in game number 2.
He ran it, yeah.
Okay, my bad. It was Ian that had it.
Maybe Silas.
Here we go. All right.
It thinks you are a bot or something.
Yeah, Ian does still have Graveyard available. Vines
maybe just
gone.
don't go any further than
Snowball,
10 or 15K.
Lightning, Barb Barrel, Fireball. So I mean, you have.
How weird is that though?
Rocket. I don't know if I see really a minor Rocket deck that makes sense available. You have Poison as another way to get direct dower damage. You kind of have to think that Pedro is going to run something with Fireball here.
Yeah, you would think so. And then, Royal Giant Monk is a thing that's just out there in the world for both of these players. We actually haven't seen the Goblin Giant deck in this set.
And he has, Pedro has Rage and Curse still available.
Yeah, so that's definitely a part of the conversation. And I guess what I probably meant to say was that Ian does not have Graveyard in his used cards, and there's still cards around it that can kind of support a Graveyard style deck. But again, Mother Witch just kind of comes in and equalizes that conversation, especially when you don't have Vines out there to deal with the Mother Witch. Obviously, you still have Poison here for Ian, but that's just something you have to think about. Those Mother Witches behind King Tower or deep behind the Princess Tower are something that's very, very hard to get to.
Can you react to my
this is not a spot that I love to be in. Fireball being out. We already saw the Piggies mirror matchup. You could do a little bit of, if you're Pedro, you could do a little bit of what Ian just did with some Fireball bait and a different win condition, even if it didn't really work for him.
RG open for both. Yeah, like, that's an interesting thought, too.
Yeah, RG, Monk are both available. Skeleton Barrel comes out early here for Ian, which Ian could now be going to Mortar, which is usually what we see Skelly Barrel with.
No, I don't see it. Can you say it again?
There you go.
Was it a lot of text?
Immediate.
Tesla?
If I scroll back,
E-Drag.
I can see it. So here.
And
No.
a couple early
Then
mortar
here,
connections.
no.
And,
Here.
you know, with
After
Evolved Electro Dragon, you have to think that maybe Pedro's going
there's
heavy.
my rent.
Tesla's interesting here.
And no,
Yeah,
there's
that does
nothing.
make the Cannoneer more viable.
The Evo E-Dragon might be more of a spell, if that makes sense.
Oh,
'Cause
man.
There's not a good way to take it off of the board.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's one of those things where if you don't have lightning, it's
I'm
really
curious,
hard to
man,
deal
about
with
your
Evo
rent.
E-Drag, and Ian doesn't have lightning, so that Evo E-Dragon could just be played and
Let
just
me
kind
know,
of as a
man.
control card more than anything. And there we go. See right there, boom, going to clean up the Skellies. Not there for the Mortar, so a Knight has to come down.
So Evo E-Drag Hog is fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is why we love best of fives.
Yep.
Cannoneer is also a pretty cool pick here from.
Don't
from
write it all
Ian,
in
just,
once. Just
you know, at least in the sense of it
do
worked
it
out
in
well
like
here
5
where he's
parts or
gonna do well
something,
against the
so
Hog. It's going to help with the E-Dragon. It's not really.
you
worried
don't
about
write it
swarm
for
units.
nothing.
Obviously, the Goblins can be played.
Not
at the bridge to
again.
Create a little bit of pressure, but that's not. And there we go. Goblins at the bridge for some pressure.
Yeah, but, you know, with Drill gone, Graveyard gone, Skeleton's not a concern, Skeleton King, like a lot of things that would make the Cannoneer annoying are not in there right now.
Yeah. That's why I really think it's a pretty great tower pick.
Oh, I think he wanted that Knight to go in front of the Hog. Unfortunately,
Oh my God,
for
the
Pedro, it
Hawk
turns
is
back
getting
around.
major
Shots
damage.
in 1982 on the left-hand side. Ian calling good game.
Once again, and this is just an interesting spot when you talk about Game 5 of a best of 5 and how you deal with these uniquely difficult cards like the Evo E-Dragon, like the Spirit Empress, and the Rage. I mean, that's pretty cool. You got the Rage, the Royal Delivery, the E-Drag, the Evo Tesla, and the Earthquake as all these like small to moderately big spells.
$88 to
82, 6 HPs.
Yeah, you and I both had the same idea. We're looking at that going, this is razor thin.
Why Ian is maybe looking at that long game and just wondering, he called good game, but it really doesn't feel like he means it in this situation.
No.
It's just that E-Drag.
Who's gonna win this?
No way to get to it other than sniping it with the Spirit Empress.
Oh, but Pedro has like Earthquake. Does a ton of damage.
Hog in on the left-hand side. This time, Knight in front of it. The high mortar to hold. EQ going to work.
And Earthquake does
Just
so much
recognizing he has
damage.
a really, really tough time breaking through.
Well, again, now this is where the rubber meets the road, right? Is what is Ian thinking of? How do I get the win? Right? What is my methodology for making this happen? Ian has to be doing that math right now.
I just
And
don't
maybe
know.
He's thinking there's no way.
Yeah, he's got to use that mortar defensively because there's no really other good way to stop the Hog. The Tesla's always going to pull these barrels in. There you go, double drop right away. Evo E-Dragon to clean it all up. Somehow those Skellies get away, which is, again, you can't give up.
And the Rage, he has to guards here. Hog's going to get one.
Oh no, man, the Rage.
Yeah, good job by
35
Pedro just
seconds
kind of
left.
recognizing the overspend by Ian, and it turns up his offensive push just a little bit.
I think Ian lost here.
2 Empresses. That Tesla, though, that Evo Tesla was spot on from Pedro.
Yeah, the Tesla placement has been really nice to see by Pedro.
And
it makes
the
sense,
constant
being a minor
earthquake,
control
man.
player. He's
Oh, man.
probably got all these buildings on lockdown, considering how many different versions there's been. And there you go. There's the smile from Pedro finally. Rich, we cast a curse at him before, but that man who already had a golden ticket has got 15,000 more dollars in his pocket, 100 more points to go on that leaderboard, and we will see both of these gentlemen in Atlanta.
What a performance this weekend by Pedro. And, you know, he already had his ticket punched to Worlds just on points to a certain degree, but, you know, the difference that he put in here to not just get the money, but to get himself into that top 4 spot, to get himself the first round bye. You can see why he's so excited. Big win for Pedro. And, man, we are in for an amazing World Finals.
You know, it's so funny because the conversation behind this weekend was so much more about the Sams and
we got to wait for the final prize, and then we can do something else.
Or Viper, you know, Viper doing a good job with his points throughout. And there you go, Riley getting the silver ticket. Wait!
Okay. Wait a second.
Wait
a second.
Holy crap. That's actually insane. The silver ticket goes all the way to Riley. Because if you look at all the other golden ticket and silver ticket holders, that's actually fascinating. I don't even know if he knew that.
Everyone else already has their ticket punched to World Finals. That's absolutely insane. Everyone else already,
one more chance, man. That's absolutely insane.
That is completely nutty.
Congrats for Riley with his silver ticket.
Wow.
Yeah.
Glad to see it, but Supreme Leader.
See it right there, man. So
man, I'm down with what you said.
Back next weekend, still competing
by yourself for
World Finals.
8-year-old audience.
What a great way for the day to end for Riley.
Wow.
Former world number 2.
But they don't like it because it takes too long.
That is
people like
unbelievable.
Like
Riley to keep himself alive in the hunt
to grind for
those
and the
silver tickets. And we're going to get some information on the silver tickets here, but I believe now that locks in who's able to get silver, who's going to be in our last chance qualifier, and one of those guys is going to be Riley.
The thing is, the game
and he was
misses
on the cusp
on so many things.
The last qualifiers for silver tickets, I think, had 60 points.
It's some kind of
also had 60 points, so
therapeutic
might have
grind
not worked out for him in that situation.
I do every day. It's like brainless.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
And I just, the thing is, if I keep on grinding, I end up in the top 100 in the world. Which is weird, right?
Have for next weekend in terms of
if you just do your thingy.
Ian, Mohammed Light, Adriel, and Pedro.
Yeah, good points, bro.
All be there at
appreciate your feedback.
And then talking points, talking LCQ.
Thanks.
We'll be getting there in just a minute. But
so leaderboard here, Stats Royale CRL 2025.
He wasn't really much.
Pedro 100 points on the leaderboard, but he's in already.
He's been doing well in points.
Got his golden ticket.
Day for him when you talk about going home, or I mean, he's still at home, but walking away
Riley
from this
60
with the money, with the ticket, and feeling good for Riley.
So we see Riley next week.
We all thought was going to be
with the silver ticket.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely huge, and just this is again unofficial.
I really hope Riley gets a gold ticket in the end, or at least
we're still alive in the hunt for worlds, right? Vitor, Katashian, Viper, Riley, Wallace, Arden, Aslan, Samuel Basoto, Coco, Hugo, Clown, and Issei. Those are the ones who, again, this is unofficial. And we might be getting a graphic going for this one here in just a moment. But that is, those guys are all still alive. So we have our definite world finalists. And, you know, I think we're going to get going here in a moment. We'll give you the whole picture. We have our people who are locked in for world finals. We'll talk to you about the buys here.
What do you think of those points from Supreme Leader, Dustin?
This is an exciting day. Really exciting play from Pedro. To how difficult it was to come back after losing for the bracket reset and then really fight back again against Ian. Just very, very nice stuff. I can't wait for it.
Sure thing, man.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, we have such a great lineup for our world finalists. We have such, I mean, that's exactly what you want in world finals. You look at the names that are on the leaderboard. You look at who's got the golden tickets. It's just absolutely insane. And yeah, production right now working to figure out exactly what we got for the LCQ, who's going to worlds in terms of points. I just saw that Sam posted that he qualified for worlds, so he's feeling good. Rich, take it away, man. What do we got?
All right, here we go, and I do have to do a little driving here because this doesn't give you that first round bye, but we do have our qualifiers. So everybody on the left has qualified for World Finals. Ian, Mohammed Light, Adriel, Pedro, Sub, Lucas, Igor, Sandbox, Mugi, and OP Sam making a return to World Finals.
Wow.
On the right-hand side, Everyone there gets a silver ticket and will be appearing next weekend in the last chance qualifier. So a bunch of former world finalists, some people with a first chance at making world finals. It's going to be a really fun competition to see who gets that 12th and final spot for Worlds. And one more time on the left-hand side, it's the points that do matter for that seeding. So that first round bye still going to Mohamed Light, Ian, Pedro, and Sub. What a blast. What a season, Andrew. And
wow.
I am so pumped for the LCQ.
I mean, you look at the LCQ, and there's so many names in the mix. Vitor and Riley. I mean, literally everyone on that list. But you look at guys that have kind of not been in the conversation as much.
Yeah, but
like,
the thing is, I'm kind of like shocked that they
to making world finals last
took
year.
Clash Mini
the best Clash
out of the Supercell universe. So
still in the mix.
And
the LCQ is going to be absolutely insane. Of all of those players, only one of them
like
gets
Squad
the ticket,
Busters,
and I cannot wait to see who it's going to be.
I don't think
I mean, that's going to be just
it will ever
pandemonium from top to bottom.
Clash Royale,
really, really pumped for that
or
one.
a Brawl
and
Stars.
Now's the time
or even
for all of you at
Heyday,
home to book your flights, get your tickets, and join us in Atlanta for the World Finals. DreamHack in Atlanta from October 31st to November 2nd. That's the dates of our Clash Royale League World Finals. Come have a great time. It's a celebration of gaming overall, and Clash Royale League will be a central piece of that weekend, and we'll be there right alongside you. And here you go, Andrew, the final reward of the day.
I'll be honest, I was so overwhelmed I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and collect mine.
Yeah, me too. Here we go. Game open. Going to get that banner. The Furnace. Furnace dominated this weekend. And yeah, I mean, just such an incredible lineup. The LCQ, remember, guys, next week, excuse me, same time, same place, 2-day competition, 1 golden ticket being given away. As Rich just called out, we have so many of our other world finalists already squared away. Get that banner and get your tickets to DreamHack Atlanta. Let's go. We want to see you guys here stateside. The first world finals stateside since 2019, although the other ones were technically here because we were here in person in 2020 and 2021, but it was just very different. Not the same vibe as having that huge live crowd there like we saw at the Shrine Auditorium and like we've had in Finland the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute blast, and I'm really curious about how how next weekend's going to go. Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, 3 years in Helsinki, a new place with new people, and and honestly, DreamHack overall such a big event. The event itself could sell out, so make sure you get your tickets so that you can come and experience everything. And I believe that Clash of Clans is going to be there as well.
Yeah, I think so.
If I remember correctly. So a whole celebration of all things Clash. If you haven't made the trip to Helsinki the last couple of years to see the whole collection together, come join us in Atlanta. Andrew, next time we'll see you will be at World Finals. So, what are your thoughts? Final opinion on the season as we head towards the LCQ in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'll be watching the LCQ. My niece might not like that I'm watching the LCQ at her wedding, but you know what? Clash Royale, baby. I gotta watch what's going on. I gotta see who makes it. I'm so excited for DreamHack. I'm excited for the meta. I mean, this was absolutely incredible to see how the meta developed and what it's doing with the new cards, with the evolutions, with the balance team. And I think what was so exciting this weekend was it was so diverse. I hope we have the exact same thing at World Finals, and I cannot wait to see you guys at DreamHack Atlanta for our next CRL World Championship.
That's it for this weekend. Thanks one more time for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel. Turn on notifications so that you never miss a moment of Clash Royale esports. That's Andrew Guy. I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you next weekend for the Last Chance Qualifier.
Okay. That's it. Next week on Sunday, I think I'm gonna do another stream if I can make it. Time to switch things up. Alrighty, peeps. Let's get my iPad. Thanks for watching. So everybody that has been watching so far, thanks. It's been a long stream. We're gonna do some Moko now, another game from Supercell. You might have heard of it. Ha ha ha. So let's go to all right. Let's play some other music.
Hello, hunters. It's Luna. Take a chill pill from hunting monsters and relax.
Welcome back, bro.
Beats from yours truly. See ya.
Yo, Supreme Leader, do you have Prime Video from Amazon? You can get a free Twitch subscription. Here we go. Yeah. Seriously, I would do that. Yeah, man. Yeah, just with examples, how you would see the game evolve. Yeah, man, let's do that. Sorry, man. Yeah, I know it actually isn't funny. It isn't, man. No. Nothing. By the way, I need to change all the games I'm playing. Let's see. I can change settings. So output settings. Oh, stream title. Playing Moko. The from Supercell. No, it's still update stream, and I need to change it on YouTube. Game category, we're going to Moko. Finally, YouTube updated their game list, and Twitch did it actually from day one. Okay, done. 25k normal XP. How's everybody doing in the Moco department? So yes, Supreme Leader, we're doing the minimal things. Yo, Michael Gross Eaton, man. Thanks for the sub, bro. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. Streaming almost 5 hours. I'm not sure how much longer. I'm also very hungry, so let's do this stuff. Clayton, man. Yo, bro. Who's Clayton? I see Clayton a lot, and I'm glad he is always here, but he never say anything on stream. That savage spirit, please, 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 don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it. Damn it, man, I needed that one. Then I was done. We have a friendly bot helping me. Ew, Vidal is in the house, man. Thanks. Victoria's in. Let's go. I need a savage spirit. I just saw one, but I was just 1 millisecond too late. I think so, man. Which rifts? Easy rifts? Let me join in a second. Yes. The stream streak. I think I already did it on Twitch. Looking for a savage spirit, but oh, there's one. Well, yeah, I found one on the radar. Follow me. If I'm done with this, JD, I'm gonna help you with your rifts. Stream streak is still alive, bro. Here. Where is it? 44 days. Which did I change it? Yeah. We keep on pushing, man. Kinda like with Moko. We keep on pushing. Yeah, man. I know what you mean. Level 133. Let's go. Like Memo was streaming Moko. He did a raid to me. He was streaming with 3 people. Oh, I need this blue herring. We need some whiskers. We can do this pretty quickly, JD. If I can stay alive, that is. This guy won't die, man. Jesus. Three high-level players cannot kill a blue herring. Bro, just die, man. I need some whiskers. 3. There's one there. Here. And there are two here. Oh, there's one here. Okay, one more. If I survive this shit. Kill it! Kill it! Alright, let's go. Wait. Oh my god, I gotta... Okay, yes. I'm coming. Oh. Wait. Alright. Dustin, who is in to help JD? Are you streaming, JD? Where? Ah. Great. Or is it when you watch the stream? You do Moko and then Geometry Dash? Oh! Aha! You think? Dustin, you can also join me in your teams list. So here, you watch here. And you can see me here in the team up. Wanna see your face, man. Your face. Holy shit. I'm gonna restart the game, man. And it's also things like this that really annoy me. Yeah, it's bullshit, man. The game is not thinking. Yeah, man. So, Victoria. There she is. Let's go. I'm gonna do a high DPS something like this. I'm ready. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Guys, where are you going? Hello, Death Gun! How are you, man? What's next, JD? What was that? What's this, man? Moonwalking? What? Yo! That looks crazy, man. Which one is that? I'm also good, Death Gun. Glad you made it. We had a long stream with Clash Royale golden tickets. That took four and a half hours, almost 5 hours, man. So I'm kind of tired. So I'm gonna burn my XP, and I think that's it, man. Then we're going to a 5.5 hour stream. That's a long stream. We got Beans here. Beans in the house. Beans. Fantastic, man. 2 new records in a row. All right, JD, you're up. What's next? You got the best dance there, man. I'm looking for some fresh moves, and this is it. What? Oh. Okay. Let's go, full formation. Wow. Another new record. Let's go, man. Female pack at the beginning with the weird lizard. Wait, do you need to change ice fish? We just did ice fishing, right? You change. Is this all you can do now, JD? Oh. Did you say something? It shows nothing, man, for me. Are we done, bro? Wait, let me... The game is bugging beyond human recognition. Let's restart. What did you say? Oh. Damn. It wasn't showing anything. Alright, back to my regular build. Chaos Ladybugs. Anything I need to do? Yeah, I completed on the Clash Royale stream one of my 5 projects. I found the final Luna cat. Say what? So I'm down to 4. Only 4 left. Here I have a bit more left, but wait, how in some of these here I have 3 things left. Hunt Heavy Spitters 8. Hunt Ladybugs 11. And here it's the Scorchers, which will never end. How much XP do I have? I want to burn my XP, and that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna do Hollow Knight anymore. I'm not gonna do another 8-hour stream. At least not today. Okay, peeps, if you see, smell, or hear an OC or an M, please make me happy and tell it to me. I'll just go in here. There's tails, ladybugs. Oh, what do we have? Wow. Yeah, I know, Victoria. I keep on asking, but I have no, maybe a yes. So I keep on trying. See what you mean? Too lazy. All good. What the? Okay. We have a pretty solid group. This is the world where I have the most jobs. As in 2. And it feels like the never-ending chore to complete it. I am super hungry. My last meal was eight and a half hours ago. I only drank water. So it's a little intermittent fasting today. If I won't eat anything and I eat my first meal will be lunch tomorrow, I have a 24-hour fast. I don't know if you've done that before, intermittent fasting or a 24-hour fast. First time you do it, it feels weird, but I'm kind of used to it. So I'm looking for ladybugs, heavy spitters and ladybugs. And they just never pop up. Occasionally. Nice death bolt going on here. Overlord. That was the one I was looking for a very long time, but now I completed it. I need that ladybug. Oh, it's a chaos ladybug. Regular ladybug. Greener. Oh, where are we going? Catch Luna's cat. I completed this one after 2 months. Grinding. Completed it today. Use World? What's it about? Yo, huge dragon, man. Bro, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm done, man. I'm sorry, huge dragon. I'm going back to Hollow Knight tomorrow. I had a long stream with Clash Royale and the golden ticket. Oh man, I streamed for 5.5 hours. How far are you, man? Did you kill some bosses yet? I don't know. Okay, man, I'll check it on Discord. You're making progress, bro. That's good. Oh, by the way, huge dragon, are you playing it on PC or a console? Man, I've been running around here so many times. Reigning Slime Kings. Things I'm looking for, the mobs, they are not spawning. Okay, let me see how much XP I've burned. Man, I'm not burning anything. Ladybug. Oh! I got a mega charged grub wagon. Good. Good. burning the XP. And one more ladybug. Oh, save Femp. Okay. That again. Second time. Fantastic. Okay. Nice. Okay, I got a Mega Charged Royal Knight. Let's go, man. Let's go. Try to survive. Charged Royal Knight, ladies and gentlemen. So, a difficult one. It's angry. Very angry. Hopefully after this one I'm done. $3K. Nothing, man. For a monster like that. Yo, got another Mega Charge. Fine mother. Going smooth with the megas. I like it. Let's kill this plant. Wow, that's it. Boom! That was the best one. Sweet! Out of XP. Let's go. Almost at 100 bonus rewards. Oh my god, I got a job. I can't believe it. Okay, this is the last thing. The last thing. 15 guards. I'm at exactly the right totem. I don't know how lucky I am. That almost never happens. What's this Mega Slime doing here? Bro! Yes, that's it. Let's go! Thanks. Alrighty. People in the house, yo! That's it. I'm done. Almost 6-hour stream. Sorry, Huge Dragon. I'll be back tomorrow, man. Then I'll do some more. Then I have some more attention.
Take a chill pill from hunting monsters and relax to some lo-fi beats.
I'm so tired I can't even talk anymore.
See ya.
Hollow Knight Silk Song. Thanks, peeps. We're at 5 hours and 49 minutes. Oh, nice. Thanks, Dustin, man. Cheers, bro. Thanks, everybody. Sparky, thanks. Huge Dragon, thanks. Nighty night, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the final moments of your weekend. Make it count. I'll be back tomorrow with some fresh quality streaming content. Moko, Hollow Knight, Clash Royale, whatever. Let's go. "10 minutes from yesterday? What? I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I'm just too tired. Spike Ball? What is that, Huge Dragon? Spike Ball? Is that a game? Your brother is a premier Spike Ball player. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching. I'm out. Peace. See you soon. Later.